killed those people. This is a confession. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession. This confession. Killed those people. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession. I killed those people.
Okay, the thing is, if there is no gap between the stool, there will be no fun. And we are not. I mean, we are not gonna talk you about it.
Killed those people.
When
Boing.
someone says I'm late for something, men actually automatically think about their period.
Killed those people. Killed those people.
What up, boats?
This is a confession. I
Are you
killed
doing the Ludum Dare this weekend, or are you passing on it?
those sweet shit.
Pass, yeah, us too. Just too close to the holidays. There's just we're still looking forward to the April one. This one's just not at a very good time, unfortunately. Fun idea, but don't feel like it. Do you know what the theme is? What was the theme? I didn't even look. Tiny dudes. Harvest. Interesting. I mean, at least it's like fairly vague, so it's not just like one of those. It's not like 10 seconds or less. I am interested to see what people do. Probably still go and play some games once it's all said and done, but I am not up to making one at the moment. Well, from what I can remember of our New Year's stream, Tiny Dudes was fun, so I might have not been super lucid towards the end, but you know, that's okay. Woohoo! Oh. What's up?
Hello?
Hi. You hear me? Andrew?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Okay. We're good?
Yes.
Okay.
Scared me there for a second.
It's been a while since we've streamed, and also...
Well, we're on Discord like a couple weeks ago, just me and you, so I would assume that nothing got broken.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has been a while since we actually streamed at our desks.
New computer that I had to switch out with the one at work in our desperate attempt to finish.
Yep.
Man,
Good times.
I had to log into Twitch for the first time in ever.
I don't know what, like Twitch logged me out today, and then Parsec also needed like a authentication.
Authentication.
I don't know.
Now I gotta
Speaking,
verify
sorry.
my login.
Authentication.
No one's stealing my Twitch account, okay? My goodness. Oh, and also a heads up, I'm going to need to step away, or also pay attention and listen for the doorbell, because a plumber should be coming by, because crazy storm came through, knocked out the power, which also took out my hot water apparently. And even though the power is back on, the hot water is not back on.
You don't need hot water. It's just more of a privilege than a right.
Oh, and I just now see that someone. Happy New Year, Jared.
Happy
New Year.
Since we weren't able to actually speak to you, you were still in chat, but I didn't get to hear your voice.
What is that?
So I didn't get to hear your voice on New Year's, but we at least
Oh,
got
got it.
messages.
I'm surprised to say this, but I missed you, fuckers.
You're sorry to say it? Come on.
Wow.
You can admit that.
No, I'm too shy to say that.
Aw, Jerry, you don't have to be shy around us. We're very affectionate people.
To a pack.
Too affectionate? That is true. We touch each other quite a bit.
We did. We did.
Yeah, Boats.
That was not-
I saw what you put in Discord. Looks cool. It's a lot more like visually. You can tell what each one is kind of good at now on like a quick scroll through, which I think that certainly helps.
Just need to verify Twitch and get in there. Many things going on.
Oh shit!
Having to come back and then immediately get hit by this crazy storm over here. So if, I don't know if
Yeah,
it's
that
on
sucks.
or anything, but anyone here on like the West Coast getting hit by this,
They're West Coast.
like a couple of days straight of just crazy wind. Steven, you've experienced it before with like all the trees out here, but a tree falls
Yeah.
down and then you just see a flash of light and hear an explosion outside. And, oh my god! Because PG&E only cut down the trees that they thought were gonna burn, not the ones that they thought would fall on their really shitty power lines.
Well, of course not.
So now they're gonna say, to save power in the future, we're going to cut down the rest of the trees. That way we
No
don't
more
cause
trees in
any
California. Problem solved. We don't
See,
need
PG&E is helping to solve the crisis as we speak.
Really?
I just realized that I didn't loop the confession song, so now we're listening to Brainoid's music.
Oh, really?
Well, I'm not. I don't hear it anyway, so
Anything?
I just have the stream muted.
Oh man.
We're back.
Yeah, there's so many things I need to fix already.
Oh no.
really?
Everyone just
Aw, I'm
decided
sorry,
to
man.
update all their software things, and everything's busted.
New year, new
Busted.
software.
You may have noticed that you are currently not on the stream screen.
I did
That's
notice
because
that.
the overlay broke.
Oops.
So I need to figure out a new way to get y'all on the screen.
Really? Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
We ha.
Isn't that fascinating?
Ain't it?
Fascinating.
Which doesn't need to
Shining
update my
in the
password. It's
crimson
good
light.
for
I'm shaking up, I have to fight.
We should have did a Brainoid karaoke during New Year's.
Oh, Brainoid karaoke.
Not that we really were looking for anything else to do.
I didn't realize how we were gonna run out of time so quickly.
Right.
I thought we were
Yeah.
gonna have to find ways to kill time.
I
I didn't realize that my well-being was going to take a turn like
Holy shit!
instantly.
yes.
Dude,
in the last,
all
like,
the
10
alcohol you consumed hit you all at once.
all at one time. I was like, I'm going to bed, and then like a few minutes later, I'm like, I'm going to throw up.
Yeah.
And then man, that was not
I
a fun night.
specifically remember you just like sat up in your bed. You're just like,
Yeah.
and you just got up to throw
Yeah,
up.
the old shrug. Like I knew what was happening. I'm like, what? Not. Don't fight it. Just go.
Oh,
But-
dude.
It lasted way longer than it usually does. Like usually it's like I could throw up once or twice, I'll be good. This time it was like getting up multiple times in the night, and then driving home in the morning. I was like,
Oh,
Andrew,
dude.
pull over
Dude,
the
I don't
car.
know. I don't know how you guys managed to get up and leave, man. I tried to wake up
We had
around
to
you.
get out of there.
Well,
I know.
I was- I
tried
was-
to wake
I was
up with you
awake.
guys, but I'm just like, I guess they're already gone.
Andrew woke up to me vomiting in the bathroom, I would assume, and then
no.
I
Well,
came
actually,
out
no,
and went
I
back in a couple
I didn't really
times.
sleep at all. I underestimated or I overestimated the comfort of sleeping in that.
I told you that
single
little
chair.
couch is like, are you sure that's small?
Well,
like,
When I was in the sort of like fuzzy stage,
I'll
fuzzy
just
stage
pass
in my
out and I'll be
brain,
good.
I felt like it was gonna be fine. And when I initially curled in, it was all good and gravy. But after I didn't fall asleep for like an hour and started to like sober up,
Oh,
I was like,
God.
shit. So I laid there pretty much all night. I think I dozed off right before for maybe an hour, and then
that
woke
would,
up. To
that would
Steven
explain why
going to
y'all
the
were
bathroom.
completely dead the day after.
The next day, we were gone.
Yeah.
There was no.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
I
so
was
You
glad
didn't
our
respond to any
parents-
lunch shenanigans until like 4 p.m. You're just like,
No,
No,
no.
I was like, this isn't happening. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
If you wanted to see me, you should have tried.
That
Thanks,
is true.
thanks for the free gummies, you dummies. I basically got all your food that you bought.
Oh yeah, we left all that there. I was like, one of us should message Jared, but I was not thinking about that And then it got so late that I'm like, he knows that we're gone and that we just left all this
Yeah.
shit for him. So
Yeah.
it's fine.
Listen,
Yeah,
no,
I don't
that's
think we
a
never
call.
opened. We
Really?
never opened
Okay.
Andrew's baked chocolates, did
We
we?
did.
No,
we did.
We did.
Oh, we did?
We did.
Remember?
Okay.
And they
saying
were
how
way
I didn't know
drier than you were expecting, and I kind of liked them because
That
they had
was
like
that
some
night?
crispy rice. That was that night.
For some reason, I thought that was a memory from like years
ago?
like the year before or something. Or,
No,
like,
That was
they were, like,
real?
making fans.
I thought I dreamed that.
So all right, so maybe at that point, it's when I didn't know what was happening anymore. I barely remember Boats' game.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
after we had those chocolates, I think we booted up Boats' game, and it seemed
That's
like I
what it
was
was.
the only one who was able to actually focus on it.
Hey, I was doing great.
I had-
You
and then my
were-
controller-
you were.
idea. I had
I was
no
doing
idea
great.
what was happening.
Steven didn't
I
know what
literally
planet he
just
was
like-
on.
Yeah, I was like,
Steven
I'm
was
the
great.
wizard, or no, I think I was a meow.
You were
started off with
you were
Meowie.
Nyans or
I started off with a
something.
meowie. I'm like,
Meowie,
I'm a
yeah.
meowie, and then I started saying the meowie sucks because I just didn't know what was happening.
You just picked one of the more advanced characters for your intoxicated
guess-
state.
I guess so. I mean, to be fair, any character would have been advanced for me in that state.
I don't know.
watched
Milk
it.
kind of
Steven
kicked
was
ass.
like in the Steven was like in the verge of the dreaming and real world.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
he was. I typically can see when Steven's gone, and it's when he's not good at playing video games.
Once Andrew surpasses him in skill, there is a problem.
No, there, you know
That's
something's
when Steven needs
you know
to go to
something's
bed.
up.
And
Yeah.
I think the problem is we kept Steven up 1 hour longer
Yes.
than we should have.
It's true. What
I
time do you
think
go to
Steven, I
bed?
think if you had just gone to bed an hour earlier, even the next day would have been better too.
Oh, probably. I
Did you
think
tell
if
them-
I
did you
didn't,
tell them
no,
how
I
you
think-
were on
I
the,
think if I
just the
didn't-
ride
I-
back?
well, I was gonna say, but I think if I didn't drink that stupid peach tea Crown Royal,
Oh
that
yeah,
would've
shit
been
was
fine.
good though. I like that.
it was good, but I don't think that set with my stomach very well.
Probably not. Yeah.
deeply
And it was just like
sugary.
it was like the topper to like the
You had
entire
a
thing of plum
whole
wine
thing
that I
of plum
drank,
wine.
and then a bunch of
Plum wine
champagne.
and the
You
champagne.
finish off that champagne, and
Yep.
I had some like of those like too high things.
Oh my god, yeah, you had like 2 of
Yeah,
those.
too
Yeah,
much.
you were
Too much.
cranking, man.
Steven was soaring.
Yeah, listen, you got to go hard.
Of course. New Year's Eve
I-
is
then I
usually
don't
the
need to-
night I go the hardest.
Now I don't need to drink for another 6 months, and it's good.
There you
I'm
go.
pretty good now.
There you go.
Got it,
Not,
got it,
not
I got it all out
until
of my system.
Ludum Dare.
Yeah,
Yeah, but leaving
it is
your
Ludum
house,
Dare.
leaving your house was somewhat of an emergency.
Oh no way.
Just because
Basically, like I'm in between vomiting sessions, and then
Oh,
I was like, "We
fuck.
should go."
yeah.
I was like, "All right." Oh, it felt like it was like I'm like, "All right, maybe I'm done now."
yeah.
Because I
Because,
was like
uh,
breaking out into like a cold sweat and shit
dude,
too. It was
Because
awful.
I think I was up around the time you guys were, but I was just laying in bed waiting to hear like shuffling noises, and inevitably my mom or my parents catch you and start chatting, like, and then it'll go down. And then
Your
I think
mom did catch us
yeah.
briefly. Like I was not even. I'm like,
we,
I'm just
we
gonna
walked
keep
past
walking.
her in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Didn't
And she's
try
like,
to,
Steven, you're
hug
moving
goodbye
really
or
slow. And I was just like, yeah. And then I just started putting my shoes on.
Dude.
And she's like, all right, well, have a good one.
Yeah, because I think I
Soon
strolled
as-
down at like 9:30 to try and greet you guys, and Mom was like, "Your buddy's already left." I'm like, "Oh shit,
Oh,
that must have felt
Yeah, it
shitty."
was,
Because I feel shitty
it
right now,
was-
and now I got to go clean
it
up the
was
basement.
And yeah,
Well,
so
I tried my
basically,
best to clean.
No, it
Basically,
was
on
fine.
the-
I was just like collecting shit and bringing it upstairs. That's all it was.
Yeah.
But my
Yeah, there
mom
wasn't a
did
ton of
request
trash.
that we keep the chandelier up. So
Really?
the chandelier's still there.
hell yeah. Hey,
It's like,
we
I
made a
like this
lasting
thing.
and
This thing
permanent
looks
mark.
cool. I threw everything
That's
else out.
amazing.
So
Jared, we're supposed to reuse that.
I got the box.
Every year.
I got the box
Oh.
is still here. But I threw away
Okay,
like
we
the
keep the
the,
right
the
box.
curtain that snapped in half in the middle of the night.
Damn.
That was so devastating.
And I think the tinsel was already tossed. I don't remember taking it down.
It was all of that was in a pile
Yeah, I
ready to
think
go.
it was.
Oh,
in the
yeah,
garbage.
I just-
So I was happy
You
for you
must-
to take
yeah,
all
you
of that
probably
and
did.
toss it.
I just tossed it.
It's fine.
But I kept the box with all the
Awesome.
awards in it. I took
Oh,
all
yeah.
your guys' food except for the mochi ice cream, which, as is tradition,
Wait.
is still in the freezer in the
We
basement.
just need to
Every
we just
year.
need to eat it first. Next
Yeah.
time we're gonna eat it first thing. We're just as soon as we get to like wherever we're staying, we're just gonna eat it.
Yep.
Wait, how long has
People
it
like
been?
We don't eat it.
What's
Like,
that?
how long is this? Like, how old is this mochi ice cream?
Oh no!
it's a
Every
new
every
mochi
year
ice
we,
cream.
we every year we go to a Japanese market nearby. We get a bunch of like Japanese treats, and we always go like, "Should we get some mochi ice cream? We should get some mochi ice cream. Let's just not forget to
Mochi.
eat it." And then
Yeah.
every year, it just stays forgotten in the freezer until
And
someone.
it's for
So,
your parents, I guess.
oh, they will
parents
not
don't
eat
eat
it.
it.
They're freaked out about the fact that mochi's made of rice, so they're not going to eat it.
Well,
Also, it's
especially
red bean
was,
flavored.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
Whoa.
red bean flavor is like
That's
the most
not a
challenging
white
for them,
flavor.
I'm sure.
They are delicious.
They are.
Boats would never forget the mochi.
See, we think that too, Boats, but then somehow
We have so many other
happens.
delicious snacks and alcohol that are actually like in front of our eyes that we forget the ones that
Yeah,
are hiding
the
in the
problem
freezer.
is, yeah, the
I forget the
mochi's
stuff
in the
fridge.
freezer. We never open the freezer for anything.
That Boss Coffee, completely forgot about
I
it.
forgot about that's also
Oh.
still in there. I opened that up and it's like, he didn't
Yeah.
need it for the night,
It
I
was
guess.
in the- It was in the fridge.
It was in the fridge. I was constantly going in and out of the fridge to get some beers, but you definitely were not. You had
No.
your little bourbon there,
Yeah, it was
which
just pouring a little
my
bit at a
grandma,
time.
my grandma, my grandparents, and then my immediate family all came in for Christmas that day, and she was very pleased at that thing being half gone. I'm just like, hey, we
Oh,
cracked
really?
this last
She's
night.
happy
She's like,
that
oh,
you're drinking
wow.
it.
Yeah.
That's good.
I didn't drink a single drop of that bourbon. That was all you. But I was like, hey, look at the good time you gave me and my friend.
we're
She's like,
drinking
oh,
it.
yay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Aw,
Yeah.
that's all you want. Just let them know that we're enjoying their gift.
So, Jerry, are you aware of all of the awards that we gave out on New Year's?
Oh my
I
god.
am. I didn't. I couldn't participate it, but I'm because I.
But
was
are, but
like,
are you aware
I
what
was
won
like,
what? Are you
Yeah,
aware of the
I
award
was-
winners?
Yeah, do you know that?
Yeah,
We should've,
where's my
we should've
fucking
put a list
award?
in
Oh, you.
Discord.
Oh,
Oh, that's right.
I know. You told me
Oh,
like I
I
got
accepted
the
it
most
for
out
you.
of context award. Where's my
Did you
fucking award?
say-
I want trophy.
I
want
accepted
trophy.
it for you, and I'm gonna hold on to it till the next time I see you. I'll have
I
to-
want it right now. I want it.
You want
too
the
bad.
award for most problematic out of context Cabbage Crew member?
Yeah, exactly.
I
mean, you
exactly.
did-
It's
you
your
did
award,
earn it.
right?
You did
Yeah,
earn it.
Quick,
Well,
Jerry,
this is
say
an
something out
award,
of
right?
context.
When you say it, I can do it.
That's because it's when somebody says, "Quick, say something out of context." You already
Then
just
it's
put it in
immediately
context.
And there's the
True,
context
true.
right there.
True. True.
That was the
Also,
joke.
I was gonna ask where Jerry's picture is, but then I realized what
He's
you
right
did.
there.
I'm
Yeah.
like, never mind.
I wanted to
I
have
get
this
it.
whole surprise thing where we're all just have our stream overlays and Jerry pops up. He's like, "Why the fuck am I this?" But no, I had to just hard put your guys' images in. Oh, did you just see it? Jim?
Yeah. I was like throughout the whole movie. I was like Jerry, and I was
Oh,
like,
there's
"Ah."
something about me.
Here you go,
Oh,
Jerry. Thanks, Jerry.
there's the Avengers here, and one of them are Terry.
And just one Terry, yes.
Yeah, just
Andrew
one Terry.
Shea Mike.
Avengers and one Terry.
Shitty
Oh,
Mike
shitty Mike.
syndrome.
Shitty Mike, Andrew.
Yeah, you're in the bathroom.
But I guess just
Get out of there.
to refresh folks who maybe couldn't make it or maybe missed a few, we'll go over the awards here. Just a quick rundown. Let's see, where am I? There's this. We want the 16:9. There we go. Hi-ya. Bam. Am I here? There we are. Can y'all still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
but Real quick, can y'all hear me? Is my mic okay?
Can I join the parsec? Like
Yes,
10
you
minutes
finally
ago?
can, Jerry.
10 minutes ago.
He's been waiting for 10 minutes.
Every time I pulled up Parsec, I was like, Jerry's not requested yet.
He's no Jerry here.
No. All right, so
The breakdown.
the breakdowns here. Look at this shit. We got
Nice.
best stream character by a wide margin was Billiam Hiddington.
Buenos Diesel.
Buenos
What's up?
Diesel.
Buenos Diesel.
Glad to see you're
Miguel.
still alive, Diesel.
Oh my
Hey.
goodness.
Hey.
Y'all gotta start trying to make it to New Year's.
How's Ninja's foot doing? Is it still attached?
I hope so. Some of the tendons aren't apparently.
My
Nice.
goodness.
That's scary.
This
Yeah.
is what you get for cooking in your bare feet.
Well, this is why everyone
Oh,
should wear
Happy
chainmail all over their
New
body
Year.
at all times. Just
Exactly.
he's passed out drunk.
What? Oh, my goodness.
I can't
Y'all
help.
need help.
DJ T, thank you for the sub. A follow and then an immediate subscription?
Oh, you're
mate.
gonna regret that.
Is that you, Demon Wheeze? Because you joined the Discord and said in parentheses Demon Wheeze. I just wanted to
Oh.
make sure that.
Is
Oh,
it Demon?
wow.
Demon.
This is old
Oh,
Demon
oh,
Wheeze.
Demon!
What happened to other Demon Wheeze? Did you
did you
lose
change
did you lose
your
access to your account? New name, say oh okay, cool. That is actually good to know
okay,
because for next
got it.
for next stream, I will update your username on the bot so that you still get your custom cabbage. Because it's looking specifically
true.
for your
What up,
username.
Albus?
Hello, Balbus.
Happy
Good one.
New Year.
New year, new name.
And all that.
Okay, so first one was best stream character Billiam Hiddington by a wide margin.
Of course.
Ooh, a huge
Absolutely.
margin.
And then
Den
one
Jerry
person. There's
Washington.
then Jerry Washington.
Then Jerry.
One person each voted for Jacob from the Quarry, Earl Green from Bassmasters, and Karn from Martian Gothic.
Oh, Karn got a vote. That's
classic.
nice.
Karn got a
I
vote.
for
Yeah,
Karn. I like
Karn's a
Karn.
classic.
I do like Karn.
I remember you making fun
Oh,
of me
wow,
for
you're really-
drinking like 11%. Diesel's like, you should go for 13. And then 30 minutes later, we never heard from him again.
Oh,
That's we most want
good
to
to
be more
have you
personal.
back, Demon. We're
Good to
just
have you
gonna
back,
kill.
Demon.
We're still gonna call you Demon, but if we
Dude.
forget, you'll just have to
I,
remind us.
I,
D
I
for
relate.
demon.
I relate to wanting
D
to
for
like
demon.
consolidate your emails though, because dude, I had
Oh,
some
yeah.
some important accounts. I think my like Nintendo account was tied to the email that I made in high school, which was
Man.
jslawgamewiz at sbcglobal.net.
And
Global.
Fun fact: if you don't remember that password, get fucked.
You're fucked.
There's no
Yeah,
way for
you're
you to
not
get back
recovering
in.
You can't recover.
gone.
you are
It's
doomed.
evaporated.
So
Damn.
some for like in those years and like I think my early college years, that was the email I used for everything. So God forbid that is somebody's only way of contacting me, and they're just like, "Oh, it'd be nice to get in touch with Jared again. Let's shoot him an email."
If they're trying to,
'Cause that has happened. That has happened more than once.
Email, that's their own problem.
That's
Well,
true.
see, Jared, you still use your university email,
I
which
do.
shocks me.
That
Because-
is
So
shocking.
the
I
reason I
had-
use that one a lot is because I have unlimited storage space on Google Drive with that
No,
account.
still
Oh,
to this.
what?
For
Really?
the gift.
Holy shit.
Yes,
For
sir.
Whoa,
Yeah.
wow, that's-
Damn.
I had that
We store
account in
all of our shit on
perpetuity.
your drive.
That's amazing.
We should have
So-
stored our family Christmas on that.
we
And
should
student
have.
discounts. I could probably get student discounts with it, but I also have an active Utah account now too.
Oh, that is true. You get to like get
And-
software for free and shit.
Oh
now.
yeah,
things
no, I
come
got
with
like
there.
all the Adobe shit.
What?
I think I'm
That is
using school
cheating.
versions of like Office and stuff. But
Who
I get the
uses
Adobe
Who
shit from
uses,
Utah.
who uses
so.
Microsoft 365? Come on.
Yeah, what are you, like my dad or something?
So from now on,
I'll be
Gerard
able to
is
copy from one
universe-
document to another.
You can do that in Google Docs.
Sorry, I'm just making fun.
exactly.
Back to the awards.
Oh.
For most painful game,
Let's
one
go.
person voted for Beautiful Joe. And I think that's one of you guys,
That was-
Reds, right?
That was painful. It wasn't me.
No?
I voted definitely for
Uh,
Michael Jordan.
I can't remember. I might have voted for that
Gotcha.
because it was painful. It was more painful for me than it was for you. And I was like,
I don't know. It was
wouldn't
pretty
wanna
painful
watch-
for me.
Well, I think it was painful all around, but I wouldn't want to watch you play Beautiful Joe ever again. I was bored. The other games I could find entertainment out of, just like your misery and just be like, haha, that's
Fucked
funny.
up.
Beautiful Joe was just like bad.
Well, first of all, Beautiful Joe is it's just not a great game. It's not.
It's a decent
Surprisingly,
game,
I-
but it's not an entertaining one to watch because I think I was in like focus mode the whole time.
Yeah.
It's
Well-
just it's an arcade game.
And there was
Yeah.
nothing for us to talk about because you were just dying and we were seeing the same thing over
Yep.
and over and over and over and
Spam
over again. and
helicopters.
Helicopters and more helicopters. Oh.
Diesel, how did everybody vote for Michael Jordan? That's because 2 people voted for The Lion King, which I also
Yeah,
agree
it also
was
agreed.
painful. That one made me mad, but not nearly
See,
as mad
No votes
as
for
Michael
Super Mario
Jordan. Chaos in the Windy City.
I think Michael Jordan stands out because of how hard we tried.
We
to play that
tried,
game.
dude. Multiple
really did
weekends
really
we
try.
tried.
That is the one we put the most time into.
No
Other than Super
doubt.
Mario Sunshine.
And then I
2
just,
weeks.
man, I hit my limit.
There's almost so much you could do.
Mm-mm. This one's a fun one. Most heated arguments. We have
This was great.
one person voted for Encanto as a good /
I
bad
bet,
movie.
I bet that's Pomo.
Yeah.
Oh no, Pomo said chef.
One person is the breakfast food tier list. 2 people said, "What is a MILF?" And overwhelmingly, the discussion of whether or not Chef was a good or bad movie.
So
Because there
I've
was,
never-
yeah,
that
I
was-
agree with this.
Dude,
I've never had so much hate in my heart.
I remember going
Chef was
into
the one
that
actually
review.
was angry.
I remember going into that review, like with my fist balled, ready to go, because I thought I was going to be the
You thought you'd
only
be
one
alone.
on this side having to like justify my opinion. Thank God I had an angry, opinionated person on my side who could
God,
say
you
most
had
of the
Andrew,
things.
who hates everything on your side.
I don't hate everything.
No, because like even when we're discussing like most like mediocre movies and things, Andrew will still like focus on the positive stuff. But this one, like out the gate, he's like, "No,
Nah.
you're wrong. Like that's a wrong opinion."
I was actually surprised because this is like a most like mild movie that I
know,
can just
I know.
sit
We all
and
gave it
enjoy.
like 4 to
You
6
guys
out of
were like,
10s. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know who came out. Someone came out hot, and it made the rest of us hot.
That's what it was.
It could have been anyone, but I think
I
it
don't know
was
who it was.
whoever started talking first set
Yeah.
the tone for what was gonna happen, and then
Yep.
boom, it was just like
No, the way I
we all
remember
got entrenched.
The
You
way I
might be
remember it was
surprised.
Jared.
Yeah, it was actually Jared. You think it's Andrew? Actually, it was from Jared.
no. I
He
think
did
I think I remember exactly how it started. I came in worried that I was gonna be the punching bag, and then Andrew's like,
Yeah.
"Well,
Then I had your back.
no." He's like, Andrew was like, "Thank God Jerry's not here while I like make fun of his favorite movie of all time." It's like, "Oh, you didn't like it either?" So
Oh,
Andrew
yeah.
opened the door, and then I kicked it open. Like,
Yeah. Okay. That's how. Because it definitely, if anyone was gonna spark fire, it was definitely me.
Wait, what
I
you
can't
talking about?
remember.
I was there when we were reviewing.
I think.
Yeah,
I think
You-
but
it
I
was
think this was
before
like right
it was
before you
logged on.
logged on. Yeah.
that's. I think
Oh,
that's what
got
it
it,
was.
got
Yeah.
it, got it.
I think what it was is kind of what Steven said. All it took was for one. Jared made it clear, like at the gate, that there was going to be a discussion of like good versus bad,
Yeah.
and then all it took was for someone to like make it clear what their stance was, for the other side to go, okay, now defend yourself.
Like,
because
oh,
an idiot."
you're taking that stance so hard. Well, I'm gonna take the opposite stance even harder.
Objection, sir.
That one
Yeah.
for sure got the most heated.
Oh my
over
God,
Basically nothing, and then we all gave it 5s.
Because if
I think like the high scores that me and Jerry gave were like a 6 and a 7 or something.
That
you guys
just-
gave it like a 4.
A 4 and a 5.
that was the most
Five.
hilarious way I think we could have concluded that review of like us fighting all so hard for our opinions, and all of us
Pretty much
giving like
average.
pretty much the same score.
Yeah, you know,
I think
it's
what that shows though is we enjoy the arguing much more than we believe what we're arguing.
True.
God damn. And another thing, I guess, the reason Pride and Kanto didn't get too many votes is because that was more of just all of us being angry, like
Exactly.
not
Yeah.
at each other, but around a unified topic.
It was
Yeah.
We were
it was
unified.
not even
we were
a
unified
argument.
front.
Yeah.
And then Zach came in to just like light a match and just throw it into a barrel of gunpowder. It's like,
I
we
like
can all
the- I
agree
like the
that like the
music,
soundtrack slaps, right? Zach, we literally just
Zach,
finished like a
you see
20-minute discussion about the opposite of that opinion.
Oh, Zach,
You cannot
Zach,
come in here
Zach.
late with that opinion, buddy.
No.
Where do you think you are?
Is it, you guys don't like the movie?
Dwarf
Zach, you
it.
cannot have to stop showing up an hour and a half into stream. You just can't do this.
God. Biggest fail. We had one person
easy.
vote for accidentally killing Brenda Song in the freezer. The boomerang incident
Bruh.
from
Purple dough.
Purple Doe, long time no see.
What's
Very
up?
long time.
The
Hey.
boomerang's ending sequence from Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. I'm surprised 2 people voted for something that only I had seen, like the Ruds and
I don't
shit.
even know about this.
So basically, there are like batteries in Subnautica, and I was driving a submarine that was running on those batteries. So I'm just like, shit, I need to make like a battery charger thing so that I can keep these things topped off and this thing will never have to die. So I got all the materials I need. It was a very arduous process, and I decided to put the battery charger on the submarine. So I'm like, okay, cool, this is gonna be nice and convenient. I'm gonna put it there. And then immediately Roka's like, Jared, where do you think the power comes from to charge those batteries? It was the submarine batteries that I was trying to keep topped off. So I was basically just taking batteries from the submarine and just transferring the power from one to another with no net gain. God damn it. But apparently that pales in comparison to losing the
Oh, I
monster
mean-
bass.
That was,
Oh,
that was
is-
absolutely devastating.
You can't even
I'm
compare
still-
That was
I still have
was
nightmares about that.
legit devastation. I don't think I ever felt worse playing a game than when that happened.
God, no.
That
You
was
had to sit
Exactly,
there.
yeah.
You had to just sit
Roka.
there and let the time run out.
shit content. What
are you
What are you talking about? We're good.
We are like the best.
We do good stuff.
What up, bitches? Can't wait
We
for
have
another year
content.
of shit content.
Hey, but you called it content, so
You can't
Suck
take
it.
that back.
Yep.
cannot
Yeah.
take that back.
Don't you have a
still
jam
think
to be
it is
doing, Roka?
content.
Why don't you Godot do that?
Oh,
Yeah, why don't you jam it?
So this is a fun one. Best new stream feature. Now we got
No,
3
we
weeks.
got-
Oh yeah, you're on
Oh,
extra. That's right.
Do an extra. Got
Maybe we'll
plenty of
just come
time.
in
They're gonna wait until the last weekend and then basically.
And then the
I
moment they
legit jam.
submit it is the day that everybody pieces off from the website.
Oh, of course.
Oh, the poor extra
Classic.
people.
I don't
do
know
feel
how
for them.
else to do it though.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't either.
So we got best new stream feature. One person voted for Plinko. One person voted for Print to Jared. Most people voted for Discombobulate.
It's a good feature.
Fun fact:
A useful feature.
right now, all of these except for Plinko is broken. So I need to fix
Yay.
those.
Well, they
Yay.
were stream features from 2022, not
New
2020.
year. Yeah, we're
New year, clean
start from
slate.
scratch.
God.
Clean slate.
start from
Basically, just
scratch.
pretend like we.
You know what? Let me just delete the cabbage bot real quick.
yeah, don't just turn it off. Just delete.
We don't
it.
need it. We
New
don't.
year, new
New year,
features.
ready?
I have a couple
Go.
of ideas. Those will probably happen. Oh, here we go, Jerry. The most problematic out of context cabbage crew member.
Oh.
One person
We're
said
only 6
Andrew
days into 2023, and Roke is already threatening to unsub
after
Wow,
he
it's
just
a new
subbed.
record.
after he just.
What a waste.
2 people voted for me for being most problematically out of context.
Yep, that's.
And
that
then
tracks.
2/3 of people voted for Jerry.
Yeah,
Congratulations,
where's-
Jerry.
Where's my trophy? I want
I don't see-
I want that cheap bronze trophy, like covered in gold, looks like a gold. I want it.
I kind
Come
of want to
on!
have like
That's
shitty
great.
little participation trophies for next year.
If we
We'll see.
plan ahead,
We'll plan better next year.
Daddy, chill.
we'll see.
New year, new
we'll
sounds.
see.
That's a new sound.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of them are new
I didn't
sounds.
even look at those.
Jerry is out of control.
I just don't know what to do about him.
You can control me. I control you.
The gang lets
Oh.
Jerry speak.
Jerry's the puppet master.
Here's my personal favorite award of the night.
Wow.
Best takes.
Look
The
at
most
that split.
consistently correct opinion. We have a 3-way tie between Andrew, Jerry, and Jared. And one person clinched it for Steven.
Basically,
Your vote
I'm gonna
matters.
say my own vote clinched it for myself.
That, you know what? You're right.
And I'm sure you guys have all
We
voted for yourselves.
ourselves, right?
Hey,
I didn't actually. I don't think I
You didn't
did.
vote for yourself.
I don't
Did
think
you
I
not
did.
vote at all? Did you vote for me?
You
I
didn't.
might have
Okay.
voted for
Did you make me
Steven.
win?
Oh, wait a minute.
I don't know.
Steven and
I don't
Jerry
remember.
are Steven.
Who the hell thinks Andrew's
I'm
correct?
also-
At least 2 people.
That's
well,
crazy.
me.
If
me
you are
is one of
disappointed in
them.
the results, make sure you vote next time.
I think canonically, like I'm always right.
No, I don't
I
think.
don't think
no.
there's ever been a mistake. that
That's
I've
part of the
made in
cabbage
stream.
canon.
I think
Yeah,
we're
I
starting
think
to understand where the
That's
chef
part of the
debate came.
canon. Ninja, I thought you were past
You know,
that.
I kind of agree with this one. I think Steven is like a 99.9% right.
I think
Wait,
that
hold
sounds
on.
fair.
Wait a
You know?
minute. So Diesel voted for.
I'm at
Steven,
least.
So there's our 3
33.3%.
votes.
I don't
Is
remember if I
Jerry-
voted for Steven or not.
Okay, it's
the thing.
possible. Okay.
So, but I mean, I guess we can all agree on the next one. Worst
That
takes.
one is.
Uh,
I thought was gonna be a wow. But
I will proudly own this second place.
Yeah, this is because of the chef. You didn't like a
No.
chef, you get this.
No.
for me is a hater. Get out of here. I don't want you here anymore.
And then
Haters, get
a
out.
whole 50% of the pie chart goes to
Wow,
Andrew.
look at it. Yeah, Andrew, straight up. That was an easy one
I
for
don't.
me.
I don't understand this one. I
I,
think.
I
that
think
have a
so.
lot of
I
good
think I
reasons.
understand. It's a numbers game, Andrew. It's not that you have like the worst opinions. You just
It's the
have
most
the
people hate
most opinions.
Oh,
Okay.
And so it's just a numbers thing.
That is true. Mathematically, I was
Someone's
always
gonna
down
disagree with
this.
at least one of your opinions.
You just say
Andrew
more
is
things
just
on your
wrong.
mind.
I think
And
I'm
I'm
also really good at getting people to disagree with me. Nobody wants to agree. With me.
Well,
I think
no
that's
one
one
wants.
of
No
my
one wants to
traits.
be on your side. I think
No,
that's
no,
what it is. They're like,
never.
I don't feel right being like having the same opinion as you, so I have to take the opposite.
People
stance.
will give
Why
up
the
their
chef
moral
debate happen?
stances that they've held their entire lives if it means being disagree with me.
Yeah, that's how it works.
And you actually
It's their
enjoy
fault,
that,
not my
like
fault.
other people disagreeing.
Exactly.
I
That's
do.
the problem, man.
Agreeing is boring. Ugh.
Oh, here's a fun one. Most entertaining game. We have 1 vote for Super Monkey
Yeah.
Ball, 3 for SmackDown vs. Raw, and over 50% of people for Bassmasters Classic. So, over 80, almost 90% of our most entertaining games happened in like the first 3 months of the year.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
peaked
that's
early
true.
last year.
The fucking golden age,
Dude.
and then everything else was shit.
Those were the best.
There's some nuggets here and there.
We
Because
had moments.
Because
That's
immediately
all
after
bring back
this, we're 2 out of the
God.
3 nominees for
Oh.
most Meg game.
Oh,
Back to back.
the dark ages.
The Dark Ages.
Immediately Dark Age after Golden Age.
So we had Madison overwhelmingly the most Meg
Yeah.
game. I'm
Because we
surprised. I'm
expected
surprised
more.
people hated Ty more than Eternal Darkness, but
I am surprised because I still
I'm happy
like
with this
Ty.
result.
I'll still play Ty
Yeah.
I would.
again at some point.
I don't consider
it's-
Ty
it-
an overrated game. Ty is
It's
just
a,
a
definitely,
game.
it's definitely 100%.
Eternal Darkness
but it's
is absolutely
also
overrated.
it's also Jared was just bad at the game. That's why he didn't like it. Eternal Darkness is just a bad game.
Jared couldn't even do that boomerang thing at the end of the
Shut
game.
the fuck
Yeah,
up.
like what an
Yeah,
idiot.
so I think the reason I put this used to be like the most overrated game or the most I think that's what I was like, or most boring game or something. But I
Uh-huh.
put most meh game because like that takes into account not necessarily the game's quality, but like how it was to watch it on stream, you know?
Oh, that's true.
And they're really, if I were to vote on, you know what, I think I voted for Madison on this one. Like,
Yeah.
man, there wasn't anything to like get upset about with Madison. There was just like not
Nothing.
much. Like when I am stone faced, like watching your jump scare, you got a problem. Especially
Yeah,
me
that's
of all
scary.
people.
That's true.
Didn't think
That's
Madison was that bad.
Yeah, it wasn't awful. It was meh.
Yeah.
There was
Meh, yeah, it was
nothing
meh for sure.
special about it.
It didn't stand out, and
I
I'll
wouldn't
be honest,
recommend it to
I don't
anyone.
remember pretty much anything from the game. So
No.
We had
Looney's
we had a lot of expectation. That was the problem, I think.
Oh, I remember Loonies.
I'll remember that until I die.
They should just make a full jump scare game of Bloonies instead of trying to be clever, which they weren't good at.
Hey, that still works.
Yeah, because it's on my
At
Unity
least
bot
that
that I made myself.
Jared, why don't you just make everything into a Unity bot?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go ahead.
How hard?
Which
is
one
that
was
to get?
Madison again? It was the first person horror game with the camera.
No, he was the character, Madison.
Oh,
Where
she was
she?
some serial killer that we never saw.
It was meaningless.
Yeah.
And
Nothing
trite.
nothing in the Oh shit, I need to remake the wheel.
Remake the wheel.
Yeah.
Jared,
Oh,
remake the
everything's
wheel.
broken.
Wow. Makes a lot of
Jin,
Streamlabs.
Midori, Rama.
It was Blue Knees.
Yeah, well, about
is
blue
behind
legs.
Good old Blue Legs. Yeah, it was the one with like
Blue
taking
Legs.
pictures of shit, and that was pretty much it.
I think I'm
Really
out of one
shitty
of these,
characters.
but I'm not. I don't remember.
We listened to it multiple times because we're like, maybe
Listen,
it'll be
at least I
different.
remembered that part. Everything else about the game was forgettable.
True.
Mm. Oh, nope. we
I
don't
remember
want
I don't
Also,
have any
really
problem
dumb
forgetting
puzzles.
about it.
it. All right. Save settings. That seems bad.
You should get that looked at.
Well, that sucks, Ninja.
Sake! And I have restocked on Swedish fish because my mom stocked my stocking.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, Jared, did you get any of those Jack Daniels
I didn't this
advent
year.
calendar things?
No.
Okay.
I think my grandma has replaced. Oh, Soko's a thing too. Shit. I'll add that for next one. I think my grandma has replaced that Jim Beam advent calendar with just a straight up bottle of bourbon.
I mean,
Hey,
that's
I
probably
mean,
a
I'll
better
take-
deal. The Jim
take
Beam
the
didn't
bottle
seem
of
like it was
bourbon.
very good
It wasn't.
from your
It was
from your reactions last
the only
time.
the only value it served was for comedic purposes on stream. That was it,
And it was comedic.
dude. Nasty shit. Nasty shit. All right, I'm
Ew.
gonna go,
It is a
I'm gonna go
nasty
grab
shit.
my sake.
Get the sake. Get the sake.
All right. Well, while Jared's gone, I want to rant about something really quick, and I think everyone will agree.
Go ahead.
And maybe
Oh, yeah.
Steven, you've even experienced this. But
I don't know. It sounds like a wrong opinion to me.
No,
It is all.
And
Sounds
as,
like a 50% wrong.
as the
opinion.
award-winning right opinion, I'll be a judge if it's like something normal.
Yeah, there's a chance, 50-50 chance.
I am an award winner.
It could
so-
be wrong, it could be
but
right.
if Steven has the best takes, then and he agrees with me, then that'll mean that I have what is considered a best take.
Oh, this instance of a best take, yeah.
Okay.
One take.
Only one instance.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's my take. I have a
All right.
serious problem with the amount of dogs in airports now.
All right, I
What?
agree with you. I'm on board right now.
I have never seen more shit in an airport, multiple airports, than I have this last New Year's or Christmas air flight travel. Literally, obviously coming or going from San Francisco to Detroit, lots of dogs. And seeing them literally, apparently now, I don't know if they have designated areas for this or not, but I was watching owners with their dogs letting them take shits in the middle of the hallways. Just
What?
As if
What?
this was
Where?
where they were supposed to do it.
The
In
airport.
at SFO.
What?
The
Literally
fuck?
just in, you know,
Ah.
that
Just because
hallway with all
people
the
shit
glass
all
on
over
one
the
side.
streets doesn't mean your
Yeah,
dogs
like
can shit
the-
everywhere. What the fuck?
Yeah, like
I couldn't-
how
I
you
couldn't
get to like the
believe it.
Delta terminal, like there.
That literal
Oh my
hallway, Steven,
God.
where that
You mean
there's,
like
glass
inside
on one
the
side, and there's
airport?
sometimes
Yeah.
people are just sort of sitting in the chairs on the side waiting for a flight or something. That long little
Yeah.
hallway. Literally, people with their dogs just openly, not saying like, "Oh no, hold on," just, "Nope, that's where you do it. I've got the bag."
Oh my god. what?
Oh, shit.
We talking about
talking- we're
airports?
talking
Oh,
about
you got
airports.
some
We're talking
LAX
about-
stories, Roka?
We're talking about the number of dogs plaguing airports.
Oh,
now.
fuck Southwest. Oh,
Well,
fuck Southwest always.
Why are you flying Southwest?
I need a Kampai Ninja.
I think just in general. Oh, you got fucked by Southwest?
a lot of people did
Oh,
this
fucking
year,
everyone.
I think.
Oh, because you got one of your flights canceled. I'm assuming.
Yeah. I just don't like their
3,000.
seating. Four times.
Four times. Dude, just stop flying Southwest. Why are you flying
Campy.
Southwest?
It was
Listen,
probably.
I get that it's
Wait,
cheaper.
Hey, there's a
Oh,
problem
man.
for you. You had to find another flight when you got cancelled 3 times.
Dude.
Oh,
I just hate
No.
their seating arrangement. That gives me so much stress.
First come, first serve kind of deal. Is that what it is?
I
I
hate
thought
it.
that was Spirit that did that.
No,
Or
it's
is that something?
Southwest.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't like that either.
Yeah.
But Steven, when I got to Detroit to take off and come back to San Francisco, at Detroit,
shit.
there was this one was actually funny. There was
Oh.
so much shit on the ground and it was smeared everywhere because it was also the #1 day for everyone to go back where they were going. So the airport was
course.
insane.
Oh my god.
And luckily I had plenty of time, so I was just sort of I wasn't scared or anything. My flight got delayed. I had an extra 2 hours, so I was really casual.
Wow.
Everyone else was in panic mode because they're all about to
course.
miss their flights. And
They were doing that thing like in Home Alone where the entire family's running
Sprinting.
through the airport because they're
did
late.
you
But then
guys
they leave
fly
their
back
kid
on
at
New
home.
Year's Day?
I did.
Steven did,
Okay.
I flew back at like 10:30 at night.
which was apparently the way to do it. There was no one at the
it
airport,
was.
There
yeah,
was
no one at
barely
the
any
airport.
problems
It
for
was
me
awesome.
flying out on the second. Weirdly.
right? No, I
enough.
flew out on the 3rd, and that was apparently
Ooh.
the doomsday for.
Well, yeah, because a
travel.
lot of people. Yeah, I guess so.
I would have assumed the 2nd would have been the worst, but apparently the 3rd was absolute chaos at Detroit. There was actual shit on the floor from dogs, and it was being smeared everywhere. And there was this woman ineffectively trying to divert people around it, but no one was paying attention, so people are just walking through. Dog
And
shit.
that's just gonna be on the
I'm
plane. Oh.
Yeah. I'm standing in a line next to this,
God.
just watching it and sort of laughing at people because they're not noticing. And this woman, I think she thought it was funny too, because all she would have had to do to really block it, because there was a cleaning cart there, just
Yeah.
move the cleaning in the way of the path. But all she did was just from a few feet away say, "You shouldn't walk through there.
Watch out
You
for the
shouldn't
poop."
walk through there."
Oh,
God.
So many
no.
Hacking through there.
wow.
So dogs were a massive problem, and also the elderly. So the dogs and the elderly
the-
were working together to
Oh, yeah.
Were
basically
the elderly
all
shitting
share-
themselves too?
Well, No, the old people all just had a bunch of questions up at the baggage claim or the baggage drop off.
Yep.
And they always have I don't even know what they can possibly be asking. I
Well,
think they still
especially now
expect to
that
get
like
their-
you're at least on Delta, you're
have a
expected to tag
conversation.
your own bags, like
which is so
still,
easy.
Still,
It's
dude,
so easy.
dude. There was one person. I was in line, my bag's tagged, and I'm going through, and I'm not really paying attention to anyone. And I hear this guy behind me say like, "You got to put it through first, and then take the adhesive off." This one like, she was probably younger than me, not by much, but a little younger
Oh,
than me,
no.
who could not fathom how to get this thing
What?
on her luggage. He had to like
No.
step by step instruct her how to
It's
do this,
written
and
on
she
the
was
back.
she was
It
trying to
tells
take.
you.
So he's like, so you gotta put that in there and then peel that off. And she starts trying to peel off like the middle part. He's like, no, not that one. It's like,
Oh no!
Rip off the one that says number 1. There's a 1, 2, 3 for your brain to read.
yep. She was baffled by how to get that thing on her luggage. So
Jeez.
it wouldn't
How are
surprise
we
me
so
that like
unequipped to handle this?
it wouldn't surprise me that somehow self-tagging your stuff is like just
That should
too
be
much.
the most easy thing you ever have. The fact that you can probably
What
do
up,
it faster
Daddy?
than hey, Dad. The fact you should be able to do it faster than the people
Hey,
working behind the
Daddy.
counter.
Yeah.
You should be able to you literally go up. You should for anyone to not have the boarding pass on their phone. I see no excuse for that. I don't understand how you cannot have the boarding
Oh,
pass. on
thank
your
you,
phone.
Daddy. I
All the
worked
Hollywood
harder than I
Broad
should have
advancements
on that.
in 2023. There's lots.
Dad's
to be proud
finally proud of me.
of. That's all I ever wanted to hear.
Oh, it is proud of me.
I have it on my phone, plus I print it out. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I mean, you
That's-
have the
that's
option to
planner.
print it
You're
out when
prepared.
you like get your bag tags and stuff like that.
That's
Sometimes
true,
it'll
you
ask
can
you
print
like,
off
you want to
the-
print it
yeah.
out.
The boarding pass. Yeah, I
Yeah.
assume the boarding pass, not the highlight reel.
What did I miss? We're talking about airport stories, and then we're going through the TLDRs of
The
the
winners.
awards right now.
Yeah.
Awards.
Which brings us to play this game more. Damn it. One person said
I want to point
Toomba.
out. I want to point out that Subnautica did not
I
win
did
the
not
most
expect this.
entertaining game.
It's not entertaining, but they want him to play it.
That's weird.
A lot of people said Pokemon Master Trainer.
I voted Pokemon
I
Master Trainer.
I
would
abstained from this
known.
vote.
Did
The suns aren't visible on stream because everyone updated their shit, and now my stuff is broke. So,
2023 is a broken year.
It's
yeah.
blessed.
Y'all didn't watch Subnautica Reds. Yeah. That's why they're
No.
upset that it
Yeah.
won.
Yeah,
Votes
because I'm not gonna
voted
watch
Toomba?
Jared
What?
by himself. That's lame.
Stream's meh without the Ruds.
I've heard that.
Sorry,
That
what did you
is
say,
a
Roby?
real thing that's been said. So I don't.
Rest
After
in
flying on
Jared,
3
right?
different flights, 3 different airlines recently, the instructions on the back of the self-print tags are not consistent, and it took me a few minutes the first time because it was not entirely obvious which part you need to peel and where you need to stick. So if it
So
wasn't
Rook is
labeled,
embarrassed.
if it wasn't labeled and it was my first time doing that, I can see like maybe messing up the steps. But when it is, and it has
When
like not
literally
only
the instructions
numbers
are
but
written.
like pictures and
Pictures.
instructions on how to do it.
It
You don't
shows
have to
that
do
it's
it.
a-
You don't have to do it quick and like immediate, but you should
can
be
go
able to
off to the-
figure it out if you read it like
Yeah.
a couple times.
It's
It
not
shouldn't be like this
advanced
crazy thing
science.
where
It's
someone
a-
has to
it's a
walk you through
sticker.
it.
It's a sticker. How do you think a sticker goes on? The worst thing, like I can see
It's-
people maybe putting it around their wrist or something though.
Like, all right, I'm ready.
I'm going to
go.
Salt Lake City.
What?
I would
Get
be
outta here.
shocked if that hasn't happened actually.
And then they have to just peel it off their skin.
They put it right onto the hair.
And here we
All
are.
boats, Toomba.
Stream moment of the year. Did not expect a 2-way tie. I could have
Look at that
broken
video.
this tie, but I
Look, it's
I
a peace
abstained. It is a peace sign. Look at that.
Peace and
One
love, peace
person
and
really
love.
loved the friend like me moment.
It's a good
That's a
moment.
great moment.
The Eternal Darkness Screaming Room was the sole
gross.
vote of Ninja.
Aw.
And then we
That's a good
have a 2-way tie between catching the monster bass, my personal favorite moment,
I voted
Yes.
for it.
I also voted.
and one of
for-
my
Oh,
nieces has
really?
a great ass.
Yeah, I know. I wonder who voted for that one.
Who the fuck voted to put that one?
3 people.
I'm gonna go on a limb and say Pomo, Diesel, and
Loca, probably.
some other random
Maybe
person.
Jerry-
boats or something.
Jerry, did you see
Statistically.
Pomo's Christmas gift?
What
The thing that he
Christmas
shared.
gifts did he get?
made a
Let's
game.
take a look. Yeah.
It was Roka.
Yeah, he
I
made a
don't
game.
think that's how it.
Let's see here.
Show him my gift.
This is the.
Show it.
Let's take a look at what he gave us here.
My goodness.
Did not see that coming.
That's good one.
I think I start messing around with it too.
Nice.
What a snazzy looking New Year's setup too.
Yeah, do y'all realize the lengths that we went through?
Man,
We put a lot of preparation. Well, I was running off of my 8-year laptop. Don't judge me.
In his parents' basement.
it looked fine to us.
Yeah,
Just not
Yeah.
on
that was
screen.
all good.
From my memory, everything was.
What is your
buttery smooth.
number one clip right now?
Listen, we're not
it's
going
still
up number one clips because you guys watched it way too many times.
Yeah, we all
It's not-
know what it is.
the decorations looked good. That's where you're wrong.
They did look good.
We literally tried to seek out the most kitschy looking things.
Wait,
That stuff really
What are you
jumped
saying?
out at us at
you're
the
saying
Walmart.
you didn't like the decorations, Jared? After me and Andrew
Wait a minute.
all the time to hang those up in the weirdest way
said-
possible?
Ugh.
I thought
Unsettling.
you think you know a guy.
Is Ninja recreating this screaming clip?
Is she just screaming right now?
So there you go.
Okay,
There
okay.
was the 2022 inaugural cabbies. And
Oh,
we
what a
really pulled
whirlwind.
out all the stops for those. We had professional lighting and music
oh yeah.
and,
The lighting.
and,
It was
and
intense.
props.
I like that we came up with a way to make those things effective, though.
Hell yeah.
I enjoyed every time we had to unveil one of them.
It was, yeah, because we were doing it every 5 minutes.
Every 5 minutes at the end.
Got that a little down
Which
wire,
the
but
announcements
it's fine.
would almost always take 2 minutes. So it was really every 3 minutes.
It was probably every 3 minutes, yeah.
Wait,
No, it's
start them
fine.
again. I missed the beginning. So
Let's go back up
just
to the
just
top.
a quick
He's messing with
TLDR.
us.
A quick TLDR. Best stream character, Billiam Hiddington. Most painful game, Michael Jordan. Most heated argument, Chef is a bad movie. Biggest fail, losing the Monster Bass. Best new stream feature,
Yes.
Discombobulate. Most problematic, out of context Cabbage crew member, Jerry. Best takes, Steven by a sliver. Worst takes, Andrew by
Huge
not a
mile.
sliver.
Well, no.
Most entertaining game, Bassmasters Classic. Most meta game, Madison. Play this game more, Subnautica. Stream moment of the year, Catching the Monster Bass. And my niece has a great ass.
Oh
He
yeah.
said it.
He said it.
You said it.
Said it. You mean it.
We should have had a category for biggest questions from 2022, and then the one that would have
Oh.
won is what would Jared rate his cousin's breasts?
That is a really big question we never got an answer to.
No starting anyone's best. Okay, I got you. No.
Don't you dare humor him.
All right, here's the highlight. I won the most correct and most brilliant and handsome Cabbage member.
I don't think that
I
was.
I think that was part. I think that was part of it.
That
I'm pretty sure
wasn't.
that was part of it.
That wasn't in the wording.
I remember hearing something about
They didn't.
most handsome.
They didn't say anything about that. It
Pretty
was-
sure.
We can add a category for that for
It
next
wasn't a
semester
category.
or next
Wasn't
semester.
a-
Oh my
Ooh.
god!
Man, Jared
Next
is
year.
absolutely insane.
semester. Oh man, we should do a cabbage yearbook. We like print like we put people's like custom cabbages in a like little yearbook, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
they can submit quotes to it, and then we have most.
We'll have like their inauguration, their like
an.
inauguration
Yeah.
date and stuff, when they first got their cabbage.
Oh,
Did you guys make the Christmas movie thing? You guys made? Yes, we watched
we-
it
yeah,
at the end.
We debuted it.
We watched it at the end of the night, which was like what 2, 3 in the morning.
We were. I don't know if Steven even remembers.
Just
us watching
YouTube
Christmas.
Red Family
I-
Christmas.
I remember it. I
Which,
remember
by
starting
the
it,
way,
and I remember ending it.
and then going to bed.
Another-
somewhere in
another
between
fun
there, I
thing.
lost consciousness.
another fun thing about that is, for the most part, our stream was totally fine content-wise, except for a couple of minutes
I just. Well, I like
where
well, I like what we're
copywritten
saying
music
here,
was playing
where I get
during
to
the
just
Red
use,
Family Christmas.
Oh no!
Oh no, that makes sense.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
copywritten
Yeah.
material in there.
We can't stop that.
No.
Oh, it caught the National Treasure music.
Of course it did. It's fucking Disney.
The song that got it demonetized or like
Like
copyright
blocked. Yeah.
blocked
in
or
certain
whatever
countries.
was the Christmas, the most
Oh, the
wonderful time of
famous,
the year.
the big
Yeah.
Christmas one.
Ah, the one Christmas song that you put in there to remind people that these
Yeah.
are for Christmas.
This
Yeah,
is a
we didn't-
Christmas movie.
I swear, it is a Christmas movie.
Promise.
If you connect it to all the others, it is a Christmas movie.
It's true. There is. It's like Die Hard.
It literally has
Yeah.
Santa and elves in it, and it takes place at the North Pole.
I mean, come on. It's
Harsh.
Christmas.
Explain how it's not a Christmas movie. Although it is funny to hear, because we've questioned this before, but no one's ever said it out loud. But I think this was the first year that someone in our family, I forget who, was like, so we're not dancing anymore.
Oh,
It's like,
Oh damn!
I mean, yeah,
The
you
funniest was
you
definitely,
eschewed
Killian's
the
reaction.
dance number for like all the different sets and the setup for the next movie, essentially, because that's usually when you show the credits, right? During the
Yeah,
dance
yeah.
number. But now it's just
Uh-huh.
like
Yeah.
showing. God, who made it into outer space again?
that was Andrew.
I'm in outer space.
You're in outer
yeah.
space.
Steven's in North Carolina.
I'm
that-
getting the big juice.
Oh, you are
Uh,
you're getting all.
We
kinds
don't
of-
know
Yeah.
what's happening to the fanatic.
I don't know.
It's-
I don't know if stuff is getting put into me or taken out. I guess I'll find out.
things are happening. There are
Things are
plans. Don't you
happening.
worry. Don't you worry.
Hey, Jared, you're
Omar.
not dead though.
I'm not.
That's good.
I'm not. And
You
I
just
was
went-
I was the
You just
key.
went to the bathroom.
The
at an
secret
infinite
lied with
time.
me.
It did.
You mean he's a
You mean he was a key? Could it really be that?
Could it really be that, Jared?
Oh.
We enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
I'm trying to think what else. Oh, we got the first official cameo from the Slosky parents. They showed their faces
Oh,
on
that's
screen.
true.
Near the
You got
end.
to see the
Oh, that's
Slosky.
true.
Yep. So if you stuck around for long
Doing
enough, or
that.
if you just watched the VOD, you'll get to see my parents.
Where we're like,
overrated.
hey, you guys could be on camera, and they're like, no, we don't want to do that, and then they proceeded to walk into the view of the camera.
Oh no, my dad seemed gung ho. He was just like,
Yeah, no,
Oh, yeah,
Paul
he
was
didn't
ready.
care.
Paul came
But,
down and he's like, I'm gonna do the stare bit, guys. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, my mom's like,
your dad was definitely
"Hi."
drunk.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
He
Your mom
turns
was
into
being a
goofy
little bit more
dad
bashful.
mode.
Oh, your
he's
dad's
drunk.
hilarious when
Yeah,
he's a
he's
little
great.
bit drunken.
And you can get some hard truths out of my mom if you just get enough alcohol into her.
That's
Who's the
much
dumbest of
easier
your
than-
kids?
the dumbest Slosky.
What a question. And she thought about it.
No, she didn't think
She
about it.
had an
didn't
answer out the
She
gate, and then
had an
she
answer.
double checked
She-
herself.
She thought about saying it, and then she
Oh
decided
no,
not
I
to.
can't say this.
Yeah.
I can't say this.
But we all know.
We know.
We know.
Now we know.
No.
I know.
But yeah, fucking what else other than Steven puking his guts out literally apparently all night. I didn't realize y'all had such a miserable
also-
night
yeah,
down there.
I was gonna say this earlier, but literally on the drive home,
On the drive.
I was like, Andrew, pull over.
Oh
And
man.
I puked out of this, I opened the door and just puked down on the,
It's
on the
a
street.
it's a dire situation when Steven can't control his vomits because usually
Oh, you
he's
know
like
You know
he's
it's
beyond.
he's like fucking Buddha with that shit. He pukes when he wants to.
Yeah, not this time. This time
Yeah.
it's just like, nope.
I felt
didn't
bad
puke in the
because
car, though.
there's nothing we could
That's
do
good.
about it. We need to get
Yeah.
home, right?
Yeah.
'Cause luckily, Steven was staying in the basement, so he was sort of segregated from the rest of the house, so he
Yeah.
could do whatever he
And
wanted.
right next
in the
to a
bathroom
bathroom.
down there.
You know?
Yes,
so
right
as
next
far
to
as
the
our parent, Steven was just really tired from
Well,
not sleeping all night. And went,
Yeah,
although
I did walk in. I did walk
right.
in, and I was like, I just got to grab my water bottle from upstairs and take it downstairs with
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
I forgot
sure enough,
about
standing in the kitchen is my father, and just being like,
How was
and
you
I just
guys'
grab
night?
it. I'm like, morning, and I just walk, and I just go immediately downstairs.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I was curious if anyone tried to talk to you on your way in.
Man.
No. I just said morning. He said good morning, and then I went down. And he just like chuckled.
I forgot about
Yeah,
your
he was.
family's relationship with alcohol or lack thereof.
We don't want them. I mean, they're not going to be. It's not like we have to hide it or lie about it, but we certainly don't want it to be a
Not gonna get
visible
in
thing
trouble.
for them.
Yeah,
But, you know,
it's
We
more
don't
of like
want-
a
we don't
don't
want
ask,
them to
don't
have
tell
to
kind of
be-
thing.
Yeah, so
like Andrew's
obviously,
smoking. Don't
pretty
tell.
much. Although, so Steven, you know how I had that shirt that I drew and stuff, and there's a bunch of people on there, and one of the like characters is always like me. I drew myself on it,
Of course.
and I'm
Are you
smoking
in there.
the drawing.
Did mom
And
see that?
I did get I got a text from mom because they all bought this shirt, and now they all have their own their own shirt with this drawing that I made that has me on it. And apparently Ashton asked, "Is that Andrew smoking in the bottom?"
Whoops.
And Dad, apparently, this is what Mom said. Dad said
boy.
in response to Ashton, "No, he's just chilling out."
That sounds
Makes it
worse.
sound like I'm getting high.
Yeah, like you're smoking weed or something.
Relax, man.
Yeah, relax.
So I tried to dodge that. I'm like, "Oh,
relax,
sorry,
man."
you know. Just sometimes when I draw myself, I'm smoking. That's how other people see me."
Jesus Christ.
But now they're all gonna have pictures of me if they wear the shirt of their son smoking on it.
That's awesome.
Smoking
Oh,
whatever it
man.
is.
Well, now they think I'm
really know.
smoking weed, which is wrong. It's a cigarette.
You're in San Francisco.
Apparently, Pink Floyd just started playing in Dad's head, and he's like, "Oh, I know what that is."
Doobies with my brothers.
Doobie Brothers.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think that was pretty much it for New Year's. We were all just like frantically writing down the awards and then just like doling them
yeah.
out. I didn't go through all of the movies that I watched.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
almost did. You made it through Clerks 3.
Clerks
Elf,
3, Elf,
And the
Christmas
first,
Vacation, the first Top
Christmas
Gun.
Vacation.
Top Gun.
Okay.
All of which, I think, except for Christmas Vacation, which I think I gave a 5. I think the rest of them got like 4s.
Oh yeah. Elf got a solid 4.
Shut up, bro. I'm gonna ban you. First ban of the year incoming.
You don't need to get unsubbed if we just ban you. Oh, this reminds me that I saw 2 new movies recently that I have
Jesus.
strong opinions about.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Well, let me give a
The
quick
ones that you've seen,
TLDR
Steven.
of the ones I've seen. So, Top Gun Maverick, leagues better than the first one. Not even close.
Oh yeah.
It's actually an entertaining movie. Maybe a 7, high 6,
Seems
low
fair.
7. Yeah,
Okay.
That seems
it,
fair.
it was entertaining, but there's
it's
nothing.
Entertaining movie.
It's a slightly above average movie, mostly because just like how well done it like made.
Yeah,
it
the
was.
action is
The
absurd.
presentation.
The jet scenes are
it's cool.
ridiculous. But I didn't really care about the characters all that much. So.
Sure.
Nah.
But it was just pure like popcorny entertainment. It was fun.
Yeah.
It made me feel emotions at the right times, and then I forgot about it
Yeah.
after I was done. So it did its job. And then shit, I think I watched one more movie, right?
So many movies.
I know it. Fucking
So many movies.
torture.
Hey, you know what though? Respect to you for trying to make your parents have a better Christmas.
Oh, of course,
That's
yeah.
not easy to do.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Clerks 3, Elf, Christmas movie, or Christmas Vacation, Top Gun Maverick. You know what? I actually think that's all of them.
All right.
Oh, okay.
There might be
Oh,
one.
you're
I'm missing.
leaving out all the SNL sketches that you had to watch too.
Oh,
You know,
God.
objectively the funniest comedy ever written.
Oh yeah.
Man.
Clearly.
Having to, it's not easy having to fake laughs for like an hour and a half.
Oh
Oh
no.
boy.
Rough.
I just sit there and be like, that's not funny.
See, the funny thing is, Steven, at our house, we were in charge of what we were watching.
Yeah,
yeah,
y'all
we
were putting
were.
out a bunch of anime and shit. I was like, damn it.
Our
And
grandmother.
the
I just need to
extended
be
edition of
I
Lord of
just
the
need to be
Rings,
like
all of them.
sitting around like my mom who's bursting out into tears because my brother canceled their babysitting thing. And I was like, oh my god.
Oh.
And then I also have to sit around on the couch while my mom tells me not to get vaccinated and that the COVID virus is a man-made virus. So
Oh my God.
that's all fun.
Yay!
It was
I
a
was trying to have a
great
Christmas here.
all the while trying to be present for the holidays while I needed to simultaneously be present for the holidays so that my mom wouldn't fucking kill herself. And
Yeah.
also I needed to be like isolated enough to where I didn't give my dad COVID because they had a
Oh.
Florida trip happening the day after I left.
Right.
So I had to ride that line for 2 weeks.
Ugh.
Oh,
stuff.
for 2 weeks.
What a
Fun
new
stuff.
Christmas.
Your dad was good though, right?
must
Did
be
he never
hard.
get
Must
COVID?
be hard.
He never confirmed he did. I mean, he was
Oh.
he was testing.
You never
who
got
knows?
any symptoms or anything though. As far
From
as
my
you know.
perspective, he got symptoms near the end. But if he was
You said
testing,
he was
if,
testing though.
if he said he was like, that's what I'm saying is like,
Oh.
I hope he was testing. Because
Oh.
like
Oh.
he kept
okay.
telling us he
Well,
was negative, and
whatever.
that he was testing. So he's one of those people who like probably wouldn't tell you if he was positive. So
Yeah.
Probably.
whatever. I did my
It's
best.
fine. It's fine.
So
You've
yeah,
done
I
your
trust
job.
Paul. I trust Paul.
I trust him with my life.
we haven't gotten Cabbage Pup yet. I have not gotten any notification from my PO box that it has arrived. So
Are you supposed to get a notification at your PO box?
yeah, well, I also just like logged in and checked my PO box and says no pending mail. I'm like, all right, cool. So hopefully sent it to the right PO box.
Oh.
But I will let you know the moment I do. But yeah, so that was my holidays. Fun stuff.
Oh.
How does it feel to be back home and getting ready for the next semester?
It feels nice that I just like I'm back to doing whatever the fuck I want. Really,
Yeah,
So-
on a minute-to-minute basis, doing whatever you like. Does feel good.
it is nice.
Are you ready for babysitting?
Oh.
'Cause it's gonna be a babysitting. Ooh.
Oh, for next
I shouldn't
semester?
say it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
that.
I'm figuring some things out. I gotta need to make some preparations for that, but it will all happen with time. I'm sure as shit not babysitting my God, what's he called?
God,
Nephew. No.
What's that thing
No.
you
He's
call
still-
my brother's kid?
He's still on the list of top babies I don't care about.
all right.
Like I think it's just me of just like everyone, including my sister, is so enamored with this little sack of flesh, and I think I just don't have any sort of interest in human beings until they're like conscious. You
Well,
know?
you just have no connection to this one specifically.
And it doesn't have any connection to me. So like,
Yeah.
why
They do
should
to
I
you.
care about this thing?
No,
It doesn't even know who I am.
Different. I think it would be different, similar to like a cat would mean nothing to you if it was like just a little kitten and literally just moving around and you needed to feed it and stuff every time. Like when it's really, really small.
Well, the
I
thing
think
is, like,
what
cats
makes
are cute, so I probably would enjoy that.
Well,
Babies are
well,
not.
Jared, you can
I
pet
think
a
it's,
baby.
I think it's proximity. So I think if you were to spend so when me and Steven were at home and
Uh-huh.
our little sister was born, like obviously babies are meaningless to me if they have nothing to do with me.
Sure.
But a little kid that I see every single day growing up and stuff.
I
Like,
guess
obviously
maybe.
you're gonna have some sort of attachment to that. If
Yeah.
you're actually holding it and like putting it to sleep and all of that stuff, if you have any sort of intersection with the life of that thing,
Yeah.
basically is what's gonna make you care. But if you're just visiting once a year and you just see this little mushed up ball of like you said flesh, then
It's
yeah,
like,
it would be
wow, he
meaningless.
said bah. I'm like, cool.
It's not a
That's
real word.
great.
Check the dictionary.
He's pointing
idiot.
at everything and saying bah. He's not saying ball. He's just making noises because he can. Because that's what
You're
babies
so,
do.
You're so cynical though.
I know.
Bah, bah.
I know.
You're so cynical.
I know.
Jared,
Because
Because
listen,
I know
understand-
if that was
understand
my kid, I
admitting-
know if that was my kid, I would
Yeah.
love it to death. But I
Yeah,
do not care about this thing.
yeah.
All right,
Like,
interesting opinion, but I was not
That's
like
what it
talking
sounds
about little baby
I know,
sitting.
but that
I was
brought
like-
up that brought
Get
up
on the minor
like
subject.
yeah that brought up essentially just like another huge component of the break was just everyone fawning over the baby, which I do admit takes a lot of pressure off of me now, being the one out of
That's
state
true.
kid that nobody sees. Everyone's focused on this baby now, so that's very very relaxing. But
That is the beauty of
I just-
young kids in the family. Like Steven and I don't have to worry as much about our family, knowing that our
Yeah, there's
sister has
grandkids
kids
to worry
now.
about.
Yeah.
But
Still misunderstood. I was like talking about like a babysitting for the next semester.
because I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
because
yeah.
I was
knew that.
similar. I was similar
Oh,
with
you got
my
that. Okay, got it.
goddaughter.
Yeah.
I was similar with my goddaughter where I didn't give her like a shit about her until she started actually like talking and having opinions and thoughts. Then,
Yeah,
like
but-
for some reason, I
but
started
again-
connecting with her more.
I still think it's proximity.
I think you're
if
right.
You only
I think
see
you're right.
if you only see this thing that doesn't have personality once a year, why should you feel anything?
Yep. No, I think
But
you're
I also
absolutely
usually
wouldn't
humans
just
do
go
that.
down. I would be careful not to just say that like all babies are meaningless until they can talk, kind of a thing.
No, it's just for me. It's like I don't connect with any like babies unless
It doesn't
I'm
make people
probably
project
interacting
until
it day to
4 years
day.
old, Andrew. In Jared's mind, you can abort anytime before 5.
until they can watch and appreciate Kuon, or no, not Kuon, Kaon.
It's just one of those experiences that I just haven't had yet, of just like some sort of deep connection with this nascent human being.
Yeah,
that's-
like an experience
can't
that
be- can't be
I
expected.
won't love you until you love the Kaon. Grow up.
See, now y'all are putting words in my mouth.
Even though they're true words.
So, yeah, that was pretty much my holidays. Did
Hey,
did y'all
it's
have
over-
any
it's
like
over.
family that visited outside of you guys?
Grandma visited.
Our grandma is. I think she's probably going to be living with them soon.
But no, like
there's
nephews
some-
Pretty much
and
there
nieces?
like every Christmas now. Yeah, they came over a couple times, like for like on Christmas, and then a few days later.
Oh yeah, no, we can
Don't-
refresh you there.
Don't
Roka.
respond. Don't respond.
Yeah, so I think Sexiest Cabbage member went to me by like a lot.
Oh, the Cabbage Award for like a most time band. Loka!
Almost time
Wow.
ban. Well, we had a secret vote about who our favorite chat member was.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, it wasn't Roka.
I don't think Roka made the list.
I don't
He-
think
he
he was
wasn't on the
even
list.
nominated.
Wait, did we I forget if we even
I
considered him.
forgot he even existed.
You know who the winner was? Pastor Andy.
Pastor
Andy. Okay, help me out. Is that Boondock Saints?
It's Boondock Saints.
Holy shit! We
And the fact that you didn't know for
and then we
sure
started
means
talking
it is
about
an
it.
excellent souvenir.
I did not know for sure. I think that was it even a direct link to the movie, or was it?
It was because
It's just
they
we
were
went
in
on
a
a
church at
rant.
the beginning.
We went on a rant about religion and
rant.
being raised religious,
Yeah.
and this was from
Okay,
the Rickshaw
Jared,
Rally
do
video.
Do you remember VBS? And then we started going up on that shit.
Yes.
Now, quick
Okay.
trivia question, Andrew. What's the souvenir for the guy pointing the laser pointer at your head?
Oh, fuck.
I remember
thought I
it.
knew this. I thought I knew this. I'm almost trying to do this thing where I think back week by week to what. What?
I'm starting
What
to
was he
losing
inventing?
a
Was it
lot of
something
things.
with a laser? Holy shit!
Yeah.
I can't remember.
There was something specifically with a laser pointer,
something with a laser pointer. Oh,
and that's a
Damn
pretty
it.
big hint right there.
I can't remember. I don't, for whatever reason, I do not remember.
Just imagine,
Hold on, I've
imagine.
Wait.
Okay.
Okay, I'm cheating a little bit. I'm gonna go by the movies that we've seen.
Oh, you'll get it.
Let's
from
just
that.
cross them off the list.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
It's deja vu.
It's
Okay.
deja
vu.
It took me a second too, but I'm like a laser pointer.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, that's a pretty good one.
Where is Nick P and the Bean? We have confronted them about their stream
we did.
hiatus.
Oh, yeah, we
We
talked
did.
to Nick over the break.
Yeah, he said he might be interested in streaming again. He's just been busy this year, so we'll see.
Oh, I didn't get a chance to kind of coach him on how to make his stream successful.
Well, they already
Like he
played
never
It Takes
listened to
Two
you.
off stream, so.
Oh, so they know exactly how to not be successful. Nick, if you're listening, play games with your wife. It's much more entertaining.
Jerry, you haven't given us an update on how your New Year's went, because apparently it took you out for the rest of the day.
Yeah, wow, Jerry.
I mean, it was quite dynamic. Like only time I spent my time with my family was like the on Christmas day, like 25th.
See, I didn't even get that.
Oh, Jerry.
Oh, now you're making me sad.
Yeah,
You have
that
my
makes me
opinion and
sad,
you're making me
Jared.
sad. What is that about?
That's how I be.
So it's like a Christmas Eve. I spent with my most close friends in Korea.
Nice.
In Korea, in case
Good
you
save.
guys
Good save.
disappointed.
Yeah.
Wow.
In Korea. So drunk a lot, and play some the what is that? The game physical game. What is that called? Board game. Yeah, board
Ah.
game. Play a lot of board game.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
I had a lot of fun. Yeah, okay, he got like a huge amount of a selection of board game.
Nice.
So
Oh, yeah.
we get to play that, and like New Year's Day was the craziest. Like so the Christmas Eve days friends, they don't drink a lot.
Hmm.
They don't drink a lot, so I had no problem about the Christmas Day. But
Okay.
New Year's Day, these friends, this is like from
these
my
kids.
college days.
Ah.
Yeah.
They
Formative years.
can't even speak without drinking. They
Okay.
God.
they got
Jeez.
have a drink when they
Damn.
speak.
So like
If there is
textbook
no
alcoholic.
Drink, yeah. If they don't have any drink, they refuse to talk. So you
Don't
have
talk to
like,
me before I've
provide
had my
them.
Jaeger.
I don't have a drink in my hand. No, I refuse to talk, something like that. So I have to like provide them like a drink constantly. That's why I couldn't join you because I was like a hangover the whole day. I was I was in a hangover when I joined.
Oh, I
Oh,
figured.
I was like, oh, headache,
Oh, Jerry.
And
Make it
meanwhile,
go
we're all just like, Jerry!
Where's my Jerry?
I
Listen to me.
vomited like vomited crazy like a 3 or 2. I still not
Do
vomiting,
not
but like
tell me you're still hungover. Okay.
no, not
5
hungover.
days later.
I feel like I still have a problem in my stomach ache.
Oh my
What?
that.
Oh,
God,
no.
did you like
Jeez,
drink
dude.
yourself into an ulcer?
I don't know. That is a bad business.
Damn.
That friend's bad business. I don't want to see them
Yeah,
again.
be careful. You gotta be careful around them.
In few
Bad
months.
influence.
In few months. Yeah, that's pretty much my just drinking.
You
know?
just drank.
That's nothing special.
What
Just
else are you gonna
drinking.
do? You gotta drink.
Drink to death.
That doesn't sound like it's a good thing.
Jesus Christ.
Still a thing, right?
It is the thing. Well, I'm glad you had a good time, Jerry.
Good time is yeah. There is a lot of objective opinion about that, but yeah, it was a time. It was a time. It was
Had
a
a
time.
time.
If you were to describe your time to a college student, they would be like, "Whoa, that sounds amazing! You really crushed it."
True.
Back in the
And
day?
actually, if I were a college student at the moment, they'd go, "Oh, I'm rocking." Something
It's
like
not
that.
it's not a
I'm
fun
We're the
party
coolest.
unless you fucking hate yourself the next day, right?
Sure.
Why did I? Oh,
Now we
I
talk
could
about
never do that again.
if we drink any more than just sort of like a moderate sort of social amount, we sort of sympathize with each other. It's almost
Y'all have-
pity, like, "Oh man, I'm sorry, like you got sick."
My
That
body
sucks."
starts disintegrating for
It's
some
it's
reason.
so
now.
it's so weird to think that like I've just completely was not present for your guys' like hardest drinking days. Because now
No.
it's like,
Oh, yeah.
Andrew, you can't even drink beer.
Nothing.
Steven will pretty much vomit any night he drinks.
Yeah.
It's-
Just comes with the territory at this point.
Steven's kind of prepared for it. I puked for the first time
here
in
for it.
maybe 5 or 6 years, maybe longer, after the New Year's that we had.
well, you were kind of crushing that bourbon bottle, actually, all things considered.
I also
Top
blame that
forward?
Crown Royal
That's a lot.
peach tea thing though.
See, I think that's what did it in. There's
'Cause
something
I-
about it. How old was
bourbon-
that Crown Royal peach tea?
I
long
have
is that
no
sitting there?
idea, but I had a can on the next day, essentially, and I'm still fine.
You had
So,
a can the next day? Oh, when your family was over?
yeah. So,
No, I still blame the Crown Royal peach tea for
it
sure.
probably, yeah, I mean, probably, definitely. But I think that's also on top of like your guys' tolerance and how much you had drunk before that little like straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
Remember when we were like slamming down 3 to 4 Silco Amaretto with limes a night?
Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy.
That shit will still guarantee like make me feel awful the next day.
Oh,
It's
the
just-
amount of
it's
just
100
all
grams
sugar.
sugar.
No doubt.
Yeah.
All sugar.
There's nothing you can do about that.
Uh-uh. Should we talk about a movie?
we could. we
Maybe.
could.
Oh,
I guess
it
we
was
could.
about the movie. All right.
I do want to
totally forgot.
remind.
Oh!
I said this earlier that a plumber should be coming by. I
Oh,
think
right.
any minute.
Oh, at this
Hopefully
hour?
they do. Well,
In this
hopefully they
economy?
do, just because.
Get 'em.
What for whatever reason they're coming this late at night, but
Jeez.
because I don't have hot water, so I actually do hope that they show up.
Yikes.
Oh,
And
yeah.
if they do, I'll just have to step away for a sec.
Sure
Okay.
thing. Well,
We'll get the plumber on the stream and he ask his opinion about Soul.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Did
Like,
you
I've
want to
never
grow
seen
up
that
being a plumber?
You wanted to be a
was
plumber.
plumbing was your spark?
Did
Yeah,
you, did you
plumbing
see a
and, like,
plunger
lost
and then just
pipes.
your Earth badge just came out of nowhere?
Now you're stuck being a plumber. You must be unhappy now. Whoa, no, no.
Let's not to be hasty.
I'm gonna refill my drink and then we will get on this.
Okay.
Jump on it.
Oh, Steven, just quick,
Yeah.
just real quick. I watched Nope on the plane, and I
Uh-huh.
really liked Nope.
Okay.
And I watched Glass Onion with mom and dad like the last night, and I really hate that movie.
Oh, really? I'm glad I for when he started saying like you watched Nope, I'm like, oh no, are you about to say you didn't like
No,
it or something?
I
Okay.
actually really liked it.
Yeah, I thought it was a good movie.
I thought it was exactly what it should have been, and I can see what people wanted from that movie. I'm like, no, this is way better.
Yeah, I agree.
And then Glass
yeah,
Onion was just kind of like,
Uh,
oh, why does everyone like this?
I mean, because was it like worse than Knives Out? Or...
Oh, it was by far not. It was nowhere near Knives Out.
I
was-
remember.
I
I
was a
remember Knives Out
medium
being
on
pretty
Knives Out.
decent. Like Knives Out was like a 6 or 7
It's
out of
fine.
10.
Yeah, Knives Out is fine. I don't have like problems with Knives Out, but Glass Onion was stupid.
Oh well. Oh well.
Stupidly good.
I wasn't
or
really
stupidly
planning on
bad?
watching it anytime soon, anyways. But
Well, now you know that you can save your time and watch anything else.
Oh, by the way, talking about the movie, I have this problem about this streaming service. So last night I had to like watch the Soul like in last minute. So
Yeah.
I searched it and I found out like there is a Soul in Disney and Wavy. Wavy is like a kind of like a streaming service I
I had
never
of
heard
that
of.
when you messaged
Oh.
me.
why didn't you do it on Disney Plus?
Yeah,
Well,
because
Jerry,
every time Disney movie picked, I had to join the Disney, and I kind of done even watch the Disney while after I
Right.
spend it. So yeah, maybe if I spend money on something and I've never done it, maybe I will try the new thing. And I joined this kind of like a wavy streaming
God.
service stuff. And there are a lot of new stuff, so maybe I will watch it, maybe not, but it's
Yeah.
still considered the new stuff. So I opened the Soul and I found out I have to buy the Soul to watch it, although I already spent like monies for their
The
subscription
service.
fee.
Oh,
What the f is that?
oh,
That's bullshit, is what that is.
That's
You should just got it
Yeah.
on Amazon.
I already spent you a monthly subscription. Why do I have to buy
Also
this
purchase
Soul
the
movie?
Yeah, that's really dumb. Wow.
Holy shit! And it was like
Fuck
a
that.
half of the like a monthly subscription fee.
Wow.
That's fucked. See,
That's-
Yeah, that is fucked.
so Jerry, I saw that you messaged me at 6:40 a.m. my
Yeah,
time.
so I realized it was like
Oh, to get Disney
only
Plus
like
access?
in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah, you just asked at the wrong time. I would have happily given it to you.
After I already spent like a monthly subscription fee, so I was like a frustration.
Yeah, yeah.
I have to buy the movie now. Okay, I might as well just ask Andrew, and I
Yeah.
realized it was like early in the morning, so I just
yeah.
bought it.
Damn.
Now you know how I felt about Peacock during the World Cup.
There you
true.
go.
Oh man!
Yeah, you start.
What was his version of
eating
Soul
first
only
and
available in
that's
Spanish?
I get it. I get it.
and it cost extra, but they didn't tell you that.
Oh.
Oh god. All right.
In dineros and
This
pesos.
this is going to be a very interesting review because I have
boy.
a lot of. I don't have just one thesis statement this time.
Oh,
I
okay.
have
We're
a
gonna
lot.
this is gonna be
I
interesting.
have a couple. Let's see here.
A little more dynamic with it.
Yeah. In terms of like my main opinions about this movie, I think number one, at least for this review, I get the feeling that we are going to spend the overwhelming majority of our time talking about the ideas of the movie more so than like the movie itself.
Well, I
Um,
think that's probably true.
Yeah,
You're probably not
Uh,
wrong there.
because so I guess that kind of leads into my second little thesis thing of just like just because a movie is kid friendly doesn't necessarily mean it's kind of meant for kids or that kids will enjoy it.
This is
I can
not an
absolutely
enjoyable movie
see
for
kids hating this movie.
Yeah.
Even though it is kid friendly.
We have actual proof where we were watching this for the first time with our family.
Yeah.
And our sister and father, who is also just a kid when it comes to watching movies, just checked out in the last like half,
The
like,
emotional
last third of the
climax of the movie.
All of the best parts of the movie, they're just like, nah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start talking. I'm gonna start
them.
like talking to the dog or some shit. Like, shut up.
I can absolutely
trying to
see
hear.
that. I can absolutely see that, but also just like the ideas that this movie explores are far too
Complex
nuanced.
themes.
They're far too nuanced and
Oh,
complex for a kid to comprehend, especially at that stage
Very
of their
much so.
life. They haven't really experienced something like this.
Oh no.
No.
Yeah.
They don't know what obsession is. They don't know what purpose is. They don't know any of these things.
They don't
I
know.
don't even
They don't
think-
know the difference between living your life and like fulfilling your life's purpose. Like that's a whole
No.
nuanced thing as well. And then thirdly, I'm gonna have to watch it again, but this
Uh-oh.
is probably one of my favorite Pixar movies now. Like
Yeah.
just because of
good.
the time in my life that I've watched it.
I mean,
Great
I
period
I
of my
agree.
life to watch it.
But I think like it's definitely a movie that just resonated with
Yes. I
me,
feel
and I
something.
think
The-
to Andrew.
the
probably all of us.
script itself has some problems and it has some contrivances, but I don't care. Like that,
the
like
idea-
the
I
ideas
agree
that this
with the
movie
idea.
explored and the themes of it far outweighed any sort of like
Story
complaint that
holes.
I could have about like plot holes and like script contrivances and things like that.
Yeah.
I think it kind of upsets me to know that COVID kind of fucked this movie out of a theatrical release. This is a Disney Plus
Yeah.
exclusive.
Oh, I didn't know this. Didn't
It
make
was
in the
going. It was
theater.
going to get. It was going
going
to
to
have a
release.
theater release. But this was a 2020 movie, so it got pushed to
Oh.
Disney Plus for free. It didn't even have like a premium like Mulan thing where you're like, pay
Man.
$20 to watch
No.
this. No, it's just like
I
a
do, yeah.
dumped
I do
on
remember
Disney
that,
Plus.
Where just like, oh yeah, it's just here. Let's just like watch it, and it was like no fanfare. Of,
No.
like,
That is
whatsoever.
that is a shame.
which
I think this movie
Fucking
deserves
sucks.
a little bit more conversation.
I mean, it
than
it
had.
deserves, but one thing that I can say is that this movie does not nearly have the widespread appeal that most Pixar movies have. It is a
No.
very
it's not. No, it's
specific
not.
audience that I think would that this movie would appeal
It is
to.
definitely the most adult Pixar movie that's ever.
Oh
been made.
yeah, which kind of
True,
like
true,
proves
I
my
agree
it
with
kind of
that.
proves my suspicion that the PG-rated Pixar movies are usually the best.
Yeah.
Because
Like
Incredibles
in
was
the
also
movie,
PG.
like in the movie said, like, "Hey, I'm 12 years old." I don't
Oh
understand
yeah, like
this
the movie.
Well,
The movie is self-aware. But
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
we'll talk about this as we go through it.
Yeah.
The movie does try to. It's very self-aware because it makes fun of these concepts, right? It says you wouldn't understand it, so we're putting it in a form. It literally says that multiple times.
Yeah.
And even the part where Connie says she's 12. So the movie knows that it's complex, but it also knows that if people can grasp onto it, it is relatable by anyone, which
Mhm.
is technically true, but it
And-
would only be true really if everyone really thought that way. But
Yeah.
people don't really think that way. And also, you have to break down a lot of your own barriers and how you see your life to appreciate what they're saying.
Mhm.
And that's where the nuance of it comes in. A child is not going to break down their conceptions of life
No.
and be able to receive this message that is predicated on the initial idea of life and not sort of an answer to a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, there are some aspects of this movie that like try to be like entertaining for kids in terms of like all of the visuals essentially, and anything to do in the Soul world is like bright shiny colors and things going around and music
Yeah.
playing like
Yeah.
kids.
Oh look, he's inside a cat. Cat jokes.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. But at least like the stuff that was done in the Soul world was still like interesting and in my opinion like creative enough for like an adult to sort of chew on the ideas as well and like, I know that's not how it works, but that's kind of clever or interesting how you're representing that sort of thing.
Right. Right.
Which I kind of liked. And just the designs of these fuckers every time they're moving around, Like, I think there's one moment in particular where I had that classic, fuck you for being so creative, when that Terry guy was receiving his reward and he makes a staircase out of his own body to walk
And,
up.
like steps up on, yeah,
Yeah,
like
I'm
a
just
little
like-
podium for himself.
Damn, that's fucking clever. That looks cool.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
did
the
a
design
great
of these
job with
like
And how he's like
characters is
navigating through the
so
real
cool.
world and shit. It's like,
Yeah,
It
like
was
he's
very
just like a
creative.
line segment basically going around
Yeah.
and then popping up and like you can like see through him. He's like refracting light and like all
Mhm.
this shit. And like, how?
I
how-
love,
I'd love
uh,
to hear someone. I'd love to hear the artists talk about the reason they went with this, because I feel like there's got to be some reason you go with. How do we build characters out of line?
yeah.
And I'm sure there is one. I mean, maybe I'm trying to speak value into something that isn't there, and they just really like the look of it. But
Uh-huh.
if there is some reason, I'd like to hear it because I feel like it would be interesting if there is one.
Yeah, for sure. I know that I'll answer that in a sec, Ninja. I know that I was reading through some IMDb trivia, as I do after a movie. And one of the things that the artists actually struggled with was coming up with a design for the souls, just because, like, what do you use as
What do you-
reference for that? You know, like
Exactly.
how do you come up with something
Ethereal,
that can theoretically
intangible thing.
represent anyone around the world and not have any sort of ties to any like cultures, religions, or anything like that? This is just a completely neutral representation of a human like essence.
Yeah,
What do you do for that?
That-
And I'm sure they had similar struggles with like these guys, all the Jerrys are.
This is easier because they are sort of they're meant to represent grand ideas.
it's
whereas
like a
the
really
others-
abstract idea, like that you can't really comprehend. So like, well, let's just make it an
Yeah.
abstract character.
that,
So I
that
can, I
really
can,
makes sense.
I can see like someone had an idea for it, and they're like,
Mhm.
oh, would this be cool? And that like, it's something really easy that someone has like a quick idea, and then everyone kind of jumps on board. But
Yeah.
the souls, like that took some thinking, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Well,
And
that's probably my least favorite part of the art direction is
Mm.
the design of
The actual souls, because in
I don't
the soul
hate
world,
it.
I like buildings. I really liked, like when
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
moving
That
around
looks
and shit.
cool.
The
Like, all, like,
designs
the
aren't all that
environment and stuff.
interesting, but I did like the ephemeralness that would always happen around like their outlines.
Oh,
Like
the actual,
yeah.
I saw not only like
That's
the
great.
aberration, but also like a blur, like a very subtle blur around their outlines. I'm just like, that's
Mm,
kind of
They
neat.
weren't necessarily solid. If actually, when you saw close-ups, they also were kind of made of lines and stuff too.
Yeah,
which I
well,
thought
yeah,
was
like
really
you
creative.
could see the line segments, like when their hands would like
When you
go
see
over
their
their
hands
Oh,
body
yeah,
or
yeah.
something, like when they would be kind of overlapping on themselves. I thought that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
So there was definitely some really advanced like 3D stuff and particle stuff that they were doing just to create these characters.
As
I
Pixar
just-
likes to do.
I don't know what the right answer to this would be because they're having to figure it out themselves.
Mhm.
Because honestly, like you've kind of pointed out, this movie's hands were tied by the audience it was meant to be for. This idea of kids and families. So you can't go too abstract with these things.
Sure.
You can
No.
go crazy goofy with the Jerrys because that makes sense. They can be these wild things.
Yeah.
But the souls, like you need to have them. You're not going to look at that Jerry character and have some emotional attachment to that. Or if that thing is sad, you're not going to be like, oh no, Jerry's sad.
I look at Jerry and I have an emotional attachment. I just wanna say that.
I never give a
But I'm
shit when
talking
Jerry's
about-
sad.
Just-
Welcome back, Jerry.
no. You guys are funny. You guys are really funny.
Jerry character.
I get that they needed to make something not so abstract so that it could have human features because that's how we draw our emotion is by sympathetically understanding what a character's feeling
Yeah.
Yeah.
and trying to make them all sort of homogenized. They all kind of look the same. I get it. I just
So
thought that they looked like little Casper balls. And
Yeah.
I don't know.
Unfortunately-
favorite thing.
I mean, unfortunately, I think it makes sense that they all look so homogenized because we spend most of our time in the Great Before where these things do not have like any sort of
Shouldn't like
human
any
features at
really-
all, right? They're
No,
completely neutral.
right.
Whereas the people who are in the Great Beyond and that one guy who randomly got yoinked into the spirit world, they had their hairstyles and like their facial features, and even
Yeah,
Joe had his
yeah.
glasses
all
and
the
stuff.
mentors and stuff. Yeah.
So like,
Well, it's not that I wanted them to have those.
but you didn't
types of
see that
features.
very often is the thing.
I think it's just the fact that they were just made of like little ghost balls that I
Mm.
thought felt it just felt lazy. I know it's
think,
not.
I think you're
it's
more
just the way to do it.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
I think you're probably more upset about the missed opportunity or potential to do something different rather
That's
than
usually
going
what I
for
think,
like because I thought the at least it was with the souls how they were, it was pretty effective in showing like emotion through their faces and stuff. I thought that
Yeah,
the
of
souls were
course.
pretty emotive and things like that, which can kind of help you connect with the characters. Which I'm also actually, I was surprised how much more time the movie spent on the human world rather than the spirit world. I thought like the majority of the movie was going to be in this soul dimension.
Oh, really?
I'm glad it wasn't.
I'm glad it wasn't
Oh,
either
I'm so glad it was.
because
Yeah.
The value was on the human world.
absolutely, and I wasn't sure like what to really expect other than people have told me that I would like this movie. So I was like, all right, I'm curious as to
Oh, hold on.
how they're gonna pull this off in this world because like okay, like I don't know how I'm gonna connect to this movie any more than like Inside Out, which I didn't really like. Oh,
Yeah.
but that's another fun piece of trivia. The guy who directed Inside Out is the same guy who directed Soul. And
Okay.
he got the idea he got inspired to make Soul because of his experience to the reception of Inside Out, because Inside Out was a
Whoa.
massive success and he had finally like achieved his dream of being this like great filmmaker making these animated movies. And then he was conflicted about the fact that he didn't feel any different like as a person because he had achieved this lifelong dream. And that's kind of where a lot of the themes of Soul
like
sort
that.
of started to creep in.
Okay.
And this is like
it helps when the movie feels genuine. Like
this
the
is
story feels
how you
genuine.
fucking tell a story like Inside Out genuinely and nuancely.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Inside Out
Make me
was
care about
fucking
the characters.
look, train
It
of
was-
thought. Get
Yeah.
it? Like, yeah.
It was a
Yeah.
bit
but-
Triton on the nose.
yeah, it was fine. It was entertaining, but like I didn't get anything out of it. It was just a bunch of fun colors and
No.
sounds.
But Jared, moving is hard on young girls.
Whatever. I don't give a shit. I don't even remember what that little girl's name was.
It was Riley, Jared. It
Okay,
was
cool.
Riley.
Great.
And she played hockey.
I know that. She had a hockey island. That was a core memory.
She did.
Yeah. and then you have to think about like when these islands are like breaking apart, is this person just getting like rapid Alzheimer's right now? Is she forgetting everything
all
that
her-
makes her a
all her
person?
memories are
Like,
Yeah.
getting
Oh my goodness. Well, I think what Inside Out struggled with and that this did better is kind of like you already pointed out, that the story is taking place with the main character who we're meant to sympathize with more.
Mm-hmm.
But also that even when, Joe was in the Great Before, it's still Joe. We're not just
yeah.
we're not trying to
Some
get
other
Amy
things
we're not trying to like,
inside.
figure out what Amy Poehler is thinking and then try to use that as a way to then understand Riley.
And I
Yeah,
also
it's like an
think
Osmosis Jones where I don't care about Bill Murray.
and I also
I
think
don't
that the
wanna live in that
characters in Soul, just by the nature of the themes and how the world works, just have a lot more agency than a character like Riley or theoretically any canonical character in Inside Out, because like
Yeah.
the things that happen to these souls before they're sent off, especially like the spark, isn't like their defining feature. It's just the thing that inspires them to want to start living. And that doesn't
it's not
necessarily
robotically
dictate
operating.
what they do on a moment-to-moment basis, what they decide to
No.
become or whatever, anything like that. It's just like this is how this like undefinable, unobservable thing that we all feel, this is how we're trying to propose that it works, or like just put images and words to something that's unexplainable. And it's not necessarily, oh, some emotion hit a button on a console in your brain and now you're grossed out by broccoli kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Pretty funny though.
What's that?
So that's pretty funny though.
No, it's not. It's not. It's barely even interesting.
If you think about it, it's a joke.
But Jared, don't you remember the jokes where like the dad is like watching hockey in his brain?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I
And
love
all
that.
the-
I
everyone
love
in his
how
brain is
I
the
love how
angry
for
old
some
man.
reason Riley has like a variety of like different genders in her emotions, but the moms are all moms and the dads are all
and the
dads.
Are all dads.
Just don't think about it. It's fine.
Didn't you enjoy Moms Like Mine? Gachita.
come on.
Yeah,
It's-
the mom
it was
actively looking
fine.
to cheat
I
on
liked
her.
how all the
Katina.
moms inside were super hot. That's what I was.
Here's
You
a
could have any one
question:
of them.
are the emotions in mom's brain milfs?
Oh. Trying to spark a debate here.
Just a real quick
Do
thing
they
I wanted to
technically
bring up.
have kids.
Did
I
they
don't
have
know.
kids?
Are they an extension of the mom who has had a kid?
Oh my god.
Can emotions have kids? If
Hell, right
emotions
now.
are part of a mom, are they moms? These are the
You're blowing my
questions
mind right
Pixar
now, bro.
refuses to answer.
I'm
Come on,
calling you
Pixar,
out,
what the hell are you
Bradford.
doing?
So yeah,
Andrew Stanton,
it's
answer
literally
my question.
literally like all of the jokes and the plot events that happened in Inside Out were basically just like, get it? Like,
They were-
here's
they
how
were
this
dead.
random jingle gets into your head, and here's what imaginary friends look like, and here's what like deep memory, like subconscious memory looks like, and you're just like, okay, cool. How, like, what are you trying to tell me here? Like, what? Sure, yeah, I get it. Haha, that's clever. But like, I don't feel anything about the characters. I'm not connecting with how these emotions actually work. It's just like, all right, haha, that was a little clever. Whereas like Soul is just like, damn, I never thought about that.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's just a bunch of moments like that, essentially. So I'm not sure if I haven't had enough to drink or too much, given that I'm spelling
Oh.
correctly, not enough. Well, I also anticipated that this review was going to be extremely unentertaining for some people, because we are
Well.
going to get into some like deep philosophical life shit.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
I was anticipating, and that's again what I mean by like, we're probably going to talk more about the ideas of this movie than the actual movie itself.
Probably.
So
But those are the things that we connected with, so buckle up.
exactly. And that was my my brief mini review / rant about how meh Inside Out was. It was
Nice.
okay. 5 out of
Wow.
10.
That's still pretty good.
Yeah. Like
I don't remember having an issue with Inside Out, but I also didn't have some distinct emotional connection with it.
I got
saying-
baited
not like
again
this.
was the thing where a bunch of people were just like, "Oh man, this is one of Pixar's best movies yet." They've kind of been like meh for a while, but like finally they made something
Okay.
good. And like
You say that every time Pixar.
Yeah,
comes out with a new
people.
movie.
the last
people
time
like
that
to
ever
never find
happened for
Dory.
me was Finding Dory, where people was like,
That
"Yeah,
was-
I had my doubts
no.
too, but it was just as good as the
No.
original."
No,
And
no,
Finding Dory is the
no.
biggest piece of shit Pixar movie I've ever seen in my life.
Cars 2.
Well,
Goes-
listen, if
I've
Cars
not
2 to
seen
the
Cars
bottom.
2.
Finding Dory.
Finding Dory fucking
Cars 2 and
made me
Finding Dory are
mad.
at the bottom
Finding
of
Dory
Pixar.
actually made me
Very
mad. It shat all over a
Cars-
legacy that I
Cars 2 would make you mad too.
Cars 2
Although you
makes me
hate
mad.
Cars 1 already anyways, so.
yeah. Life is a way.
I wanna drive it all night long.
So yes, back to Soul. I
Yes.
loved the way that it opened up with the Disney theme of just a band
Oh, I
class
love
playing
that.
that.
That was such a great. That was
It's
an
so
awesome.
good.
I
It
really
was very
liked that.
good. It was very
Like
good.
high school band kids.
Right away, the
Middle
movie
school
is
band.
just trying to put you in the context of something super relatable. It's like you've
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
heard this
Like,
before.
kids
You've
suck.
attended concerts
Like,
like this. And then we get to, I don't remember her name, but like the one person who actually seems
Connie.
passionate about this thing.
Connie. Connie.
Connie, yeah. And then obviously, as a good teacher should, Joe kind of latches onto that and tries to like encourage her while also trying to inspire the class by going over how he got inspired by music.
And then drop some insane piano. just
That was
in
my
the middle
first
of-
eyebrow
Oh,
raising. That was my
man,
first
they
eyebrow
were-
raising moment. Was like, oh, the music for this movie's
Yeah.
gonna be great.
It's so fucking good.
And I didn't realize
man.
until the
I love
credits when it said the piano playing was done by John Baptiste. I'm like, fuck, of course.
Okay. Just
Yeah.
like insane.
This
good
dude,
stuff.
that dude, I've seen a lot of that dude's work in the past, and he is just the cheeriest motherfucker you'd ever done see.
I mean,
he
I'm
is
not
always
I'm not a big
smiling
fan of-
and then belting out some just delicious shit off the piano, man.
He is
Yeah.
jazz.
I'm not a big fan of jazz, but after this movie, I'm interested.
Dude,
It
jazz
made
is
me
always
want-
fucking
It
slaps.
made me
is
want to play
It's
jazz.
so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm inspired.
But that's just because you're in Joe's body, Steven.
Oh, right. I only like these things because I'm Joe.
And then I loved how this initial seeming conflict got introduced of like he gets pulled out of the class and he's like conflicted about how to feel about getting offered a full-time teaching position.
Yeah, it's clearly
Not
good
his,
news.
what he wanted.
Yeah.
Like it's not his dream.
It's
just like, oh.
honestly some of the best news that you could get from like somebody with like a musical background trying to like have a stable life essentially.
When you get older, if you haven't become, you know, Howard Shore
Yeah.
or John Williams, like this is kind of the best case scenario.
Yeah, like
Right.
most musical people, like, because there are not many successful musical people.
No.
I can
Probably less than 1%.
I can understand how, and I can understand and totally relate to how, like, chaining yourself down to such a stable, sure thing can feel bad when you want to just be pursuing something independently. Yeah, there's something that you want to pursue that generally goes against like that kind of security. So immediately when that was proposed, I'm like, what was that? Oh, with the barber? Yeah.
Same thing that gets brought up with the barber.
That's probably my favorite scene in the whole movie was that whole barber scene.
You got trapped.
The barber scene's great.
And these are the things that kids aren't going to understand.
No.
Right? It's going to be really hard to fathom this idea of being trapped by circumstance. Like, how is a kid going to... There's no such thing as circumstance for a kid.
Weighing the benefits of pursuing your own creative dreams and having like health insurance. No kid's gonna fucking relate to that.
No.
Are you kidding me?
Kids don't think about health insurance.
No.
They shouldn't.
So like the moment I saw that, I'm just like, okay. This movie seems like it's flirting with a lot of ideas that I tend to have about life. That's interesting. And then you obviously get the pressure from his family who are just like, the fuck are you doing? Like this is everything you would possibly need. This is everything we've wanted you to have. Why would you think that like who in their right mind would turn something like this down? I was like, oh fuck, it's gonna be one of these. Okay.
I'm gonna agree with what the movie says.
I've had these conversations. Cool.
Yep.
Great. Let's go.
All
Buckle
right,
up.
I get it.
I'm here. But then he gets a call from one of his former students about one of his dream gigs that he'd want to play on.
Well, it's important to point out, that like I don't know if we said it or we talked that he's having this conversation with his mom, right, about the news.
His mom and who are the other two people who work there? Are they family or just
the
coworkers?
other ladies, just friends.
I think they're just like
old
friends. They've worked with his mom like probably his entire life.
Yeah. I never really sussed that out, but I figured after he full-lipped kissed that auntie, I'm just like, all right, they're probably not related.
She really wanted more.
I'll come back for another one.
Yeah,
dude. I mean, my biggest crack up of the movie is the face that woman makes when she's waiting for the kiss. When she does that, like head tilt forward and looks up to her eyes.
Yeah,
it's this very specific, like head down, eyes up, waiting for a kiss.
Yep.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
So
let him finish.
So originally, when I started to get like the motivations of the characters, this was around the time that I was starting to get like a sense of who Joe was and what his motivations were, and how like this dream gig, like he's finally landed it and he's always wanted to like become a successful independent musician. My immediate thought, like my brain was going, was like, oh, okay, so this movie is going to be like he's going to be pursuing his dreams, and then his dream's not what he thought it was going to be, and then he finds out that his true passion is like teaching and like inspiring other people, because this former student of his who called him up is now succeeding and is extremely happy, and he's gonna see that he was responsible for building that. And I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of a pretty nuanced, like little moral. I did not expect the movie to get even more fucking nuanced than that, which was super cool. That was super
Yeah,
cool to
that's
see.
actually just the thing you're describing.
That's
is
like the
what
textbook
kicks
Pixar
off-
thing to do.
Well, that's what's actually just kicking off the actual plot of the movie. Is
Yeah.
this situation you're talking about? Is this idea of he was a teacher and the value of his teaching raised his student? And this is like at the beginning when Curly calls.
Yep.
The whole idea of Curly predates Connie, and that's that whole story basically already happened.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna get that plus extra from Disney.
Yeah, which I didn't expect. Like I'm used to like the stories in these kinds of movies being very like paint by numbers, this,
Yeah,
and this
absolutely.
happy ending.
Mm-hmm.
So I was already kind of like on board with what was going on there because I still thought it was like kind of an interesting sort of path to take, but
Still
then it
valid.
just went a completely different direction that I liked even more.
Yeah.
So he goes to that place and we immediately get a scene of what was her name? I'm bad with names.
Who?
The
Dorothea
saxophone-
Williams?
Dorothea Williams. Dorothea Williams, just like playing sax on stage, silhouetted by herself.
Oh.
It's like, oh, fuck.
Dude.
Okay.
Dude, the
All
visuals
right.
in this
I'm
movie
plugged in.
are-
I am
they
plugged in,
They
man.
make me come.
They're so good. Dude, the lighting
Dude,
in this movie is
the
fucking
lighting.
great.
Unbelievable.
My
lighting.
absolute like favorite scene is when he's running through like the subway and then he like Terry traps him in like the black like it goes
Yeah.
on black white silhouette and shit. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Dude.
I fucking
Dude.
love that.
The way that they do it is so fucking good. All of the lighting in the movie is
Yeah.
hardcore. They
I mean,
do it-
this is like one of the best looking animated movies I've
Yeah.
ever seen.
Even
Yeah,
like the
true, like-
transitions in these movies
Sure,
in this
sure.
movie is fucking great too.
Like the way like all like this like the New York like outside stuff.
the way
was
it
just
captures New York
phenomenal.
lighting, the way it
lighting,
captures the
like-
street lighting
Oh
is
my God.
incredible.
The amount of people that were like in
Dude, the density.
They literally have
insane.
like some dedicated sections of their credits for the crowd work stuff.
I did see that. Yeah.
That was blowing my
insane.
mind. The amount of people and that they were all doing stuff. They all
Yeah.
had unique characteristics and they were all doing something specific.
Mhm.
And for,
Nuts.
knowing that someone had to go and animate and design all those characters, there were very few generic things that I saw in this movie, if at all. Every scene sort of, if it was in frame, had some utility to the story or had some unique characteristic that filled out the texture of the frame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, fucking insane. And that like around that stage moment with Dorothea Williams playing the saxophone, I'm just like, all right, I'm buckled in. I'm about to
I'm
love
in.
this.
Beautiful.
Like,
I'm into it.
The music, the visuals, I'm in. Music,
That's-
visuals, and you already know
Pixar-
that the message is off to a direction that you like.
Pixar
Yeah, like-
just wanted to
that's like
flex
the
by
three
having like
pillars
some
of-
close-up
that's it.
macro shots of those saxophone fingers going off. It's like,
Man, that
fuck.
and that golden shining on the saxophone.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck yeah, dude.
God.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Good ass shit, man.
It captured mood everywhere it went so well.
Mm-hmm. And then we get to the point where like Joe kind of has to like prove
Come on,
himself
Teach.
to Dorothea because she has his doubts about him because he's just a middle school teacher. And he
She's
just,
animated so well too, by the way. I'm just
Oh, yeah.
remembering like her sort of the sort of behaviors and the sort of dismissive
Yeah.
actions that she has.
Oh,
the
yeah.
way she kind of talks, her
Where
eyes
she kind
roll,
of
it's
just like
all
waves
so-
her hand at him when it's time to like belt out a solo. She's like, all right, go.
Yeah, come
See
on.
what you got.
Because I'm so used to shitty animation where everything is bouncy and
Yeah.
fucking fake, right?
Yeah.
And everything is over dramatized.
The illumination effect.
That's how you're
Yeah.
taught in school to animate, is to just
Yeah,
dramatize.
to exaggerate everything.
Mhm.
So when you see animation that can be subdued and just
Yeah.
so authentic, and
While
done
also
so
like
such
the but
really
the
well.
characters in the world still look fucking cartoony as shit. Like,
Oh yeah,
Oh,
there's
yeah,
it's
yeah.
still the great thing is it's still stylized.
Yeah.
But it's subdued, which you never see in animation
yeah.
like this. You
Oh,
never see
absolutely.
restraint.
Like,
And that's
things
another
are still
reason
pretty
why,
much
like,
grounded.
this is a kid-friendly movie that's not for kids. Like,
Uh-huh.
and it like whenever you say something like not for kids, you always think like, oh, there's some problematic stuff that kids shouldn't be seeing,
Joe
or like
Gardner
some
hangs
bad,
dong in this movie.
or there's like some like bad words or something like that, and it's just like
No.
it's just like a kid wouldn't
They're not gonna
enjoy
get it.
this. That's it. That's all
No,
it is. It's
no.
like it's not meant for kids. It just mean a kid wouldn't like this. That's it, really,
They don't
because it's
understand,
100% kid friendly.
Hey, I'm 12 years old. That's all I can
Connie,
say.
Connie says it.
which is such a kind of a weird thing to see because you don't see it all that often of like a kid-friendly movie that doesn't appeal to kids. I don't really see that.
That is true.
Normally a lot of animation, and I don't think I would go so far to say that like this movie was 100% meant for adults, but normally adult animation is always like the thing that marks an adult animation is the language and the like the theme, like the mature themes and stuff like that. Yeah. And by mature, I mostly mean like sex and drugs and stuff.
Yeah.
But for this, it's more just like a kids can totally watch this, but they'll probably be bored and they won't get it, and that's it.
Yeah,
that's
I am
the
really
only
curious.
thing.
I would have loved to watch this when I was a kid and see. I mean, there's no way to know this, but I just would love to know if I would connect with this at all as a kid. I don't know. I feel like I probably wouldn't.
I don't think I would.
I was a smart kid or that I was aware of this, but I don't think that I would have been.
I didn't start.
I feel like
teen years, maybe.
I didn't start 10, thinking until like maybe last year, even.
I didn't start like branching out or like pursuing a strictly creative lifestyle until maybe midway through college.
Yeah, because you were still structured all the way up.
I was still super structured and just like get good grades, you get to a good college, you get a good job.
Yeah.
I don't think I would. If I was a kid like elementary school, middle school, I don't think I would have connected with this like at all.
It would have completely gone all over my head.
I think there are some kids who when we grow up and we finally are into college and stuff, that's when you finally are alone. And I don't think that, at least in our circumstances, we had good families and we always had friends and things around. So we were never really alone. And had to contend with loneliness. But I can imagine kids who maybe didn't have good families or no friends around. Like, you know those kids that always seemed like psychotic when you were in school and they were like 10 years old? Look at these fucking weirdos. They're over there drawing all day. What are they doing? Or they're writing something. What are they writing down? Probably spells. They're nerds. But those kids, they were already coping with loneliness by chasing something at that age. I wonder if this could resonate with someone who was already seeking something because they didn't have the comfort of family and friends.
If somebody is already like seeking something or pursuing a dream, I can absolutely see that. But for people who are just like on the at that age, that's pretty rare because most kids that age are like on the rat race or just doing what they're told kind of thing.
We have a curriculum.
Yes, a curriculum of life.
Curriculum vitae.
So, that's just another one of those reasons of why like this movie absolutely does not have the universal appeal that like most Pixar movies have.
It's not a movie for straight pathers, that's for sure. This is basically Wayward the movie.
I kind of had that idea.
Yeah, it is.
But
even the Jerry kind of seems like one of the structure in Wayward.
Oh yeah.
I can appreciate the idea of the movie should be relevant to everyone.
Sure.
But
but there's certain people who just don't think about this kind of stuff. So like they haven't had enough time to like chew on those ideas and consider it to the point where like the things that this movie presents might seem completely foreign to them, even though I think it's a natural part of the human experience is like these feelings that I think pretty much everyone feels, but very few people consciously think about. I don't know.
Very few people contend with it, but they'll experience it in one way or another.
Because it's scary and difficult stuff to contend with. I'll tell you that.
Well, it's also something, people get the most angry or ignore you the most when you're pointing out something about the way they live. Not just, hey, you should have done something differently, like one specific thing. Like, you should have been a better friend. Oh, you're probably right. I should have been a better friend in that exact moment.
But it's not like, why are you at this job?
Sort of exactly. If you tell them something that you're criticizing something that spans the entirety of their life, that's a much harder thing to be. It's harder to listen to someone when they're going to criticize it, even if they're going to be helpful in some way.
Yeah. So I can understand why a majority of people would do their best to avoid thinking about this kind of stuff. you know,
Yeah, absolutely.
and
I
not
don't
not
wanna- I
like
don't wanna be shocked.
consciously even. It's more of just like they preoccupy themselves with so many other things that when a movie like this comes out that presents these ideas, there's like, I don't get it. Like, I guess it was okay. Like they just never.
They'll overlook it.
Yeah.
or
Enough cat
just be
jokes.
ignorant to some of the. They'll see gaps where there's supposed to be a message. I think
So-
it's also possible to watch this movie and interpret it differently, depending on what
Yeah.
biases you have about how you live. I mean,
Oh,
you can
absolutely,
easily, you could
I'm-
easily just see that you could use it to justify you not pursuing things, right?
Oh yeah.
You could watch this movie and think, yeah, you see how Joe wanted to be famous, and they're thinking like, well, see, I don't need to achieve anything. I don't need to have anything worth pursuing. I don't need to have dreams. I'm okay being actually trapped because the movie told me it's okay. They'll completely overlook all of the actual messages.
Well, it's not even like
and Joe-
overlooking it. I feel like that's like, it's only like, that's still a message, but only like half of it. Of just like you
It's
don't need to be
absolutely not the
pursuing.
whole one.
You don't need to you don't need to be pursuing your dreams or have like some sort of purpose in life. That doesn't mean that it justifies you just like shutting yourself out and going on autopilot. It means like don't be so preoccupied with pursuing your dreams or accomplishing something that you forget to
Don't
live.
enjoy life
You
anymore.
you just have to
right.
enjoy the moment, which is such a cliche and easy like theme to have. But the way that this
Yeah.
movie presents it is far more nuanced than like I don't
It
think people would even
justifies it, I
see that
think.
message really.
It goes a little bit beyond the words of it, which
It
if you
does.
just say the words, you tell that person to shut up. You don't know
It's
what
the
you're talking about.
emotion, the feeling of
It
it.
is.
Yeah, they
is.
tie it to something real.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I agree that somebody could definitely watch this movie and say like, see, you don't have to pursue your dreams. Whereas
I'm
it's mostly
worried about
saying I'm
those
just like,
people.
no, like you can totally live
no.
with purpose and have your dreams. Just don't get like sucked into it that you forget
Yeah,
that
don't-
all these
don't
other
let
things
it
that
be
are
an
going
emotion.
around.
Yeah.
One of my go ahead, Jerry.
Oh no, the message I got like in the movie was like it was not like you don't have to like pursue your dream. It was more like you have a choice.
Hmm?
It's not like it's not decided. You have a choice to find your path or something, and I think in the movie there are like two messages. You have a choice. You can do whatever you want, something like that.
Hmm?
It's not like you must not pursue your dream or something like that. It's not the message the movie present. And the other thing is like when he found something like his what is the ghost, not the ghost, the
Lost
storm,
Souls.
not the storm. The
Which one, Gary?
the character who was in the Joe's body.
Oh, 22.
22.
Oh,
yeah,
22, yes, 22. Yeah, the when Joe found like a 22's like what 22 got while she was
Oh, like
in
all the
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
in
his body,
stuff.
the stop, and
Yeah.
he was like because 22 experienced these things for the first time.
Yep.
When you live long enough life,
Mm-hmm.
when you experience something for the first time, even the falling leaf, like drinking the water first time, that's like completely new stuff. So it's exciting.
It
You
reminds
get
me.
excited. Oh, this is the feeling. This is the like a smell of the flower or something.
Yeah.
But you live long enough, you experience this kind of things like many times. You get
Right.
dull.
It
You
reminds
lose
me.
that excitement.
It reminds me of one of my favorite quotes from one of my favorite books, which is Sophie's World, which is just basically a primer on
Sophie's World.
philosophy. I really connected
Yeah.
with that book. But one of my favorite lines from that book was
Sophie's Choice.
something along the lines of somebody saying like, it's a shame that in the process of growing up, we lose our ability to wonder about the world, which is basically what Jerry just described as like the more happens, like the more you experience about life, the less novel it feels.
Yeah,
So-
it's just another new experience.
Yeah. To,
That's
to,
just regular old living.
to the point where
Yeah.
like if you're eating breakfast with your family and all of a sudden your mom starts like flying around the living room, my dad's
that's
head
cool.
would probably explode and he would be dysfunctional for the rest of
Oh.
his life. Whereas little baby Luke would just be like oh, cool. Like,
Yeah.
it's just like something that he's embracing because like he's still experiencing all of these like crazy new things. So having that sort of mindset where you're constantly like appreciating and looking for like these sorts of experiences and not necessarily taking anything for granted is a mindset that becomes like exponentially more difficult for every year you get older, it seems like. So yeah, that's actually what I was thinking about when 22 was just like laying on the grates and just getting blown by sewer
Experiencing
air.
it for the first time.
Pretty much everything. Pretty much everything. Like for example, like for this year on Christmas Day, our family gathered together, like whole family, even my sister's husband and her kids. And for the whole my life, we actually never had that kind of like a gathering together because, as I told you before, my sister was working for the UN like for a long time, and the NGO like a NGO company so she actually moved a lot to country, and so she actually never been in like this kind of like a family gathering, and my father and my mother was always busy like running the restaurant or other things stuff, and I was away. Obviously I was away from them like and living in USA for like more than 10 years.
Right, yeah.
So we never had that like for the first time in forever, pretty much forever, we gathered together, and it was new thing to us, and it was quite exciting. Like oh, we are all together, like we are actually celebrating like a Christmas together, although it is not actually our holiday, but still it was excitement.
Yeah,
like
that's
there was
our
excitement
thing,
in
Jerry.
it. You will experience my thing, our thing, one day.
One day.
Yeah. So yeah. That was. I mean, it will get dull eventually, but it was quite exciting because it was a new thing.
Yeah.
You imagine like people who see their families all the time. At some point, you're just like, well, it's just another day.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think that's how
this kind of happens with every sort of experience.
I think that's how why some people describe like the process of growing up as like an exponential curve in terms of like how fast it seems to go. Like the older you get, the faster it seems like you're getting older. And I feel like a lot of people generally attribute that to just having fewer new experiences in their life. So like after a certain point, you're kind of just like in a rut or going through the motions, and then you just don't even realize that like 10 years have gone by or something.
Yeah, things get on a schedule, and the schedule like just rockets you through.
Yep.
Yeah, if you just have a routine you're checking off, it does start to just blend in.
And that's the danger of like losing that sort of wonder or that appreciation for like just what life is.
Well, I think part of growing up is you start to develop fears of things.
Yeah.
'Cause I feel like even when obviously when we were little kids, I feel like we were invincible. But even when I
still am.
Even in like maybe 10 years ago, I still felt I could never be arrested for anything. I felt like nothing would ever get me in trouble even.
Sure.
So the things that I risked were ridiculous, you know. Now I think about I'm so cautious, and everything that I do is sort of driven by things that I've learned to be scared of.
Yeah.
And I think that's what keeps you from trying new things. It's not even necessarily that you've experienced it all. I think you get more and more timid around anything new.
You just get comfortable with the experiences you've already like done.
Yeah.
Like it's too scary to try new things at a certain point.
And you can, and I would say that like you can decide some things about how you live your life, and you can live comfortably like that, and I think that's fine. But I think the important thing is just periodically taking stock of that and wondering if you should be doing anything differently, right? Like not taking for granted the choices that you've made and just be like, all right, this is my life now. Like you have to have those moments of just like, do I want this to be my life? Does this have to be my life? Like, what can I change and how can I change it? So I think that's where some people kind of get stuck.
But interestingly enough, though, because you brought up the idea of days seeming shorter.
Yeah.
I did for the longest time, and I probably still believe this to some degree, that days feel shorter because just mathematically, like every day is proportionally smaller compared to
It's just
the
like
entirety of your
time
life,
is
the older that you
relative.
get.
So relatively,
But-
I've already done
10
series all
10
this
years when
time,
you're
so-
13 years old is a long time.
Right,
Yeah,
but
that's
now
more
it's
than
like
my
10
life.
years was not that long ago.
My
So-
10-year high
just-
school anniversary was last year.
But when you think about it, 10 years is still a third of your life. Imagine how much shit happened in a third of your life.
God damn,
that's true. That's
Imagine
true,
how
'cause,
another thing that I have is like, imagine how fucking dumb you were 10 years ago. Imagine how dumb you were
Oh, yeah,
5
yeah.
years ago. You're gonna
That's still
think that
dumb.
exact
I'm dumb I
same
am right
thing
now.
5 years from now.
I think that's true, and I think that's why older people, and this is something that I get mad at, because maybe it's because I'm in between the babies and the olds, but
You're an old.
I see old people hating kids as if they've forgotten what it's like to be a kid.
Yeah.
And I always hate that. I always hate seeing old people get really mad at little kids for being little kids. Like
Yeah,
that's
fuck
what they're
these
meant to do.
babies,
You're
what it
probably
is,
the same
yeah.
fucking
Hey,
way.
not a little kid.
And I also get mad at kids for thinking they're better than the adults, even though they don't know anything. So
Yeah.
there's this. I feel like I'm stuck in that middle of watching both sides hate each other.
Yeah.
And hoping that by
Well,
the
here's the
time
thing.
I
Is
become old
other
that I
people
don't
have
do
probably
that.
been in your exact same position as well and had the exact same thoughts because everybody's always
Yeah.
between
Right.
two generations.
That's true.
That's
you know?
true. So they're like, oh, this other generation, there's one behind me. They're always fighting,
Yeah.
no matter when it happens.
The future and the past at odds with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
was
like,
not like
I'm
that.
the normal one.
Mm.
I don't do that.
Oh.
But I can see it. I can see it happening though. I can see
Yeah.
the possibility of me becoming a cantankerous old curmudgeon.
Yeah.
Where I really do look down on the generation below me. I can see it happening.
because I
Well,
also
I do
have
look down on the Zoomers because all the TikToks.
There-
I'm
there
not a
are-
fan. I'm not a fan.
there are some things that I do kind of turn my nose at that I sometimes wonder whether or not it is okay. But it's more of like
Uh-huh.
I have like let me check the chat real quick.
I wonder.
Okay. You know what? I wouldn't even know if they were in there. So I look at someone like my sister who is just
There's
two-
no way.
who is just 2 years younger than me.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I have a pretty damn good idea of who I was 2 years ago.
Okay.
And I see, from my perspective, somebody who is a lot further behind than I thought I was 2 years ago. Just with
Mhm.
regards to like awareness of who you are and where you're going and what you want to be doing. And just an overall like sense of identity.
Direction.
You know?
Yeah.
So that's when I tend to get like my most judgmental is when I see somebody around that age and
okay.
they're kind of like they're still acting like how I probably acted when I was like 20, but they're like
Yeah, I
6
see what
years older than that. And I'm just like, oh, like either I had some sort of like either I'm accelerated or they're behind. And I don't like about thinking about whether or not I'm accelerated. I don't think I am.
I also think that it
were you
comes
in
down to your
farm programs?
perspective because in your opinion you were ahead, but maybe
Right.
in her opinion you are the one that's the weird one.
That is
You're,
true.
you're absolutely right. That just comes
You're
down
the
to
one who's
bias.
you're the one who's not on track to have a family and everything, but she
Yeah.
is. She's way more ahead of schedule than
because
you are. So
there's
it's just like, where are
there's
your
no correct way
priorities?
to live life. So you're
Yeah,
absolutely right. You're so right.
Everyone has different priorities, so
Where's
it's
your
like
Jacob,
maybe I guess if there was someone who was trying to go into creative field like you are,
Mm,
that then I can understand kind of being more judgmental about that. Like, all right,
Yes.
they're trying
Okay.
to follow the same path, but they are very far behind.
yeah,
But I feel like trying to
I think
like
you're right.
your
Yeah.
sister's like a completely different.
You're
beast than you,
absolutely
like,
right. Yep.
Yeah.
But
The
those,
thing
those
is,
are the
when
kind of
you-
thoughts that
Wayward.
pop into my
But
head.
I totally get that.
Yeah. Mhm. Sorry, Erica.
Maybe maybe
She's
the
not
thing is
watching.
when you were a sperm like in the movie, like in Spirit World,
They're not
maybe
sperms
you-
in the movie, Jerry.
Yeah.
They're not even
I
physical.
can believe it.
Sperm now.
I
They're
can believe
definitely
they
sperm.
kind of look like a sperm.
Sure.
Sperm to me.
You know,
Like,
that's
everything is
new.
like you're running around.
That's the new truth, is that they were sperm the whole time. I
Whose
like
ball?
that.
The sperms in God's ball sack, just
Oh
ready
my
to be
goodness.
shot down to earth.
I threw that big urethra.
Although I did feel bad,
And
and this is the
inseminate a
very end
bunch
of the
of
movie.
newborn
But
babies.
I felt bad for 22. She was heading straight for China.
I know. I was
Was she
looking at
heading
that-
straight for China? I wasn't sure if she was going for like Russia, but she was going for that continent.
No, it was
She was going for the
oh
hot
no!
zone.
Hopefully,
She was like, no.
hopefully
Dead
she doesn't.
bullseye. I hope she doesn't have dreams.
Oh God.
I was more saying like, hope she lands in the right gender.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, now
But obviously all the souls are actually gender neutral. Like,
The souls
like,
are
they don't
gender
have-
neutral, yeah, but the bodies
Well,
they
like,
land
she-
in are
yeah,
not.
Yeah,
Dead
so,
bodies.
like, yeah, exactly. So she could have hopefully been a dude in China. Otherwise,
Hopefully, she has an
scary.
opportunity to live her life.
Oh,
That was a bit
was a
presumptuous and
deliberate
racist. I don't even know if that even still happens.
That was
I
a,
think- I
deliberate
think,
choice, though, right? They
It
think
must
the
have
one
been.
child.
to
I think the
China,
one
right?
child policy isn't a thing.
They don't
anymore.
do that anymore. They don't
Okay,
do that anymore.
what I was saying, is like when you were ghost, your spark was not marrying to others, and your sister's spark was marrying to other. But as movie says, it's not decided. It
Your
was just
spark
a
and your
spark.
purpose are different things, which like
Jerry,
Yeah,
that was-
exactly.
that was the most like I couldn't believe that they tried to breach a topic like that in
That's
a
huge.
kids movie. The fact that they tried to draw that distinction and try to communicate that,
between dreams and purpose.
yeah, that's something that like I had to kind of chew on after the movie was done.
It's a struggle.
You know,
it's
like-
a struggle for me to even think about just like
It-
purpose versus.
It
like,
is.
Yeah.
It's a tough subject.
Because like you think about every single movie, especially movies for kids, there's always some sort of through line of like, follow your dreams, like do what you love, that kind of thing. And this
Like,
movie is
exactly,
essentially,
not abstract.
yeah,
It is always a
This
specific
movie is
thing, and that's
essentially
what
saying,
we're
like,
meant to be
the
happy with.
opposite of just like,
Right.
hey, don't get so preoccupied with your dreams that you forget to live.
What?
Thanks, I'm 8. How am I supposed to understand that? Like,
Yeah.
I'm 12. Right, Jerry?
it's and I just that kind of floored me because I just didn't expect to
No, it,
to
it
to,
was,
to,
it was
ta- to
shocking.
wrestle with those ideas in a PG movie.
Yeah.
I'm not used to that.
It was shocking. And that's
Yeah,
what
even
we
at the
said,
end,
like,
the older Jerry says like, no, it's not just like the. You don't have to follow that.
Yeah, it was
Something
like, yeah,
that.
you got you guys and your purpose, like
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
yeah. Whereas like the old like, and that wasn't even something that like, they like tricked you about, right? Like the fact
No, they were
that
front the whole
humans
movie.
conflated the soul's spark with their like purpose in life and what they're going to be. That was all on the audience. That was all on us. They never like said
Yeah.
that really.
They never once said
No. That was
I mean,
just
like-
how we were interpreting what we were seeing.
Yeah.
that. Like Joe kind of says it, but that's because he is the audience. Like at that point, like he
Mhm.
doesn't
Joe
know
was.
better.
Yeah, for the whole movie, Joe was obsessed with like this jazz. I was meant to be playing jazz. I was like, I was born to play jazz.
Yeah.
And like after that, like a grand performance,
Mhm.
he was like, this is it.
But-
This is all I.
But
dreamed about?
here's the thing is he can still be right about that. Like he can still
Right.
jazz can still be the thing that brings him the most joy, and playing music makes him feel alive. It's not like, and
It's not
that's
his
the
purpose, though.
that's the fucked up thing is that like all of these things can be true, and there's like
I think
I'm not used to movies doing that. You know?
It's not like Toy Story where it's like this is a good friend, this is a bad friend.
Yeah.
And there's a pretty clear
no, it's
split
not. It's
between
not
right and
something
wrong.
like that. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's about that. It's like a jazz can be a reason you want to like live this kind of life, but
Mhm.
it's not everything.
Yeah.
jazz can be your part of your life, but there are other things in your life too. Like you can enjoy the moment, every moment your life too.
Mhm.
It's not everything. It
There-
can be your part of your life, but it's not everything.
There are some like poignant moral, like explicit morals in this movie, but I think they're kind of overshadowed by the fact that this movie, I feel like, at least for me, it provides more food for thought than it does like morals of like this is what you should do.
There is no just clear answer at the end of the
Yeah,
movie.
it's more just like
the only
hey,
answer.
think about this. I'm like, fuck.
The only thing that doesn't need any interpretation, it's a pretty clear direction from the movie, is just to enjoy your life.
Yes.
That's the only thing that it says explicitly.
Right. Which again is just like one of the
Oh,
most
cliche.
cliched morals you can ever have. But this movie, I feel like what this movie presents is far more than just that. That's just the only
I
one
might
like
also
concrete one that you can point to and say like that.
Uh-huh.
There it is.
Well, the funny thing is, like, that's like the easiest like theme to understand the movie, but even a kid won't understand that because to them
They're
they are
already-
living.
That's
they're already
automatic.
living life.
That's automatic for them.
All of life to them is new experiences and cool things happening. They're always excited about things going on.
This movie-
So what are
I
they gonna
wanna
be
be
like?
happy,
Oh, I need to make sure I'm living my life and being happy. Like,
I
with
think-
things have like going on.
Yeah, I think this movie specifically doesn't appeal to kids because I guess the moral is not like don't forget to live your life. It's the moral of the movie is not live your life to the fullest or whatever. It's more of just like a hey, as you're growing up and pursuing these things, don't forget how to appreciate stuff. Which is literally an experience a kid has never had yet.
No.
Like a kid
never.
hasn't not appreciated like a new experience yet. So
No.
how are they going to know to continue
They don't.
doing it?
They don't
never
know
had
what
a
it's
new
like to be
experience.
stuck in a rut. They don't know what it's like to feel
Exactly.
unfulfilled. Like
These are not kid things.
they're not gonna feel these things until like 10, 15, 20 years from now, maybe.
Not until they're on their own.
They're not gonna get it.
No.
And here's another
Which is
fucked up thing.
curious-
I might be wrong about that. I don't know.
That's true. I have no idea, but at
I would
least
like
in
to
my
ask a
brain,
kid- I would like to ask a kid what they think of this movie.
I would love to see like some
Yeah.
sort of data
Having kids
breakdown
in
or just
chat.
like have an audience of kids watch this movie and see who, if anyone, connects with it. Because even if one kid like connects with it, I want to
Then it's
interview the
worth it.
fuck out of that kid and see what's going on in his head. Like,
kid's got some insight.
Teach us a thing or two.
Next time, if my sister brought a nephew to my home, I will make her watch this movie and I will ask specific opinion about that.
There you go.
I'm sure they'll have a lot of opinions on like the jokes and the characters, but less so maybe about the
Yeah.
message.
Well, here's
But
another kid
the thing is, this nephew, she's very smart kid because my sister, like forbid, not forbid, but kind of like limit her like this kind of like a YouTube and smartphone thing.
Yep.
And she actually like had her like read more book than usual than these
Oh,
days
yeah.
this kid. So she read a lot of book, probably more than me.
That's good. Yeah.
So it will be interesting to have that kind of conversation.
Well, here's another question. How much do you think movies when you were younger affected your beliefs today?
I don't know because I was
Jeez.
watching movies like The Phantom Menace and Treasure Planet. I don't think they really had
I feel
strong
like
messages.
I feel like I'm a bit of an
Jeez.
exception in the
Okay,
fact that
plumber.
like probably less so movies, but sure as hell games have influenced like my morals and my perspective on things. I can say that. I can say that with 100% certainty, and less so
I think
movies
that's
just because I
because-
watched fewer of them.
I also think that's like you have a passion for games, so
Yeah.
they have more of an impact on you.
I
just
think I've
in
also
general.
I think I have a passion for games because of how much they've impacted me and how
can
much
see
I've
that, yeah.
reflected on that. So,
kind of formed.
yeah.
Kind of like
That's what I
you
can.
as a-
That's what I
as a
can say
child.
with like 100% certainty that games definitely did that. But movies maybe probably did, but definitely to a lesser extent, just because I didn't
Yeah.
watch as many.
Yeah.
But oh yeah, no, like the media you consume can absolutely have an impact on the kind of person. Like, here's the thing with me and games.
All right, here we go.
games have the capacity to give you an experience that you might not otherwise have had or even be capable of having. And it
Right.
lets you interact in those sorts of spaces and challenge you to think about these sorts of experiences that you've never had in your life and probably never will have in your life. But now you have a newfound perspective on how people who have gone through those experiences might be thinking, or like the sorts of struggles that they've tried to grapple with. You would have a very, not nearly as much as like actually having that experience, but you would have a tiny little fraction of what it's like to feel like that
into the world. Yeah.
and that tiny little like fraction of it, I feel like, is far more valuable than people seem to be aware of, to the point where like it can definitely evoke some empathy in a person's life that they carry with them outside of the game, which I find to be extremely valuable, and one of the things that I'm super passionate about when it comes to game development, even though at the same time I can still make shit like Dude Ranch and Masusia Loose, where it's just dumb fun.
Yeah.
But there are also
it's
some
like-
very special games that can like give you those experiences. So
Yeah,
movies
but
can do that
it's
too.
one of those it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, like I'm sure movies and games like kind of shaped who I am and all of this, but I don't know if I could point to a single one or even like a few of them and be like, this is it. This is the one that kind of defines me.
I
think it's just like
I
a
can
weird
point to one.
culmination of all of them.
I can literally point to one, and it's one of my favorite Ghibli movies, Whisper of the Heart. I watched that, I think, pretty recently after my first breakup. And I think that was one of the movies that helped set me down the path that I am on today. That's the only one that I can think of, but that's not like a childhood movie. So
That's what I'm saying. Like
childhood movie,
like young
I don't know.
like kids, like everything is just kind of like forming you without you even realizing it.
Yeah.
That it's impossible to think back on it and be like, this was the moment that I made, that I started
1,000,000%.
thinking about this.
I don't even
this
think
way.
a therapist could dig that out of you.
Because I don't think any of that is actually just in my subconscious. It was just like a thing, like it's just all the experiences happened, and then they kind of got all jumbled together, and then out the other end came Steven.
Yeah.
But there is no denying that content, like things that we've watched and experienced, the same as lessons we learned from our parents, are deeply seated there somewhere, even if we didn't fully comprehend it at the time. When I learned about sex when I was a kid, I didn't know what any of it meant.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that I didn't retain that information to like learn through context what it meant later, that type of thing. You know, when I think about Mulan, when I saw Mulan, I just saw like a character that like ended up beating a villain. I wasn't thinking about the idea of my gender deciding like what I was able to do or not to do, and then having to prove to myself.
Honestly, it wasn't relevant. It wasn't relevant to me.
Struggling about who you want to be versus who your family
Everyone
wants you to be, or society wants you to be. Yeah,
exactly.
Because
I didn't
even that
process
was
that
never
as a kid,
really
no.
like.
No.
I just
Like,
liked the
even
"Let's Get
that,
Down to
like-
Business" song.
Exactly, that's a great song. So maybe that is a good example of like, I'm like, kids aren't gonna get these sorts of messages,
Right, but
and
Soul,
this one's an even more complicated one.
Soul
than that.
doesn't
No, but
have
my
"Let's Get
point-
Down to Business" moments.
No,
That's
but my point isn't necessarily that like I watched these movies and I didn't get it.
Yeah.
My point is that even though I didn't grasp the more metaphysical or just the philosophical meanings of what was being portrayed, or even the social economic things that are portrayed in all these old animations, even the idea of death and stuff, overlooking just the most basic things, right? I think that even as I have grown up, the same as my mom and dad telling me things when I was a kid that I didn't fully understand, it still has made an impact on my beliefs and things because I heard it and because I experienced it. Especially when those things are tied to music. You know, we remember songs from movies and colors and visuals. If you start to tie these messages that maybe we don't understand, but we tie it to something memorable, and that in some way your brain does retain this, I think that does make a difference. I think that a kid seeing this movie, and because this movie is very direct, it's literally just saying its message. It's not hiding it behind anything.
pretty much.
So that if you don't even really need to be paying that much attention to really get what the movie wants you to feel. So yes, there are the deeper things that you may not know, but I would argue that it's extremely valuable for kids to see stuff like this, even if they don't fully get it, for the same reason that you teach kids anything like death when they're kids and don't fully understand it, because they will remember those things when the context comes later. You don't want to learn a lesson after you've been faced with a threat. You want to know about it. I want to know how to defend myself against a tiger long before one attacks me. That kind of thing.
How do you defend yourself against a tiger?
I don't know, and that's why I'll probably. And that's
I never learned it when I was a kid.
I
and now
never
I'm screwed.
learned. No one ever showed me a movie about that.
So I think the difference between what you were saying about like the stuff that your parents teach you and stuff about sex and things like that, and like
Yeah.
planting these sort of seeds before like these kids actually contend with these kinds of topics is, I think, what makes this movie a little bit more inaccessible is the fact that the conflicts of this movie are not things that I feel like everyone will be struggling with. And as I'm saying that, I'm not sure if I agree with it.
I am on the side of, if I was going to choose an absolute in one way or the other, my absolute choice would be that everyone is going to experience a need for purpose. I can't
some
imagine,
regard, like not
because
necessarily.
I'm a firm believer that no human is special, and
Yeah.
if I have felt something, everyone else has felt it.
Sure.
So because there's no reason to assume that I have had some special circumstances that have made me the only human or one of few that have felt a thing. It's more likely that everyone is equipped to feel this thing that I've felt. So if that's true, and in my mind it must be, then this movie should be relevant to everyone. And the only reason it wouldn't be relevant is either A, you're too young to comprehend what that sort of question is, or you are ignoring what's in front of you because it's either from bias that you have about how you live your life, or it's uncomfortable and you're consciously ignoring it.
I think what I more meant to say is like, this isn't something that everyone would contend with, and the more fact that like I feel like the problems that this movie presents are far more like, it's harder for somebody to even recognize that they're having this problem. Whereas if somebody is contending with like the morals of stealing or like the consequences of sex or something, like I feel like that's a far more like in your face, like you are going to experience these things in life sort of thing. Whereas like, even if somebody is struggling with these sorts of problems, they're probably not even aware that that's the root of their like stress or misery or listlessness or whatever. It's one of those like much more abstract life problems that you kind of need to be thinking about or aware of to even confront. Whereas like these other things that kids are taught and then experience later in life, it happens to them, and it's just going to like be right in their face. I think that's more of what I meant in terms of like somebody can live their
tangible versus intangible.
I think so. I think somebody can go through their entire life without even realizing that they've experienced this. They've struggled with this problem.
Like they can't name it, but they maybe feel it, but they can't identify it.
Yeah, and that's less so about like the traditional things that you're taught as a kid to like prepare for and learn and stuff like that.
Okay.
I think that's more of what I meant in terms of like, not everyone would experience this. Not everyone will be aware that they experience this kind of stuff.
Not everyone will toil with it. People may feel it, but not everyone will. It won't be a block for everyone.
Some people move past it and just not even think about it.
Or they'll just see the symptoms and not even comprehend that a root cause might be.
They don't think about it too deeply, or just like those kind of shrug it off.
And that's how you end up as a barber.
Hey, he was a good barber though.
Oh my god.
You must be so unhappy.
He's saving lives.
He is
I still do think that's probably my favorite scene in the movie, and that's just another scene where like kids will start playing with the dogs. Like there's nothing interesting happening in that scene outside of the dialogue and the ideas it presents. That's it.
I know. It's just conversation.
Yeah.
Because at least in some of the other meaningful parts, it'll throw, like the end, which I know is meant to be one of the more powerful parts, but it's not the most powerful part to me, where 22 is turned into a lost soul and stuff. But that's at least backing up the conflict with conflict visuals.
Yeah.
So when you have something like a barbershop and it's just this sort of genre piece about people sitting and talking, you don't really have visuals that back up the conflict at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's not much for someone who's not really paying attention to latch onto.
No.
You have to be listening to the words they're saying and comprehend them for the most part.
It
Yeah.
is brief, but there's meaningful delivery of narrative in that short scene.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. I felt that like some of the most poignant bits in the movie were in that scene, essentially.
You can kind of sum up the whole movie in that scene, at least what the movie wants to tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I think throughout, like after that scene, throughout the rest of the movie, they kind of just basically reinforce everything that was talked about in that. little
Yeah, well,
barbershop.
after that they just make it personal for Joe,
Mhm.
and then once they make it personal for Joe, they try to make it relatable to the audience, which
Yeah.
I can see. I mean, I know people didn't get that.
That's
I saw
I have proof. I saw it
witnessed-
happen before
I
my
witnessed
eyes.
2 of them not get it.
but that's the thing is
It was
like
very
you can't.
upsetting because they were trying to ruin the movie for me by talking.
And
over
I know
it.
because I was really like,
I was like
I was
hyper
mad.
tuned into this movie, and then
Yeah.
when someone starts talking over it,
Oh.
I get mad. I almost started saying like, "Get the fuck out of here!"
I know. Just go upstairs. You don't like it. You don't have to watch it.
leave.
Leave.
Go away.
And you can't.
I'm
And that's the
sitting
thing is
here
like you
getting
can't.
emotional watching this thing. I don't
know.
need you like making jokes about stupid shit that doesn't even matter right now.
And I think that's a big problem is you can't really force people
No.
like think about these things or care about
No,
these things.
yeah.
Because
You
they
can't
can
demand
feasibly
emotion
go
out of
through their
people.
entire life not having to think about it. They can
Yeah.
do that.
Well, see, here's the thing though. I could almost guarantee because there's no way that I'm that different from our dads, dude.
Mhm.
Right.
And there's no way that man has not experienced this before. That man has absolutely had dreams.
Oh,
I mean,
like
he wanted to be a
dream of being a race car
he wanted to be a
driver.
race
Then
car
you were
driver.
born. Race car
And then
driver.
was for
kids
the
were born,
longest
and he gave
time.
all that up to become a mechanic.
Yeah,
and then he became
that
trapped in
turned
this
into an
idea of-
office job. Like
Exactly.
Then you get trapped, and then maybe he doesn't think about it because he doesn't want to think about it.
So that's where this type of audience member in my mind comes up, of the people who watch this and either interpret it in a way that feels complementary to what the choices they've made, or you sort of glide over, or like our dad, stop paying
Disengage.
attention at the parts that would maybe make you think about how you're living your life.
Because it's difficult
Because
stuff
no one
to
wants
think
to
about.
feel that. No one wants
It's
to have
hard
feel
to
that.
swallow. Like no one wants. It's pretty tough to actually.
This would
like,
be a painful thing to watch
reflect.
if you're in your 50s, 60s, your retired age,
Mhm.
and having to reflect
like
back.
my life.
You either have to think that, yes, I, like Joe, actually have had a lot of things to feel really happy about, or you have to think, oh, I didn't achieve my dream.
The
but
things
that's
on my
okay.
podium are a marker and a deodorant stick.
Well, because like when you see
Yeah.
in Joe's life and like the Hall of Everything or whatever, it's
Yep.
sad. Like
It
it's
is.
just like a bunch of like nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that really crippling someone from a Joe's perspective, and if they're not ready to
100%,
tune
yeah.
in for the rest of it, you've basically lost
There's-
that audience.
it's-
member.
It's over
kind of-
because it's frightening.
It's kind of crazy how just a movie with purely very nice and innocent visuals, kid-friendly visuals, can be so like can make you feel so awful about yourself
Dude.
Yeah.
if you engage
Yeah.
with it and you don't like what it's saying. Ugh.
It's like
75 years go by.
so after I come back to Korea, I actually lived with my parents for a while, like a few months, and I actually had a chance to get to talk with them.
Yeah.
And for the first time in my life, I realized my mom actually had a dream to be professor. But my mom's family, like my grandparents, my grandfather, did have a lot of kids and
Yeah.
didn't have enough money to educate all of them.
Mhm.
So they had to drop some of them to educate the others.
Yeah.
And my mom was the one who was dropped, obviously, because she was like not elderly in the family.
Yeah.
She still had a dream about that, but she got us, and she got my dad, and she had to run the restaurant and feed the family with my dad.
Mhm.
She still had that dream. She wanted to study more, So she told me something like that after I finish this restaurant. In someday, I'm gonna go back to the college, whether I'm older, whether I'm even 80 or 90 years old or something like that. I was
Never do
shocked, I was like, what?
Yeah, man.
Damn, it made me sad, man.
Well-
it is a feel. It is like a feeling that I had like in the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
Like,
that's
when-
certainly a thing that like you don't realize about your parents. Like your parents have
Never.
dreams and stuff that like when you're a kid, you definitely don't think about that.
No.
And it's
Yeah.
not even so
Yeah, but
when you're
the
an
thing
adult,
is-
you're like all adults think about this shit at one point.
Yeah, exactly.
Clearly,
exactly.
my
It's
parents
not.
did as well.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody really
then,
like
like, find out
discusses it
exactly
all
what it
that
is.
much.
No, it's a pretty
because
hard
it's too-
topic to
it's
talk
too
about,
hard to
especially if
beat.
it's something. If it's something you
And
missed
some people
out
don't
on.
want to
and it's
think
like a
about it,
regret.
you know?
If it's like a
People-
big regret in your life or something, that's
No,
like,
people like
that's a tough
talking
thing to
about
bring up.
dreams when it's something they're chasing.
Yes.
Actively chasing.
Nobody likes to talk
Because-
about their dreams.
And I
No.
think ironically, this is something that a lot of Disney and Pixar movies perpetuate is that like giving up on your dreams or not accomplishing your dreams is like always framed as like oh, isn't that tragic? Isn't that a sad thing that happened? And then literally the barbershop scene is like, oh, but you're not a veterinarian. You must be sad. And he's like, no, like
No.
I'm still pretty happy.
Yeah,
like,
I'm doing something meaningful.
yeah,
like, it wasn't my dream, but I'm making the most out of kind of what was given to me.
right.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That
because
is
you're
the
doing that,
thing.
you feel happy and fulfilled.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I
That
just
is the
want to
thing, wait,
I just want to like have a quick pause and say like think about the conversation that we've had for the past 2 hours versus my little 30-minute rant on fucking Inside Out, and that
Hey.
right there is the goddamn
Hey.
difference between Inside Out and this movie.
You didn't give us a chance to rant about Inside Out.
Yeah, we could have talked about Inside Out this
Oh
long.
yeah, okay. Tell me
dare you.
about all the really impactful things that really touched you in Inside Out.
Like, growing up is tough.
What was the theme of Inside Out? What's the message of Inside Out?
Ooh.
Oh,
That's
is-
what I'm
it was
saying.
Okay to cry. No, okay,
Oh,
I remember
like,
it now.
Yeah, it was something that was
the
like
idea of
not everything
being
needs to be
sad is a
happy.
good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you should like feel everything. You shouldn't avoid feeling sad and stuff.
Yeah, you
Which
can
is-
have mixed
It's interesting
feeling.
because
that's a
Soul
little
kinda
nuanced.
does this
but like
too.
It's not a bad message for sure.
One of my favorite little lines out of Soul, which again is a very kid kind of thing, but
Mm-hmm.
I like when 22 in Joe's body is saying, yeah, and like the things that she felt while she was in Joe's body.
Yeah.
Like someone yelled at me on the subway and it was terrifying, but I also kind
I also
of
kinda
liked it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's such I enjoy how
It's
obviously pedantic that is, but
Mm-hmm.
that
I
whole scene of
fully
her,
agree
of
with
her
it.
sitting on like the stoop or
stoop.
whatever, talking to like Joe before they like switch back, and she's
I
realizing
really
realizing
like
all this
that.
stuff. Oh, that's such a good scene.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
it's got force to it, and I
They
actually
got great visuals to go along with it too. Good like
man.
music. Like fuck, man.
I really
Oh, the
appreciate
music, man.
Mm.
And it didn't dwell on all that stuff too much, right? It wasn't trying
No.
to insist that like look at all of these things. It was just it felt pretty natural, like
Yeah.
things that you would do if you were a little kid and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just a normal
Very
thing that
innocent.
we don't appreciate anymore, but
That's just living life.
That was that was
Boring.
another good one that they they say it multiple times again. The movie is
Yeah.
fairly forceful with the theme, but I'm
Mhm.
not
It-
upset
it-
about
it
it because
is.
they for kids and stuff they honestly for
And
some
that's
adults,
and that's
they
what I'm
would
saying. I'm just like there's a ton of things that I could just point to in this movie to be like, that's pretty contrived, that's pretty forced, that's a plot
Uh-huh.
hole right there. But
I'm willing
for
to look
this
past
movie
it.
specifically, I just don't care. Like,
No, because
Because-
it did what it set out to do.
yeah, the things that I got value out of watching this movie just dwarf any like
Misgivings.
objective factual problems that I could have with it.
Sure.
I that's a sign of a good movie when it just like you don't care about any
Yeah.
objective things.
Will
It's
it-
a,
And
And
Will-
spoiler
will-
alert,
Will-
those are the kinds of movies that I'm the most biased about.
Naturally.
I know where you're going with that, but
this falls into the
save that for
category of
next.
movies where I actually have an emotional response, a little tearing action,
Mhm.
and because
You
of
know?
that, it's going to be hard for me to give a really unbiased score.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So here's a trivia question.
About Inside Out.
No.
Oh.
About Soul.
Okay.
Amy Poehler.
Where did we leave off in our discussion?
We were talking about Dorothea Williams. And
We haven't even gotten. We haven't.
Oh
even
my
gotten
god!
He's not even
Joe
dead
being in
yet.
the zone yet.
yeah,
It's
like,
like all in the movie.
yeah, we literally haven't talked about Joe when Joe goes into the zone. It's like
For the
also
first
just
time.
a fucking amazing part of the
And
movie.
that is what I meant when I said we're going to be talking about the ideas way more than the movie.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, the ideas are great, but like the movie is also has
It's
like a bunch of
also
really
good.
cool stuff.
The
Sorry,
visuals
movie
and the
is
music
also
are
beautiful.
The
Like,
music, visual. Oh my god!
It's just
Every
beautiful.
single time music is being
Oh.
played in this movie, it's the most beautiful thing.
It's
the set-
amazing. It's
even-
amazing.
Even the classroom at the beginning is gorgeous. It's
It
just
was
everything
gorgeous.
about it is so. The mood is perfect. There's always a little bit of dust in the air.
Yeah.
little
Especially
things
in
that,
New
like-
York. Oh, especially in the one thing that I definitely noticed when he's like talking to the teacher out in the hallway. I'm just like,
Yeah.
this is a pretty dull color palette. This looks like
All those
my high
off
school.
green
Like-
kind of. Yeah.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of your guys' church's basement.
That fucking
Just
horrifying place.
long hallway with a bunch of
haunted
doors.
Yeah. It's just an
It did
empty
kind of
hallway
feel like
with
that.
no windows or anything, a bunch of
Yeah, yeah.
dull colors,
Only
Yeah.
and a bunch of a couple
only,
billboards with like some things pinned on it.
artificial lighting, fluorescent
Man.
hell.
Yeah. You don't see a lot of Pixar movies that look like that.
Nope.
But that's why I like this movie. It's just super authentic.
Yeah.
And the fact that they spent all their time on the Earth. The only things that I don't like were just again like some of the soul designs and things
Sure.
like that.
Sure,
But because those were the things built for the kids. You know.
Mhm.
Yep.
I freaking love the light. You know, the first time
Oh.
he dies, just the
Yeah,
amount of. I don't know if you. I hope everyone watched
so
this in
good.
like a good visual setting.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
I
Because
was
if you-
like-
if
Every
you saw
time I
this in
watch a
low
movie,
res,
it's always on my TV with my home theater system and the lights off.
This is.
I even
you gotta-
plug it.
yeah.
I even unplug
gotta
my
do it.
external hard drive because the light that blinks on it distracts me. So I take
Well,
that
yes,
out.
Yeah. Yeah, I made a point to really clear everything and just
Mhm.
sit and enjoy this one.
But
last
even-
night.
this
even
this
when,
movie with headphones is just like
Oh,
I'm sure
no
it's
doubt.
It's so fucking good.
Because even when like after he like dies and he's on that little conveyor belt, it just zooms out and it's just the conveyor belt, him, and then like that great beyond thing. There is
Yeah.
like 80% of the frame is black. And it
love
looks
that
gr-
space.
like I could screen cap that
It
and set it as a
looks
wallpaper.
phenomenal.
It looks
the
great.
space
yeah.
was great.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Like
Man.
they really knew how to set up beautiful shots in this movie,
Yeah. Yeah.
even when it was really abstracted.
hmm
Mhm.
And I think I agree with you in the fact that like the Inside Out esque like scenes in this movie were the stuff that I probably cared about the least, and it was more of just like a chuckle moment thing. Like I think the one part that stands out in my mind is when they're first in like that zone area and they're talking about like the lost souls and things.
I like that
Um,
area.
I liked
actually
that
do
area.
Like that area.
That's a pretty like a creative way to showcase that stuff. But I think like
Mhm.
the little Inside Out moment I have, where it's like, haha, that's clever, and then nothing else was when the sign
hedge
spinning
fund
guy.
guy.
Well, the hedge fund
Oh,
guy maybe
no.
that was definitely Inside Outy. But
That was Inside Out. Yeah.
I think the part that I kind of had a connection with and chuckled at was when that guy was saying like, I used to be a lost soul too. He's like, really? He's like, Tetris. I'm like, God damn, me too. I have lost so many fucking hours to Tetris.
Yeah.
So true, so true.
But I did really like the metal detector guy, how like seeing him transition into a
Yeah.
lost soul and going like, gotta find.
And I love
just
I love
like
the
that
fact that a
creepy.
lost soul is not just like, oh, this person's like they don't know what to do with their life. It's like, no, some of them are just so obsessed
They're
with a
obsessed.
specific thing that they don't process anything else happening in
they
life.
lose sight of everything
You can
else, yeah.
still become a lost soul if you're too passionate about your dream or what you want to be doing.
So they did. Remember in National Treasure,
Oh,
where
course they
Riley asks Ben, he's like, or no, Ben's asking Riley, like, what do you
10%
get when you get when you
One
what
measly
is what's
percent.
beyond passionate? And then he says obsessed.
Obsessed,
And then he's
yeah.
I forget exactly what he says, but it's the line
Yeah.
between obsession and passion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like that was another like eyebrow raising moment for me. I'm just like, that's pretty complicated for a child to understand. Like the fact that somebody is like passionately pursuing their dreams can still
And that's a
become
bad thing.
this monstrous looking creature that in every other Pixar movie is represented by an objectively bad thing that you cannot argue is objectively bad.
Yeah.
It's like
Not in this movie.
It's hard to simultaneously teach someone perseverance and tact.
yeah, it sounds like a lot of this stuff and a lot of the ideas that this movie presents is stuff that I feel like I've already known before, and if you think about it, are not the most like mind-blowing things in the world.
Oh, no.
But the way that like it's hard for me to talk about the fact that this movie is presenting these things without just like straight up feeling like I'm sucking this movie's dick. Like I'm when I talk about the movie like presenting these ideas and then just gushing over it, it's like I don't know how I feel about that in terms of just like it makes it seem like this is the first time I've ever thought about this kind of stuff, and it's more of just like I'm surprised. I'm honestly astonished that an animated movie, especially a kids movie, especially a Pixar movie, is trying to tackle these ideas. I don't know how this movie got made. I honestly don't. Like,
It's a good question.
I don't understand either, but I'm glad.
I think, you know what? I think they really needed to like skirt the line with a lot of the like the producers and things in terms of like let's add these little inside outy sort of moments to make this movie a little bit more marketable, because like if the director really wanted to make the movie he wanted to make, it probably would have been a lot more abstract, like you were kind of suggesting, Andrew.
It would be
I'm
a
sure-
different movie if it was purely up to his direction.
I'm sure like the parts of this movie that I'm a little more on are probably kind of maybe like a deviation from the creator's vision. Who knows? But
Well, anytime you see something simplified or made concrete when it could have been more abstract,
Mhm.
or said twice when it could have been said once, things like that.
sure, yeah. So I don't know.
Now, I will say that
Little Big
probably
Soldier
what
to the
put a
wheel.
movie like this
You got it, Boats.
through. Oh, Little Big Soldier, we
Mhm.
will do it. You know, you can put that in the Discord, Boats.
Oh yeah, as long as it's on the Discord thread, we'll be good to go. But if you don't put it there,
we won't forget it now.
I'll remember it.
I think that what this movie has going for it, at even minimum on the surface, it's a great genre piece about Black culture and jazz. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
They actually had like
it's hard-
cultural consultants in the credits and stuff. Like there was a team
Yeah,
of people
so
that they
at the-
consulted about it.
At the very least, it's definitely something that Disney could put out without even giving a shit about the themes and message, and it still be
Oh,
a pretty
yeah,
solid
easily.
movie.
Fun fact, in the IMDb page, apparently the original concept for this movie was to revolve around some white dude like pursuing some sort of science dream, like being a scientist.
Not diesel.
Well, that's what I would guess from, like, I'm assuming the director is like just a white guy.
I think
I would-
so.
I would-
Yeah, he is.
I would assume that, you know,
So-
if you're making a story about you, that you're going to do things that you know in your world.
Yeah.
Apparently, they didn't think that people would be able to connect or relate to a sort of scientist character pursuing his passions, so they
Right.
pivoted towards music, like a musician that they thought people could like, even if they haven't experienced that, they can kind of like. There's
People
an
get
inherent
it. You don't have
emotion
to-
about that.
You don't have to be a musician
Yeah.
to get music.
And as soon
Yeah.
as they decided that, they
Sounds really
slowly
got
started
me.
pivoting towards like
It feels like a bit much.
they slowly started pivoting towards like music, passion for music, and then once they kind of like gripped onto jazz, they're just like, okay,
Oh, the culture.
this
of
this has a huge history with Black people. We can't gloss over that. We need to
yeah.
represent that as best we can, and that's kind of was just like the natural progression of how that movie was sort of developed. And you can you can totally notice, like you can totally see the difference between a movie like this and like a lesbian kiss at the end of Star Wars. Like,
Oh yeah.
you know that this wasn't done for representation brownie points. This was done because they thought this was
No.
the best way to tell this story.
And that
Yeah.
I think, and that's why I love it. It's just it's the greatest representation of that emotion that I could fathom. I actually can't think of a better way to represent this.
Yeah,
No. Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
There's tons of ways that you can. There's tons of different dreams. You could have any. You could literally have anything. But if you really want to like dig down to the core of it, you have to make it more than the person. And the way to make it more than the person is to make it about the culture.
Yeah.
And if you think about what sorts of dreams like span cultures, music is probably the biggest one.
And
if you
it
think
just
in-
gives you a free ticket to have a
It's-
fucking great soundtrack, man.
Have some good ass
Oh,
music in there.
man.
I wanna like quickly point out that you have no. I didn't know this because I went to just listen to soul music yesterday. I just wanted
Yeah.
to like listen to it.
Yeah.
And Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross do music for this movie, and who gives a fucking shit? The music is all John Baptiste because there is nothing memorable about Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross's score whatsoever.
The only thing that I
Because it's-
kind of
it's the
remember that
atmospheric
wasn't
stuff in between songs.
Yeah. The only thing I kind of remember about the non-jazzy music was some of the themes that would play in the soul world. I'm just like I don't remember the melodies. I'm just like,
Pleasant
that's
stuff.
kind of a unique sound. That's kind of neat.
Yeah, they had some funky sounds, and I can usually count on.
But the
those-
jazz
those
scenes
guys.
touch your fucking soul, man. Like that
I-
shit's
That's
great.
yeah. That's what sticks with me from the movie is the visual tied to that.
Oh, I
jazz.
gotta get this cooked. Oh, I will be back.
All right, sounds
Okay.
good, Jerry.
I thought his house was getting raided.
Oh, could be the same thing.
So, yeah, no, I'm even even the scene where like 22 and Joe were like escaping the hospital. It was like a
Oh yeah.
fuck, that's good shit, man. Just like taking the jazz syncopation for like when they're like sneaking around, peeking around corners and
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah,
Good
it had good
stuff.
rhythm. The whole movie had good rhythm, and it's evident also in just sort of the pacing of things too. It felt pretty good. It didn't really slog for me ever.
I was honestly
No,
surprised when I pulled this thing up on Disney Plus and it said an hour 50. I was like, oh shit. I'm not used
pretty
to
long for a
animated
Pixar
movies
movie.
being longer than 90
Being
minutes.
almost 2 hours.
Yeah. That's
But
that's
it
usually
doesn't
hard to...
feel it doesn't feel like 2
No.
hours. Not like
No.
White Christmas.
I thought for sure, because I
Christmas.
had like some tea and some water before drinking this, and I tried to pee ahead of time, and I'm just like, shit, I don't think it's processed yet. I'm definitely gonna have to pause this movie halfway through and pee because I normally have to.
Yeah.
Nope, that didn't happen
Not
this
happen.
movie.
Oh,
Well, you didn't have a chance to think about the pee.
I didn't because I didn't realize until the movie was over. It was like, oh shit, yeah, I thought I was gonna have to get up halfway through this. Nope. Because I'm 28 still, not 29 yet. And then the bladder
Wow.
unlocks.
Well, there you go.
Because I was
That's
at
the
least told by my brother, what was it, like 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago? That one was unintentional.
Was it really?
That was
It sounded so deliberate at the end.
3, 4. No, I think it was about like 5. It was deliberate once I said the 4. I was like, I actually do think it might be 5.
I've never caught myself accidentally saying this.
It was it was around when I started working full time for the first time, and I came back for Christmas where he had said like, yeah, I've kind of reached that age where like I can't like go through the night without having to get up and pee, you know? I'm just like, cool, you're 25. Like,
Oh
wow.
my, dude, what's wrong with Evan? We're like the same age. How is Evan so much older than me?
Like I can't imagine. Like yeah, like some nights I'll like. have to get up
sometimes
a
I'll
little
get
bit.
on a bit of a bad cycle, and for like a week
And it-
I'll wake up and be like, ah, shit. But it's
Yeah,
not
and
like,
then
only happens to me in the rarest
Usually
of-
I'm like at worst I'll like kind of wake up a little bit, but I'll just go back to sleep. I usually don't actually have to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, like towards like.
yeah,
That just
I
sounds
don't,
awful.
I don't know,
I've only
man.
ever had to wake up to poop because I was gassy.
Yeah, like I went to bed gassy, and I'm like, I'll probably be fine. And then in the middle of the night, I'm like,
No.
I'm gonna shit the bed, so I should probably go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Again,
That's what I
I've
have to
never
worry
had
about.
an emergency shit before.
not
I've
any
never
kind
been
of
in that-
emergency shit.
No, I have only ever been in a position where
Really?
it's like a, God damn it, it
I
would be
need to
great if
go.
there was a toilet nearby right now. But I've never been in a position of like a, if I don't
You've
find
never
a
had a
if I don't find a toilet in the next
I've-
like 2 minutes, I'm about to burst. Like
I've
never.
been on the knife's edge of
No.
shitting my pants.
Yeah,
I've
for
I've never been that dangerous. For me, even as a kid, it's just like, as long as I can find somewhere to sit down, I can ride this out. Like, that's all.
No. See,
Yeah.
for me, the line is between solid and liquid. So
Sure. I've never had an emergency diarrhea before. Like, I haven't had it like.
No, that's the only time
leaking
for
out.
me. Is
Never.
because then I know any amount of unclenching is it's leaking through, and that's when I know it's
I've
an emergency.
never been that like.
That's
Like
like
my
sick
anus
poop.
is like the final like line of defense. I've never
That's
been
it.
that close, man.
That's it.
Jesus.
I have absolutely had. I had that when I needed to puke after New Year's. I was the other end was trying to go too.
Oh
And I was
God.
literally in like
I'm getting a
where
souvenir.
my old room used to be next to my parents' room, waiting for my parents to go to church so that I could go and destroy their bathroom.
Or are they not
and-
the kind of are they not the kind of parents that try to coax you into going to church anymore?
Oh, they do, but they give
Well,
up pretty quickly. They
Yeah.
give,
When
they give up more
we
and more.
came home at like 8:30 a.m., they're like, all right, they probably assumed we were just
I
gonna
went
sleep
straight to the
until-
room and closed the door, and so
Yeah, like,
they were
they knew not to
we were
bother us,
asleep. Yeah.
thankfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll still try, but at this point, it's just like if you have like an evening service, I'll like go with you.
Yeah.
I'm not doing mornings
I tell them that
anymore.
I'm not actively avoiding it if there's some special thing, but I'm not going to just come along just for the routine of it with
Yeah.
y'all.
No.
If that's okay.
I don't need to meet your church friends. I'm good.
No,
That's
that's-
the only
that's
reason
part
you
of
want me
what
to
it-
come, honestly. So
Yeah, the last time that we went, they were mom was dragging us to meet her lady friends and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not interested.
No.
she's like, "Hey, look at these single girls that go to my church." And I'm like,
Why would that do me any
What?
good?
I don't live
I
here.
don't live here.
Maybe that's her way of trying to coax you back.
It doesn't work that way, Mom.
I don't think that's
Maybe
gonna
in
happen.
her brain it does.
Mom, do you want to be the
Well.
only one here with a job?
She would actually love that if as long as
We
everyone
all
lived at home,
Oh,
she
man.
wouldn't
She
care.
would love that.
She wouldn't care if she had to be the sole breadwinner.
No, she would be okay
Yeah.
with it.
We'd live
Mom
in
is
poverty,
a
but
straight up
she'd be
martyr
happy.
for the rest of her life.
That's true.
That's
But
one of the
she
things
was
that
at Bachelor's Party.
that was a bit of an illuminating moment for me over the holidays. Was me kind of for the first time recognizing the fact that like my mom in particular, because my dad has like beer brewing, he's been doing woodworking, he made like the table in the
Hobbies.
dining room. He's
Got
his hobbies.
Yeah.
My mom doesn't have anything outside of her family. And she literally like
Yeah.
the illuminating moment that I had was when she said like something, I don't know what prompted it, but she's like, don't like family is like, oh yeah, it was something like if I were to get her like a gift or something, it was like just anything family related will make me happy because family is everything. And even I had to like raise my eyebrows. I'm like, I mean, yeah, family's important, but like everything, like
Well, this is coming from you. You hate your family, so
no. But
Yeah.
even then, like even I would argue that even my dad wouldn't like if he had to. It's a nice thing to say. Family is everything.
yeah.
But like
Well,
on
for
a
some people,
day-to-day
actually, yeah.
basis, I guarantee
don't
you that
know.
my dad cares about some things in a moment-to-moment basis more than family
Yeah.
in that period of time, you know? But I'm pretty sure that like family is
Well, I
not
think in
just
those other
everything,
times-
it's the only thing that my
I think
mom
what-
like really
you
has.
don't confuse what you're interested in with what's valuable to you, because
Sure.
I think at any given moment, like if you had to lose forever one of two things,
Yep.
I mean, I don't know, you
I
hate
understand.
your family.
No,
but
I think I know
typically,
where you're going with
you would
that.
think that you would probably like the value of your family is technically greater than something else, even if I'm not
Sure.
interested in ever hanging out with my
Yes.
family.
And I think
I wouldn't dismiss them completely.
I
for,
think that's what my
survival
mom was
activity.
trying to get or trying to convey with that sort of thing. But when she
Uh-huh.
said it, it sent my mind on a track of just like a yeah. It kind of started making me think about like what else my mom kind of does and what
Oh,
gets
that's how
her
I feel about,
excited. And
Me
it's
Stan,
just
that's
family.
Mom.
Which
That's-
again, once I realized that, it put a lot more pressure on me to make sure these holidays went smoothly.
Yeah.
Sure.
But the
Yeah,
only
for
the
sure.
only time that I see her like not complaining or not upset is when she like all the families together and interacting with each other. And when that doesn't happen, she's reduced to tears, like when my brother
Oh.
cancels the babysitting thing. And there's a lot of emotions to unpack with that I might not do on stream, but like that was a very illuminating moment of just like God damn, this is a lot of pressure. And now I
Yeah.
also understand, because like, I mean, both my mom and I had COVID. My life basically didn't change in terms of my plans for what I wanted to do over
That was
vacation.
almost ideal for you.
I brought a bunch of manga and books. I had a Switch. I was all ready to go. Whereas like my
Prime ready.
mom could not like stop saying how stir crazy she was getting being in this house because
Yeah.
she has nothing to do. There's nothing
No.
she wants to do. The one thing she wants to do is the one thing she specifically
Can't
cannot do.
Just see her
Oh, man.
family.
I mean, that's gotta suck.
Man. Yeah, it was just, and it was one of those things where like literally every single person that I would have a conversation with, either in person or like via text or whatever, felt bad for me because I couldn't leave the house and go see people. And I'm just like, I'm kind of chilling right now. Honestly,
Yeah.
a lot of obligations have fallen off my plate because of this. So I don't know how to convey to you that this is my ideal state right now. As long as like almost my
Yeah.
ideal state. If I didn't have to like be the cheerleader morale guy that kept this boat afloat, that'd have been
Your
nice.
ideal state would have been just being left alone in the house, not having to be the
Yes.
crux of everyone's happiness.
Yes. But yeah, that was just a bit of an illuminating moment for me. And there's actually a much deeper aspect of that conversation that I definitely will discuss off stream and not here. But
Sure.
there have been a couple of very illuminating things that I've learned about my family this vacation that have always been there, but have never really been something that I've thought about
Mm-hmm.
until I watched Soul. No, just kidding. This happened a lot earlier.
Oh.
I don't know how we got on this topic. Actually, I'm in the process of making our
Oh.
souvenir.
I don't know, but I would say that our mom is very similar. It sounds like neither of our moms is really good at being alone. I don't think they can handle being
No,
alone.
like
What would you say
Whereas
your mom does in
family
her
is
free
their
time?
hobby.
Oh, no fucking clue.
That's what I'm
church.
saying.
Church. So I think
But that's like I don't.
she
that's
doesn't
not
do
really-
anything alone.
What does
There's
she do
nothing that-
Friday to Saturday? Like,
No, there is nothing that she by herself enjoys alone. There's not
Like our
one thing.
sister always has some sort of like sport thing to do, or like they got it. Like she's got to go get groceries for the family, or she's
There's
got like
always
work.
something to do.
There's always
Something
something
to clean, something to fix, something to
She's
organize.
not like a relaxed like person.
Oh,
Like we
man.
have to force her to like watch a movie with us.
Uh-huh.
'Cause she's
I
always trying to
honestly,
do something else.
I honestly think
But
the
she's al-
only reason that your guys' mom and my mom don't get along or aren't like best friends right now
Yeah.
is the fact that my mom really loves beer. That's-
I mean,
That's
yeah,
prob-
yeah.
because
Oh,
everything
yeah.
else they seem to have a lot in common, and they've
Well,
just
yeah.
never like interacted enough. But if I were to think about
would
it, that would
say-
probably be the deal breaker.
That might be one. Yeah.
I will say that, like another different characteristic that would keep them from being best friends is your mom seems far more outgoing than our mom. Our mom is very shy.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah, very much.
extroverts can adopt introverts all the time. That's definitely a thing that could happen. So who knows? That might be a good match, but certainly the alcohol thing would definitely be a bit of a
I
deal
think the-
breaker.
Well, apparently our parents.
Our
actually
mom
went
doesn't do
to-
jazzercise, so I think it's our. that's
Well,
our
neither
deal
does mine
breaker.
because my mom's like 57, but she has the body of like a 70-year-old.
Jeez.
Well, not like
Ouch.
not like visually,
Mom.
not like visually, but more of
Ouch.
just like a
Jared, rate your
she
mom's body on a
struggles.
scale of 1 to 10.
She struggles to get like up and down stairs and stuff like
Oh, jeez.
that kind of
falling
thing.
apart already. That's
Yeah.
in your future too.
I forget
Yay.
how old our parents are sometimes.
I-
Not our
I-
dad.
well,
Our dad is
is-
definitely starting to show his age, but our mom is still kind of moving around like
Mhm.
she's in her 40s. So
It's only the occasion where she'll make jokes about things, but I don't see her struggle like our dad struggled.
our dad's been having.
Our
back
dad's
pain,
brain
gallstones.
is gone.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
it's not.
That dude is all over the place.
Yes, like it's happened throughout our entire life, but more recently he's done that. Like, gotta cycle through every name that I know before I get to the right one, sort of thing. Like,
Dog name.
You.
Oh yeah. I mean, my mom's been doing that since I've been in high school.
I know,
That's
but
also
it is. He's been doing that for the longest time, but it is way more often now, and he goes through more names.
Here's our souvenir. It's Jerry.
Oh my goodness.
Jerry.
We'll see. I wanted to sneak this in here before Jerry came back. So
That
we'll
is
see
an
if he
old
knows.
pic. That is an
I
old
know. We're gonna put it right over here.
Good old days when I could touch his body.
Yes, sir.
Look at how young Jerry looks there.
Right.
Well, the rest of us look young in those pictures too. I feel like.
Oh, we do.
Oh.
Before me and Jared had really
Pokemon
long
picture.
Hang
hair.
on.
Like, my hair was
on.
sort of long, but
And not I didn't see Diesel say goodnight. Good night, Diesel.
Oh,
I said
nighty.
goodnight.
Oh.
I
I
don't know
was
if
too
you
busy
heard me.
making a souvenir.
Diesel was probably hammered and wouldn't have heard you anyways.
We still haven't gotten out of that basement bar yet.
No, we technically okay. So we talked about. Did we talk about the zone?
A
We
little
started
bit.
to talk about the zone, and then we went off on a different subject. So let's talk
And
about
Jerry
the
left.
zone. But I think because we were like, "Oh, that scene is so cool," blah blah blah.
That
Then
was
but
that's
there's
basically
other
it.
scenes, yeah.
It's
Oh
just
yeah,
an
we got
origin.
distracted by
It's
like
just-
lost souls and shit.
Wait. Why there are two Jerrys?
We found I decided on what the souvenir for this movie is going to be. Jerry.
Jerry's the souvenir.
It kind of is perfect because you're Jerry in the movie. The movie's called Soul, and that's where you are.
This is true.
I object.
No, I think it's actually pretty
Okay, so yeah, that's fine, Jerry. You can object. All those in favor, though, say aye.
I
All right, so the ayes
I
have it.
think as an award-winning person with the best opinions, I
Yeah,
think it's a
here's-
good
you want to
idea.
use that trump
Yeah.
card now?
So
you get
you know it's good.
Hey, I was the award winner too. Can I have my opinion?
No, you can be a
no.
problem out of
Only if
context
it's out
right
of
now.
context.
Yeah. So there's too much context. There's too much context in here for you, bud.
Damn it.
Darn. Well, let me know when I can jump in without knowing what you're talking about next.
Oh, anytime.
So
Um,
where were
are
we?
currently we are at the zone. The first when Joe first goes into the zone while playing.
Wait, still early?
Yeah.
we got a little distracted.
We never got out of like 10 minutes of the
I don't think we will ever get out
We
of there.
won't. We won't. We've kind of like hit all of the important parts. We just like
We
haven't
have.
really focused on like the nitty gritty things, which is
And we don't
exactly what I
necessarily need to
expected.
go scene by scene, but we could.
Yeah.
There are some things that we haven't talked about
There-
per se.
There are definitely things we
Because
that-
this movie is about more than one thing, which is great.
It is
Yes.
tough. I do want to ask, since we're on the zone part,
Mhm.
have you all ever consciously like realized you were in the zone?
Oh yeah.
Like,
Well,
snap-
not
don't
like
realize
as I'm
it.
experiencing
Out
it.
of-
No.
Yeah, it's when
no,
I'm out of the zone that I'm like, oh shit, I was like
That's
mega focused.
that's
on that
honestly a
sort of
whole like people have written books that I own about that whole
Oh.
psychological state.
Yeah.
That is literally just a thing that humans experience.
It's in like a whole nother like plane of existence.
Mhm.
Just don't realize it until you snap back to reality. You're like, oh shit.
Yep.
Exactly. So when I was a kid, when I read comic book, like often people told me like, when you read a comic book, you never listened. We like called you like a couple of times, a lot of times, a lot of times. I was in
So
the zone
into
when
it.
I read comic book.
They're
Comic
like,
books are
"Bump zone,
spark."
bump zone." You're like, shut up.
I'm Jerry now.
I don't even listen to it when I'm in like I'm in focus, like under focus. So I can't even listen to others.
Yeah. What? Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was so focused on other things.
Yeah, something like that.
Would you guys, would you guys
not
say
now,
being
but
in the
used to.
zone how much does it have in common with just like daydreaming or even a
Like,
Wow, that's
okay.
hard.
Sometimes the zone for me is like just I'm really focused on like a task. Other
Mhm.
times it is just like complete daydreaming where I won't even my eyes will stop working. My eyes are open, but my imagination is going so wild
Yeah,
that all I'm seeing are the things that I'm like thinking of.
I'll be honest. I don't think I've. Go ahead.
I like, but when I think back on it, I'm like, clearly it wasn't that vivid, but in the moment, I'm
felt-
only focused on that sort of like daydream sort of thing.
I don't think I've
Part of the
ever.
problem is I'll do that while I'm driving sometimes.
Oh,
which is
God.
bad.
all the time.
I don't think
But
I've ever
luckily,
had
my
like.
autopilot's really good.
I don't think I've ever had like those sorts of like creative, like daydreamy zone moments where like I'm just like.
Thank
My-
you at the Facebook.
No. I'm more saying like when I'm in the zone, it's more of like it's a much more directed focus essentially. Like,
Yeah.
I can
Like the
be,
Damn.
yeah, I can be working on something and then come out of it like making serial data and just be like, how the fuck did I do that?
What the hell was that?
And then there's also some more micro moments. Like if I can attach some sort of like physical sensation to being in the zone, my mind immediately goes to like some moments in like middle school and high school when I was playing like Guitar Hero or DDR, where like there would be a slurry of notes coming down the screen, and I would literally get tunnel vision and nail every single one of them. Like there would be some moments, yeah, like especially if I'm playing like an intense rhythm game, sometimes like I'm not even like looking at like my eyes are focusing on nothing, and I'm just
your
like
brain-
I'm just processing everything that's going on, and I'm just like fucking nailing it. Like that sort of like that's the only time that I can kind of point to like a physical sensation that I can definitely recognize I feel going into when it happens.
Yeah, when your body can kind of go into autopilot and like,
Yeah.
that like you're pretty much in the zone.
Yeah, your brain's like firing on all cylinders, but somehow unconsciously while you're awake,
Yeah.
like it's just
Well, you're processing so much information that's too much for you to even like think about. So you
Right.
just kind of like almost black
My-
out for a
my
second.
brain's kind of taking away processing power from my eyeballs just so it can handle all this shit.
Yeah.
Well, it's like if you were to actually consciously think, playing piano
Mm-hmm.
about every key you were pressing, like that's what you do at the beginning when you suck.
Yep.
Exactly.
Those guys, like Joe, isn't thinking about the
Oh,
keys
he-
he's pressing. It really
just
is.
feeling
and
it.
that's the
He's feeling
amazing
it,
thing
and
about
it's
your
just-
brain, right? Is that
his
your
fingers
brain
are just
really,
moving.
it's almost
Yeah.
zombie mode that you're not even controlling it.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're literally like
Nuts.
hammering out notes that can make an audience cry while you're not even thinking about it. Like,
Insane.
Jesus Christ. So
So
Yeah.
we never process.
yeah, why don't y'all get us out of this? Why don't
Yet.
y'all get us out of this basement bar while I go to the bathroom? Be right back.
This basement bar.
We gotta get out of here.
I want to stay here.
I don't know. I like being in the zone. It's almost a metaphor for us in this discussion right now. We're so in the zone.
It is true. It is true.
We're
Though.
kind of obsessed.
We were in the zone for like 3 hours so far.
We spent the first hour of the stream talking about.
All right. New Year's.
We were talking about New Year's for quite a while, so
True.
And then,
true.
and then, yeah, we spent at least an hour or more just talking about the ideas of the movie.
At least
Yep.
2 hours, give it or
It
take.
doesn't sound like we're going to run too much into any sort of damning opinions about the movie.
I think I'm pretty much like set that I think no one's gonna have just a bad opinion.
No.
So-
I've already
not really.
said mine, and it was just a couple of the kitty choices that were made. That's
Yeah, but like
basically it.
I have meaning to ask you like you have been complaining about like this like a kitty like a spirit place.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, I think it actually balanced out the seriousness in the real world.
No, you are right. You are right.
So what do you think? Like how would you want to change it?
Well,
Hey, I
the
have
only
you
change
work or-
is not necessarily because I thought about this after I watched it last night as well. Like, would it necessarily make this movie better to do it the way that I kind of imagine, or would it just change the movie altogether? And it would more likely just change the whole movie altogether to do it the way I imagine. And the way I imagine is allowing things to be more abstract. So that means even like anything in this Great Before, to me, would just be very abstracted, almost ethereal or dream state, or this thing where it's just a shift of reality and it uses everything as a metaphor kind of a thing. But you can't do that in a kids movie, right?
But even if for the adults, don't you think if you do that, for this state in the movie right now, it is quite for this kind of like a serious idea and like a this kind of like topic, it is very comfortable to observe in this movie right now, but in this state. But if you change that, like it will be very kind of like a, how can I say that? It's very hard to
I guess like
absorb.
your brain needs a break every so often. Like,
Yeah,
think-
something like that to
thinking
balance
about
out.
So
I think
I agree with Jared. It does balance out the movie a little bit. It's just some of it is a little bit too much, but it's something I easily just like. You know, I don't care.
I think it depends on what the
It's
goal
just
of this movie is. If the goal of this movie is to properly convey these sort of complex and nuanced emotions, then yeah, I think I agree with Andrew that like you could have probably accomplished that a lot better with a lot more abstract visuals. But if the goal of this movie was to basically like open some people's eyes or minds to confront these kinds of ideas, then presenting them in a more familiar and easily digestible way could be the way that you actually reach these people and connect with them.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know.
I
I'm
think
not sure.
yeah. So I agree
it's a
that
trade-off.
sort of the Great Before does help balance it out. It's that sort of cheerful, cartoonish. Don't worry, I know that stuff that you're seeing on Earth is pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
But like things
You literally see Joe's dead body. Like,
yeah,
In the bottom of a sewer.
yeah.
especially a kids movie, that you do have to balance that out and not make it all so serious.
Mm.
And so any criticism I have of this movie, and it's not one that would like make me lower scores or anything, is just that yes, for a kids movie it had to make these choices. It doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. It just means that it could have been done differently, and I can see it in ways where it would make this an even more impactful movie or an even more artistic piece than it is right now.
Mhm.
Because it's less
Yeah.
of an artistic piece and really it's still a cartoon. They toe the line from becoming an art piece.
Yeah.
But because of that, there's just something about the cheerfulness of the Great Before. I feel like when you start to get into those really ethereal spaces that have no bias or opinion, that the visuals and atmosphere should reflect that. There shouldn't be like happy or sad in the Great Before. It should be completely neutral because it's where those things come from.
Sure.
Instead of already being like an inherently sort of cheerful, happy place. I thought that was. It's not a problem. It's just it's a kids movie. They have to do that.
Mhm.
I actually agree with that. Like when I watched so you being cheerful and you being like angry, you
It
being like
should-
a sarcastic. It was kind of like a hiccup in the movie for me. So your characteristic is decided before you were born. That is kind of like something like that.
It's an inside out moment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Where they basically show you they open the little electric door and show you the machinery moving inside, and it's all like clown noses and stuff.
Oh look,
Those are
I
the
eat this
only
piece and
things-
it pops out my butt. Isn't that funny?
Yeah. So, okay. When we finally, I mean, we're gonna get there eventually. It's almost 9:30.
Yeah.
Almost.
But
Oh, it's almost 12:30.
one of the only other like slight little issues I have is that the whole problem with 22 being unable to be excited about life on Earth.
They don't have
is because
senses.
because they don't have senses, and they're
Yeah.
being
Literally-
like, deliberately
Yeah.
having that taken away. But
Yeah.
they without senses, they still put things like food up there.
Yeah.
what I was
That's
like,
what I'm
that
saying. It's like,
makes no sense.
There-
How do you
there
have a
are
passion
some-
about these things that require senses to enjoy.
there
Yeah,
are
music,
some
food.
major, inarguable problems with this movie and the world that creates.
Yeah,
No doubt. And again, I just don't care.
Well, see,
Exactly.
honestly,
Just a hiccup. Just a
I-
hiccup for me.
I attribute most of that stuff happening in the Great Before as just stuff in Joe's head. Honestly, the way I kind of like see it,
Sure.
as because if you ignore some of like the actual mechanics of like how people are made, because none of that stuff makes any sense. But if you just focus more on the like Joe's self-discovery of the difference between purpose and dreams and his own life and stuff, and that 22 is basically just a vessel for that.
Mhm.
That like it's all fine that way. Not that you have to view the movie this way and that it doesn't work the other way.
Mhm.
But the mechanical properties that they try to display are purely there for the people who need literal interpretations of a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, I was gonna say something. Yeah, I was with regards to what ideally the Great Before would look like, it should honestly be like just as void as the Great Beyond. Like in terms of
almost mirror it
personality.
in some way.
Because this is like this is literally what they're trying to represent. There is like pre-existence, essentially.
Which is impossible to comprehend because
Right.
there's no way. to
It's
comprehend it 'cause
it's
not-
essentially like
Exactly.
it's essentially like what was it's like trying to represent what was there before the Big Bang.
Yeah, what was
Or
what is
or
not-
like
what-
the universe is
be
the universe is
anything.
constantly expanding.
into
What's it
what?
expanding into? Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
what is that?
What beyond the expansion? Like what's happening?
If
Like,
you if
I
you go
don't
to the
get it.
edge of the universe, what do you see? What's there? I
Is
don't
there such a
fucking
thing
know.
as-
Nobody,
How the fuck
it's
do I
impossible.
know?
It's unknowable. It's philosophically impossible.
Yeah.
And that's essentially what they're trying to represent with the Great Before, but like
Yeah.
because
And
this
that's-
is also souls that are about to be born, it is represented like a daycare, essentially.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I get it.
It
And
makes
the
sense,
movie
and
the
it's
movie does
digestible,
simplify.
but it's a
little bit of
missed
cover.
opportunity.
I'll give the movie credit because the movie is self-aware and it does acknowledge these things, and the movie does point out that all of this stuff is hypothetical.
Yeah.
It is all shown to you in a way that your tiny little human brain can comprehend. I get that. It's fine.
What's all
It's
red?
not red.
Is
It's
my
more like a
bit
pink.
rate red? What's going on? No, I'm
And
What's
it's all red. No, I think Roka is just.
Oh, I
talking
thought he was like talking about like a red signal. The movie's the red signal, something like that. Because what we are talking about is like some kind of like a bad thing about the movie, and Luca was like pointing out it's a red signal.
I don't know.
This movie
About,
thinks
I don't
so.
know. I don't know
Something
about
like that. I thought
We're-
he meant that.
Roka's just being really cryptic right now to freak us out.
What does it mean?
Ban him. Let's make him like the next year's award winner of most banned
Oh,
member.
he'll win that. He'll win that forever. I don't know how anyone's gonna pass Roka.
But I did just say that representing the Great Beyond as like a daycare is a bit of a missed opportunity. But now I maybe kind of take that back because of just what I said before of like, depends on what the goal of the movie was. Because this is one of those places where like you could explore this concept a lot more deeply and nuanced with this sort of abstract nature to it. But the way that they did do it does make it a lot more approachable and easily comprehensible to an
Yeah.
audience that's
Yeah.
not used to interacting with these kinds of ideas.
Yeah, because like I think in theory, like a more abstract before time would work and be cool, but I feel like actually in a movie,
It
this
might
is
actually
kind
hurt
of
this
this
movie.
it might actually be to its detriment. Like there's just obviously no way to know, but
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I follow Steven's opinion as far as I can go.
But maybe you can
Sure,
go a little bit
go
further.
yeah, go the easy route, Jerry, and always agree with the guy who
Always
is voted to statistically be the most correct.
the thing that got me my Earth badge was always being right.
That was my spark, is proving other
That was
people
my
wrong.
spark. Yeah, exactly. I'm
I
the
al-
best.
God damn.
Alright, we should
Alright.
probably go on a bit of a speed run now for the rest of the movie.
I mean, at this point, I feel like
weird.
let's just hit the highlights of our favorite moments.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So let's see. He dies. He goes into that whole soul place. Again, the shot of him just by himself there
The
is
shot
Mwah.
The transition from him and the Great Before into the
Oh
Great
yeah, the fall.
or the Great After, yeah,
Oh,
like the falling.
I
and
forgot about
shit was
that.
Awesome.
That's just
Like
good.
I love
I would have
that.
I would have
Super,
honestly taken like 5 minutes of just that.
super
Yeah.
artistic and just like like super simple shapes and just like a bunch of like
Mhm.
it was amazing. I
Really
loved
good
it.
effects there.
Good,
Really
fucking
good.
shit. And that's another one of those moments where I'm just like, just don't think about the fact that he kind of just like split through some kind of like mucus of life, and
Barrier.
nobody else has ever tried to do that because they didn't want to die before. Don't think about that.
Not in centuries.
It's not important, but it's
Well, remember when
it's
he's running
certainly
past it-
unlikely. But
When he's running past all those other people, they're just like, huh, what?
yeah,
Joe died in a state of desperation.
True. He had regrets, and that's how ghosts are made. So ghosts can travel through.
And yeah, when ghosts break through that membrane, they come back, and that's how they haunt
Oh
you.
my
They just
God.
don't really. They don't really just don't broach that subject at all in the movie for some reason.
Roka, did you
It's
link?
clearly just proving that it's ghosts.
Did you
What is
link
this?
me a
What's the name, Jay?
WKUK sketch? Holy shit!
Wow, that's
I
a
have not
throwback.
seen these guys
You know.
in years.
Nobody has.
3 seconds away from the edge of space. 2 seconds, 1 second, and it's all red. Oh my God. The void is red. Well, that must be because. Wow. I have no idea why that is. Captain, can I ask you a question? Yeah? Did your heart stop? Because mine did. I believe it did. Oh, there's a hot dog. That's weird. Is it weird? Anything goes out here. Guess so.
And it's red.
And yep, that's right.
That is surprisingly
the end of
relevant
debate.
to our discussion.
Yeah, it's surprising me.
I get it now. I get it.
Now I
I'll turn that
understand.
down. Whee. Well, that successfully derailed us. Where were we?
Well, we were just
We were talking about him falling
breaking
in,
through the membrane.
Oh,
barrier,
yeah,
and that's how ghosts are made. That sort of thing.
Yeah. He's definitely not the first person to not be ready to die yet and try desperately
Hell
to
no.
escape.
No.
Doesn't
But that's
matter.
what Fury is there for. Well,
Yeah.
I also really appreciate sort of the blasé nature of the Jerrys, and they're like, whatever, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Yeah, exactly, man.
They don't really seem. The security is really not that.
They have
big
the
for-
same like VBS voice for Terry as they do with like everyone else in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Yeah.
welcome.
Let's see.
Since we're talking about favorite moments,
Yeah.
this one's a little bit further ahead, but I really like it. The Lincoln joke about
Oh,
Penny
yeah.
and Jackson.
Oh yeah. That's so good.
I don't know why.
I just
I'm a child.
love the idea of 22 having like these people that we all hold as like the greatest of the great human beings that
Yeah.
can't connect with this soul at all.
Yeah, like
That's
that.
pretty
Like,
hilarious.
that's funny. Like that's some good like goofy stuff.
Those are
Keep
good,
at
just
it.
little mini history jokes for you.
Yeah.
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 And that was
Like
humane.
Marie Antoinette is just a floating head.
I love
Floating
that
John.
little gag.
Oh,
That's great.
Damn. That was great.
I'm also not going to think about where that Dr. Child therapist went after Joe stole his
Jorgensen?
nickname. Yeah.
Yeah, like he would have been at the seminar looking around or something, but it's the same as. So one thing I thought they could have easily not shown. They could
Yeah.
have easily overlooked this, and people be like, "Well, what happened to it was the cat." When Joe goes into the cat, but the movie is like, "No, don't worry, we killed the cat."
The funny thing about that is there's another piece of IMDb trivia where like because when Joe gets back in his body, the cat's fine.
It's just
Even
back
though we
to
saw
normal.
that cat's soul going into the great beyond, and the
Cats don't
director
have
said
souls.
the director said, "Yeah, it's because cats have 9 lives."
Oh,
Smart fish.
damn.
I mean, I like that.
I like him. I like him.
It
It's a
was
good
kind
answer because it acknowledges that they fucked up, but then still like.
But
it
like,
was kind of
it's like a
morbid to
little
show that
cheeky
cat's
end.
soul on the great beyond. But I think that's another one of those like concepts of just like kids won't be thinking about it. And the adults will just be like, what the fuck? That cat
kids
didn't just
forgot about
die;
that.
its soul got ripped from its body and replaced
Yeah.
with something else.
So if Joe went back into his own body, the cat would have just been like an empty
Just a
husk
corpse.
there,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is also the only thing that I could think about during the climactic, like in the zone area, is that like Joe just started playing piano and then just died at his keyboard. Like, he's just gone.
I guess that's true.
He just died at his keyboard with a pizza crust and a used lollipop on his shelf.
like his how long was he like in this? Imagine if he was
It was more of like
with
if he
somebody.
didn't go if he didn't get that little second chance thing, he was right about to die. He was just gonna go to the great beyond and just be on his piano.
All right.
Well, imagine how that would look to everyone else. How
I
amazing
know!
Is that story? How amazing is that story that this man who his whole life wanted to be an amazing musician does it, plays one of the greatest shows, and then like his mom finds him dead, slumped over a piano like the next day.
Like he was playing piano to death. Like
Yeah. He was
God.
born to play, and when he finally did it, he was okay to die.
died.
Yeah.
Because he says it multiple times in the movie is that he would die a happy man if he could play with Dorothea Williams.
Yeah, he does.
And then he
does
had that
it.
whole scene with his mom where he said, like, if I don't do this, I feel like I could die tomorrow and nothing would have mattered. In a fucking kids movie, man.
Holy
Yeah.
shit! How did you say that?
Yeah.
Now and again.
But speaking of favorite scenes, him talking to his mom.
Great.
that's a
I
great-
love that
I
transition when it
really
like
love
panned
that
over
scene.
his mom and now he's just
Yeah,
talking.
and it's just 'cause he's like, repeat after me, and then it just turns into just him talking to his mom. Like,
and even
super
before
just,
he
like,
was
heart
going
to
on
heart.
that little like that speech to her, just the back and
Yeah.
forth that they had before, like when they were just like fighting with each other, and both sides had very valid and real points to make. It was like
definitely, yeah.
I could feel the stress. Like
Yeah, like that was super. Like the dialogue was super well written there. Like very
Well, it showed an
emotional scene.
understanding.
And that was super real.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Andrew? It showed an
What was that?
understanding of what?
Oh, it just showed an understanding of what the real conflict was.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to write dialogue because you would probably say for Inside Out, you're writing dialogue about something that you've maybe heard about or can imagine. Like everyone can imagine, oh, moving must be tough, and being a kid, sure, you can imagine that.
Yeah.
But writing, when dialogue is good because it's coming from a place of authenticity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
And
felt like a
and now
real
that you explained that
conversation.
The director literally lived this. I get
Yeah,
it.
it's
you know?
oh man.
I just had a thought. Was there an antagonist in this movie?
Terry.
Terry, I mean, it
As
kind
Kind
of.
of.
He
Probably.
kind of like it.
I mean, he was the one like trying to track Joe and like 22
If you would
down.
call Joe a protagonist, then the person holding that person back would be the antagonist.
Yeah, but they barely had any like major interaction with each other outside of that
They weren't-
one thing.
They weren't a villain. They weren't a villain, and they
Yeah.
weren't. Like,
But you don't have to be a villain to be a
critical
critical be an
to the plot.
antagonist.
I almost feel like Joe was like his own antagonist because he was, I don't know. He was the thing holding himself back from like
Was Joe the
recognizing these-
antagonist? The 22, the actual protagonist?
I don't know about that either.
At Joe,
Because
holding
like this
22 back?
movie, I think what makes this complicated is the fact that like I was thinking back to the conversation between Joe and his mom, and the fact that they were basically both correct in holding their opinions, and the fact that this movie, there's not a lot of things that this movie like put your face in front of and says like this is the correct thing. It's almost always like, hey, these are all right, and good luck figuring out that shit. Like, you can live with purpose and a dream, but you can also just like live a carefree life and enjoy the basic miracle of living. Like, or you can live responsibly and make sure you can support yourself so you can live for as long as you can. Like, all of these things are right and correct. And if that's the case, how do you incorporate an antagonist into that?
it seems more like the movie wasn't telling you what to do. It was telling you kind of what not to do.
Uh-huh.
So it wasn't trying to say there's any one answer. It was trying to say there is one clear wrong answer.
Right.
And the wrong answer is to think that you are worthless because you don't have a purpose or haven't achieved your purpose.
Yeah.
And then it used the rest of the story, which has interpretation, to explain what purpose is and the differentiation between that and dreams and obsession and etc.
And I think that's the reason why, like, I don't think Terry's an antagonist. He's just like a guy who causes like one problem. He's just a random conflict, but there's no.
Yeah, that's true.
There wasn't really like a physical antagonist that was like impeding the protagonist in any major way outside of just like Joe's way of thinking changing.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah,
not.
so the thing-
I don't know.
The only thing that was doing any antagonizing was an idea. And
Yeah.
and that I think the idea is most seen in Joe, which is why you could almost view Joe as an antagonist or at least a version of him. And that's why I think when you see the person who really is a victim in the movie is 22. Like at the by all intents and purposes at the end, 22 is the victim. And or the person who's actually felt most of the conflict in the movie.
Yeah.
And when you get to that point, the last person causing 22 grief is Joe.
Yeah.
And Joe has to save 22 kind of from what he had been saying. So
Yeah, because
that Joe does make Joe, and if there is an antagonist, the antagonist.
Mm-hmm. I guess it would depend on. Maybe it would depend on who you view as the protagonist. I mean, like, you can default to Joe just because he just has the most screen time. He's on the poster and all that shit.
Sure.
But you could also view like 22 as the like if you view Joe as the protagonist, then 22 could feasibly be his antagonist because she's constantly like pushing back on him and trying to impede on what he thinks his goal is. But in that sort of relationship, he develops a different understanding of life and that kind of stuff. But like 22 is basically the person causing most of his problems when he's trying to accomplish his goal, you know?
Yeah, because
Whereas,
their
like,
philosophy of life is at odds.
Right. And if 22 is the protagonist, then you can easily point to a bunch of things that Joe has done to impede her desires or wants or goals and stuff like that. I don't know though. Like,
but in terms of the movie, like 22 was the like a reason he found in the like a latest like a scene that after he got like a great performance, he came back to his house and he like just like scrapping his like a 20 what's left of the 22, and he like realized what's the happiness of the life, like his first time with his family, like his like studying time with his like student, something like that. His, like a real happiness, like a little bit of real happiness in life is because of the 22. So you can exactly say that 22 is the antagonist.
Yeah,
it's more like a 22 make him realize what's the happiness of the life.
I think this is more of just kind of like splitting hairs and definitions of like what is the definition of a protagonist and an antagonist. And I think that's just another thing that I appreciate about this movie is that like that kind of stencil is kind of hard to, or that kind of cookie cutter is hard to put on this movie.
It doesn't exactly have a template. It's got a lot of the characteristics of like a 3-act movie. But
it's got a lot of pretty recognizable beats, but there's a lot of things that it does differently, which is another reason why I can feel like some people just not getting it or getting bored, because that 3-act structure, protagonist, antagonist, like
it works.
Conflict resolution, hero's journey, all of that stuff. There's tons of people who are not even aware of all of those mechanics, and they just like they love all the movies that do that because it works
for hours.
Oh,
easily.
And we're back.
We're back.
I'm not gonna entertain any Parsec reconnections. Sorry.
But
I'm gonna do it anyways. A second.
Do it.
Just keep pushing it.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna say anything until you let me in.
Got it. Well, I guess I'll start with my final impressions then.
Do it. Where to begin?
There are. I'm gonna need to rewatch this movie to see if I like this movie or if I like the ideas that this movie presents. I'm pretty sure it's the former, but I'd kind of want to confirm that.
You want to make sure it's not a Meet Robinson situation.
Yeah. So the movie looks gorgeous. I love how subdued it is for a Pixar movie. Obviously it sounds great, especially for a movie that's focused on music. The themes that this movie tackles, as well as how it decides to resolve them, or even more importantly, not resolve them and leave it up to the viewer, I can absolutely see being an incredibly divisive point of the movie.
Yeah.
I loved it. It is the exact. So, how do I want to word this? I think, honestly, like, the way that other movies do this kind of stuff, and present these morals and tell you what's right and what's wrong, that's kind of maybe a big reason why I don't particularly enjoy watching movies all that much. Like, I can enjoy them in the moment, but they don't ever really leave like a lasting impact on me, which is, again, basically the exact opposite of what this movie did for me. Which is why I feel like, in my personal taste and basically what I find important, I hold something like this in very high regard. And again, there are somebody could give me a whole laundry list of things that don't make sense in this movie, or things that they did wrong, or a bunch of very objective faults in this movie. But in this case, those aren't important to me. And that is because I am incredibly biased about this movie and how it represents. And we all know what that means in terms of, like, my most biased opinions about a movie get the most biased scores, which are 9s and 10s.
True. Yeah.
And I think for now, I'm going to have to give this one a 9. Just on it's almost there. I feel like this has the possibility to be a 10 if I rewatch it and connect with it just as well. This is the exact definition of the kind of movie that I watched at the right time, because that can sometimes just be the difference for me in terms of making it a 9 or a 10. It's just like I watched it at the right time to connect with it, and this was one of those like moons aligning moments. So I do think, I believe I'm giving my first ever 9, potentially 10, but very definite 9.
A momentous occasion.
This is a big deal.
And I picked it. What a coincidence.
Well, this is one I'm glad that people were telling you to watch, and it was worth them telling you.
Well,
I mean, this is
it's
a movie
literally
where
just you guys who were telling me to watch it, and it was already kind of on my radar.
When the movie was over, me and Andrew were like, Jared should watch this. Immediately.
Damn. Well, I'm glad I did. I am extremely glad I did. So, there are plenty. I could ramble on for far longer to explain my score, but fuck it. That's it. That's the cliff notes of the cliff notes.
I'm glad that we were right and you did enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Me too. I would have been upset if you didn't enjoy it. I'd be like, man,
well, we would have had some serious fighting.
This would be similar to like Your Name, where like you would have accused me of being like an imposter or kidnapped if I said I didn't like it. Like, this movie seems like it was tailor-made for me to enjoy.
I couldn't fathom how you wouldn't like this movie.
Who usually goes second?
Music,
is it,
and he likes creative
is
ambition.
it Jerry or
too.
Steven? I always forget.
I think we go with Jerry.
Jerry, go ahead.
All right. So I will make it simple as possible. Visual, music, story, undeniably impeccable. I was like, how can I say this? It was breathtaking. And every single moment, except Spirit World, but Spirit was, I think it was okay. More than okay, because it balanced out, as I told you people. But in the real world, the visual, music, everything was like a harmony, balanced.
breathtaking again. And the reason why I want this movie like a very high grade is because this movie won't change people's life, but it will make them like at least for one day. It will make people like go outside, breathe deeply, and appreciate the air in the breeze, appreciate the like a flower in the neighborhood, even appreciate the neighborhood that they don't like because they exist, they have characteristic. Something like a 22 says something like that in the like in the subway. He yelled at me, but I liked it because it's something special happened. In these days, like there's not many special kind of like things happen in life, and when that happens, we should appreciate it. But we don't do that anymore because it happens a lot in our lives, like already. So it won't change people's life, but it will at least 1 or 2 days make them appreciate the life they have. They think they got it as a granted. Like just me after I watched this movie, like I was like even when peeing in their stool, like no peeing or like pooping or eating was appreciate. I was appreciate that the food was good. It
always
was
appreciate a good poop. You had me in the first half.
We appreciate the good food, but not this kind of like
sorry. I thought you were still talking about poop.
Oh, the food.
Because I heard poop after you got done talking about peeing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
that's fucking
like
hilarious.
Delicious.
Yeah, when I said feel like a simple everyday things that you just do with like brainlessly. But after I watch after some people, at least for some people, after watch this movie, they will appreciate the little things here and there. So 10 out of 10. I think
Holy shit, let's go.
Damn.
Yeah, I think this is like perfect movie for me, and I will watch it again and again, probably like annually. Not because I paid like a $15 for subscription and $8 for movie, so total $23. Not because of that, because I love this movie. It was just it made me think. Not a lot of movie these days done made me think and like sympathize it. It made me think for a long time, like even after movies credit done. So it was perfect movie. No, not like a perfect movie. It was
perfect movie for you.
Traditionally, we don't give 10s to perfect movies.
No.
That's true.
It was 10 for me. Yeah.
Nice.
I think it earned that 10.
I have no issue with that 10.
No.
I wouldn't. No, I'm not upset for anybody who would give it a 10.
Probably first 10 out of 10.
Is it for you?
From this movie review?
Yeah, for me.
I swear you gave something else a 10.
I don't think there's been any.
Maybe not.
I think that's the first 10.
At least for me.
I know you really loved Flipped.
Oh.
Anyway, Steven, how did you feel about this?
So, complete opposite of Flipped. This movie, oh man, like there's so much I would love. This movie is just everything that I wanted it to be, sort of thing. Like, it hit all of the emotional notes, all the feelings. The visuals were phenomenal. The music was amazing. Like, it's one of the few movies that like actually gets me emotional. I'm invested in kind of the story and the themes and the message at the end. And it's usually pretty rare for something like that to happen. So when it does, it's a pretty good experience. Yeah, just watching this movie. I don't know. There's just something about it. Even if I didn't like resonate with like kind of creative, like follow your dream sort of like aspect of it, I feel like just the movie itself is still like, it's still a pretty good like movie. Yeah. I think it is definitely 100% biased. because I'm gonna kind of be along the same lines as Jared here. Like, yes, it is a very biased movie.
Yeah.
People could find faults in it, but at the end of the day, I'm not thinking about any of that. I'm only focused on all the stuff that I liked about it, which is pretty much like 90% of it.
Mhm.
Like is stuff that I liked. There's very few things where I was like, I don't really care about this. And even if I didn't, it was such a small part that it didn't matter at the end of the day.
Mm.
So yeah, this is definitely gonna be a 9 out of 10 for me. It's definitely like it's up there as like probably one of my favorite movies. I like Jared, you said earlier, like one of your favorite Pixar movies now. Like,
Which
I'll agree with
some
that.
people aren't aware that is extremely high praise.
That is crazy high praise.
very high praise.
Because there's something to be said. Like, nostalgia is a very strong fucking thing,
Mhm.
and for this to pierce through that and be better than things that I have like I hold in high regard because I love them so much as a kid. That's something. Like,
Mhm.
so
Which is curious, since we talked about the difference between movies that are specifically for kids versus this, which is maybe something a little different. It's
Yeah.
possible that this movie is the kid movie of your age right now.
Probably.
Well, that's
yeah.
what I'm saying. Eventually
that's
I
pretty
will feel nostalgic about this when I'm older, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Which I think is cool to have. Like, I don't have to be like a kid. Like, there's always gonna be something you're nostalgic about, but
Mhm.
having this like sort of Pixar thing as like kind of a bridge from like my kid self to my adult self, I think is cool.
Mhm.
Like, looking back, like, oh, like kind of a quarter of my life is over, but this is like something I can look back on as like something really important during that. I think is super cool.
You're never too old to
Um,
have new experiences.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just, man, like, it's just such a beautifully made movie. Just can't get over it.
And for the notes, like I really appreciate this movie, like discussion time now, because I didn't even know that this movie exists.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
This was your
Like
first time
yesterday.
seeing it?
Yeah, I didn't even know. I never knew. Like I didn't even know this movie exists
It was
in
a
the world.
10 out of 10.
Hell yeah.
Damn.
It's good shit.
Excellent.
Good shit.
All right, Andrew.
All right, I
bring us
will wrap
home.
it up. I will wrap it up. So, y'all know my scoring.
Mhm.
So, first of all, is this movie original? I think yes, for the most part. It's not a 10 out of 10 original, though. Obviously, it's using a lot of things that you can see in other movies. It's even the concept of chasing a dream and stuff is not necessarily new. But I do think that what this movie does originally is draw into the idea that there is no correct answer. And that it instead is focusing on trying to define things instead of telling you how to use those definitions, which I think is obviously not for kids. That's fine. But I do think that it's an original take on a concept that is fairly familiar in movies. And obviously a lot of the aesthetics to this movie and the culture around it, I think those are original ideas to make a movie out of. I'm giving it a 7 for originality. It would be higher, I think, if it did abstract some of that a little bit more. So basically the common thing with all of my grading is going to be this movie would get 1 point more if it weren't sort of held back by the kid gloves that it had to wear, unfortunately.
Brainoid asks, what's the mood of the movie and is it innovative?
I think he's just mimicking like Andrews.
The Ludum
Brain, are
Dare
you in here to
scoring.
It's like Inside Out, but different.
Good. Oh.
but good. So 7 out of 10 for originality. Creativity, I give it an 8 out of 10. And again, that point would be it would be a 9 or a 10 if it just did things a little bit deeper. A lot of the things just again creatively are extremely well done. So my presentation score is obviously crazy high. But the creativity is also extremely good. It would just be even better if it weren't sort of restrained. Now, this movie did do a lot of things that I brought up earlier where it showed restraint, where other movies would go nuts with it. And I give this movie a lot of credit for that, for understanding when to be restrained and when to be really flamboyant and vibrant. And that's not easy to do in an animation, and this one does it probably better than most of what I've ever seen. But I still give it an 8 out of 10. I'd love to give it a 9 out of 10. I just want to see, because I see the possibility for that breaking through a deeper layer and starting to uncover some more complicated things visually. I just see more possibilities, so 8 was the best I could do. Theme, I also give it an 8 out of 10 for the same exact reason. It should be a 9, but it's just a little bit short of it because of how deliberate and handholdy it is. I mean, it's not a problem. Again, it's a kid's movie and it needs to deliver it in a really accessible way.
Yeah.
But the theme is super strong. It's evident from the very beginning to the very end. This is a textbook example of how themes should be used to create a movie. There's just some things where the theme could be a little bit more subdued and still be just as strong and maybe even stronger because it allowed you to sort of pull the theme out of what you were seeing instead of them repeating the sort of mantra of the movie again. I don't have a problem with it. It was just a chance for strength that was obviously taken away because of just the production of the movie. But obviously, beautiful theme, and we all align with it. We don't need to talk about that anymore. The story itself, same. Super easy to follow. Engaging because the theme was there to carry me through. The settings were all really beautiful. It was extremely romantic. You wanted to be a jazz musician because the story was so just fucking romantic. You wanted to be part of a black barber shop. Like all of this stuff was just, it's so romantic and nostalgic for something that you've never experienced. And I think that's a really hard thing to do, but animation has this beautiful way of being able to uncover those things. And this did it in such a tactful way. It wasn't too cartoonish, but it still had style. I mean, just really beautiful story work. But again, some of those things could have been a little bit more poignant. My one criticism, I didn't bring this up earlier, I think Joe should have actually died at the end. But
me too. Oh, me too. Yeah. Yeah.
But you cannot do that in this.
I disagree.
And I wouldn't even argue with anyone that says that it ended the right way, because honestly, I think this movie is exactly executed the way that it should have been. The only problem is I see, because I attach so strongly to the theme, I can see what more you can do with it and more weight that you can draw out of it. And I think Joe should have died. It's not that big of a deal, but I just think this idea, it would have made it so poetically circular if they had done that. And I think it would have rounded everything
smash
off.
Cut to his human body on top of a piano.
Oh my god. It's just,
you just see his silhouette from the light that comes with the door that's opened by his ma.
If this were like an adult like art film, just ending on him like leaned over his piano, but like in a nice way, would have been a really beautiful, terrifying ending. But I kind of would have loved it.
Like him dead, but
dying on top of the piano. He said he was born to play, and that this is what made him happy. And then he's gone through this whole thing of he actually did have a really good life. He's the reason Curly is following his dreams. Connie is now following her dreams because of him. He's actually had all this influence. He had a really good family. He's obviously left a legacy, and you know, people will live on and talk about him after this. To like end on him dying would have actually been kind of beautiful, but a kid wouldn't see it that way. So
no, but the whole movie was about like how Joe was not obsessed and how there are another things in the life. So at the end, like the Jerry said like,
it's all about Jerry.
Jerry said like, what are you gonna do now? Like, I don't know, like something like that. And there's like a lot of possibility now for the Joe, not just a jazzing or obsession or something. He will appreciate the life.
Maybe he could have passed on those possibilities to 22.
So
that's gonna make it big.
I don't have, I don't have an issue with Joe being alive because I think it's a good message. I actually really love the ending of Joe walking out the door, and again, the fucking lighting.
Man,
him walking out into this like extremely romantic golden sun and just saying, "But I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna live every minute of it." I'm like, fucking
that's such a fucking
it's a great ending. I have no problem with that ending. I just think, you know. If I think about the poetry of the movie, then I think Joe dying has more impact. But that's just a personal thing.
Yeah.
I don't think that the movie ended bad. And just because of that, this again, all these things would be 9s and 10s, just for those little things.
I think those really come down to your personal preferences, honestly. Like what you wanted the movie to be, but it's still good.
My score here is extremely biased. My presentation, I want to give it a 10 out of 10, but it's a 9. And the only reason it's a 9 is because
you don't like those souls.
I don't like some of the I don't like some of the kiddiness design. That's the only thing that keeps it from being 10 out of 10 for me. And again, it's not wrong, and I think it's right for the movie, and this is extremely biased because it's still executed well. But some of that kiddiness just didn't I lost some of that emotion that I had down on the real world with the lighting. Dude, when I wrote down notes of what I liked, I just wrote lighting and jazz. That's what those things blow me away in the movie. It's just if I have to be analytical
We didn't
and point out things
even-
that I don't like.
We didn't even fucking talk about his jazz performance at the end of the movie.
Oh,
Just
holy
fucking
shit.
gorgeous.
Dude, if we go and just look at those shots, the sweat building up on his
How sweaty they
forehead.
are. Oh my god.
I can't believe the ticks in their face. The sort of, because that's a hard thing to imagine, right? You really have to study someone to understand what they look like playing an instrument, because you can imagine sort of the muscles and things moving, but to the emotion that people convey while they're doing something, like they capture it so freaking well. All of the little movements, all
And
of
it
the little
sounded
animations.
pretty
They're getting
good, too.
restrained.
Yeah.
They didn't make it cartoonish. He's not jumping up and down with his butt off the piano. They could have easily gone this like DreamWorks Illumination like shit animation route where everything is just basically animation 101, exaggerate and rubberify everything.
Yeah.
But no, it's so human and subdued, but at the same time stylized to the point where it's still cartoonish, but in such a like romantic way. And that's this whole movie, is all of these things are embellished, but still cartoonish, but still romantic and still nostalgic just on the surface of it.
When the audience gave standing ovation, I wanted to give them standing ovation.
I know.
So what that comes out to is an 8 out of 10, but if I was being really biased, this movie feels like a 9 out of 10 to me. But if I'm being, you know, how I feel, it's a 9 out of 10, but analytically it's an 8 out of 10.
Well, hang on. I don't think I heard your score for the sound or the audio. Did you have a score for that?
Oh, well, presentation is video and like
Gotcha.
Presentation is basically all of the visuals and the music and stuff. So my only criticism music-wise is that Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross didn't really develop a strong theme that I found throughout the movie. All the music in it is gorgeous, and obviously the John Baptiste piano is beautiful. But what would have made this movie above and beyond is if there was some really identifiable themes that came across with like association with certain scenes where you would catch that theme again that told you a certain character was there or changing, things like that, where you start to break and deconstruct and grow a theme throughout the movie. And if I could have identified that and then also found that in the jazz, that would have blown me away. So it's not to say that the music wasn't beautiful, it's just that it didn't have the thematic connection start to end that would have made it 10 out of 10 for me.
I think Andrew is literally Inside Out. Dun, dun, da-da-da-dun, dun, da-da-da-dun.
I don't remember a single note from Inside Out.
I'm surprised you remember that.
Yeah, seriously.
See, the problem with those movies is that they don't actually do anything with the theme once they create it. So I think I always said we watched Lord of the Rings over Christmas.
Yeah,
Yeah, we did.
It's a great
Extended cut.
example. It's a great example of a movie score where you have themes that are tied to characters and places and situations, and when those themes come up again, they're always changed based on how the story has changed. The
Those are
music is
called leitmotifs, and I have a big
Yeah.
old boner for those as well.
those. I tend to really drift towards that type of scoring in a movie because it's you basically can't have the movie without the music or the music without the movie, and that's what always impresses me. I love music that I can listen to on its own, that's fine. But the idea of all of that needing each other and meshing into this one perfect thing is much more valuable to me.
Well, there you go. The lowest score was a begrudging 8.
Ugh.
And then everyone else was 9 and above.
Really
How
good.
dare you?
That's
This-
really good.
I know. But I'm more trying to
Only
trying to
you.
highlight that everyone else was 9 and above, which I believe
This
makes
is the
this our
highest
highest rated
rated.
movie that we've
This
seen so
is-
far. Shit, did we
by
already
far.
peak again this year?
Shit.
No, don't say that.
That was the first movie in the year.
Don't say that. Ironically, the movie that I've been pushing, Whiplash,
Yep.
is
you haven't got picked yet.
Andrew's the only one. Oh, and Roka. Andrew and Roka are holding strong.
Roka.
He's the only ones who haven't gotten picked. But that might change
But
tonight.
if we ever
Andrew.
eventually watch Whiplash, the funny thing is, if you think back to Soul while you're watching this movie, you're gonna be like, "Oh, that kid's gonna turn into a lost soul."
Alrighty. I believe it's about that time. Oops.
I believe you are correct.
Let's spin the
Dude,
wheel.
I want to parse
Oh,
for
shit.
the wheel.
I
Okay,
didn't-
fine.
Yeah,
Parsec
yeah,
in.
please.
Did you whip? Oh, thank you for putting
I
Whiplash.
put
'cause
Whiplash
didn't
on
write
there.
it in the,
I figured. I would be surprised if you had any other suggestion.
No, I won't change until it gets picked.
Whiplash till he dies.
I'm kind of locked in.
You want
I
a
need
parsec in
became
here?
like a tradition.
Oh yes, are we
Like
parsec?
you not get
Yeah.
picked.
Hold on, hold on.
Got a
hold on,
parsec
hold
for the wheel.
I'd be
We'll
disappointed
see.
if
We'll
Andrew
see who wins the award this year for
Come on,
fewest
connect.
picked movies.
on.
All right.
How many movies did we watch last year? Do you remember the number?
Oh God,
A
it was
lot.
like 1920. Hang on,
We
making
never
sure I'm
actually
not
did the
missing any-
tier list.
No,
No.
maybe one of these days we'll just slip it in.
Yeah.
Good.
So on the wheel right now is Interstellar, Hardcore Henry, Clue, Little Big Soldier, About Time, The Fifth Element, and Whiplash.
Who's About Time from?
That's Jerry.
Oh, Jerry. What?
You guys wanted a real romantic movie, so I give you a real romantic movie.
All right.
Oh, okay. I do
All
remember
right.
you submitting this. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, it's
There's
got
our
Domhnall
reel.
Gleeson. Me and Steven and him are good friends.
Here we go. What's it gonna be? It's not Whiplash. It is Interstellar.
Yes.
Hey,
That's my pick, baby.
at least
Hell
I'm
yeah.
glad it's not Hardcore Henry.
Have you seen Hardcore Henry?
Yeah, I've seen it like and it actually gave me like a motion sickness.
Oh God.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is like the
I
first
like
person
that.
movie, right? Hardcore Henry?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
like Hardcore Henry.
Fuck yeah, Interstellar.
Well,
Let's-
Interstellar, probably the
I'm-
best Christopher Nolan movie.
I'm a big fan of this movie, so let's go.
I'm
Nice.
torn
Get it
between
going.
this and like Dark Knight as the best Christopher Nolan
Mm.
movie.
Well, Prestige is also up there.
Wait, Brain, did you submit a movie?
Oh,
Too late.
Too late.
I'm always down to watch Interstellar. All right, I'm excited.
So-
I was
I mean,
actually,
same.
I think I was actually on the cusp of putting this movie down last week before I remembered Soul. I was just going through my list and was like, Interstellar. I think I can count on the Ruz to suggest that one.
Well,
And then that same week, Steven just like popped it on. I'm like, oh, fucking
Interstellar.
perfect.
Oh,
It's been good.
But I'm also very sad. You'll have your time, Roka. Certainly
Roka.
before
At least
Andrew.
hey, at least
But
you're
you'll
not
have your
alone.
time.
I
One
am
of you.
also.
No kind of
Make it
Andrew.
again.
Brain, I get that you're busy making a game, but you could have at least submitted a movie.
Yeah, how hard is that? Come on.
You can also increase your wedge on the wheel.
How long it's gonna take?
Yeah, you
like
didn't even,
5
you didn't even
seconds?
try to increase your wheel size, Andrew, or Rope.
Well, at this point, I only want to win honestly because it just won't feel right otherwise.
That's fair.
I ain't got
ain't
the
got the-
Jake Coons. Oof, that's
How
rough.
do you not have J Coons?
Wow.
Yeah, that's weird.
What are you spending all your J Coons on?
My bot broke, so we're just gonna play old school
Spend them
Ocean.
with Jared.
That fucking Gerard.
Alright, let's see where we're going. It's probably cats, but we'll see.
It's
Ludum
ju-
Dare
just
is
be
going, so
prepared.
we'll see what's on.
I guess, yeah, rate a Ludum Dare stream.
Anybody
Jetspo's
making a
live.
game?
The old
Is he doing,
Jitspo,
is he
yeah.
doing Ludum Dare?
I don't think so, but he is alive.
Fuck it.
Oh, this version.
Hmm.
Never hear this one.
Alrighty. Well, we will be back tomorrow for more detective results in Condemned Criminal Origins.
I almost
Man, it
forgot
feels
what we
like
were
it's been
playing.
so long.
Yeah.
It does feel like so long.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I also picked up a little ditty. I already
Very
announced the Sonic Adventure 2 battle thing, but I found a little something
Oh, yeah.
yesterday.
Oh, something more?
Perhaps a follow up.
Oh, shit.
Wow,
shit.
Someone brought up Shadow the Hedgehog.
I think
when you were
so.
at a
Yeah.
Oh,
battle.
I was getting my
Nice.
tires replaced, and I was just like strolling around. And I saw that. I was like, this
Yeah,
seems
why
like
not?
fate. So,
Nice.
who knows
gonna
if
go
we'll
on a
play
Sonic
that?
binge.
But I have it. Anywho, Jerry, since you weren't here to round us off at the end of the year, would you like to sign us off for the first time of 2023?
Wow.
oh, gladly. Almighty Jerry out with the saying, love you, Mr. Minute. Later, Cabbage Patch.
Later, Cabbage Patch. Hello.
Nice.
Nice.
Gross.
Noise.
I don't like that one.
I like that one.
That one's nasty.
And
Jitspo.